much more than the Space Needle, Jake.
No, I think that's about it.
Okay. Well, then forget what I was about to say, which was welcome to our fair city.
Oh,
we were so excited to have you here. We made you come early by a few weeks, and I said, you know what? Why don't you let me take you on a tour of some of the lesser-known areas of Seattle? All right. Don't know that I've ever driven a minivan before. And just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean I'm going to get one.
Sure, sure. That's what they all say.
I hear you like to do tours where you go.
Hell yeah. I'm a tourist through and through.
So have you ever heard of something called Ride the Ducks?
I have been dreaming of the duck for years. Yes, it's gonna be hype.
This is my way of saying welcome to Seattle. Would you like a ticket?
Yes.
Wait for me. Hey, we survived.
We did the duck. That was great.
What did you think of our fair city?
There's some water, there's some buildings. It's beautiful.
You know what? We need to show you more stuff.
Okay, more stuff.
Where are we parked? All right, who's ready for some dicks?
Woo!
Big bag of dicks.
Wow, that is huge.
You're eating a patty.
I'm eating 3.
You're ruining the memory. Can I show you a troll?
A mythical creature?
No, the people who are your friends in Dota.
Yes, bring me to the trolls. There's 2 ways to win a Dota game. You destroy the enemy ancient or you destroy the enemy mentally. Can't do that by being a nice guy.
No more Mr. Nice Guy right here. Although I got trolled after being too mean to you last year.
That's because you weren't trolling. That's because you were being a asshole. Oh, this is getting creepy.
See, he's like not super scary.
He is a little scary. A car is ramming into his face and he's crushing everyone inside to death.
But at least it's not our car.
That's what they get for driving a bug. Damn hipsters.
Oh, bugs are cute. They're cute little cars.
Okay. Next thing.
Oh, wow, okay.
This thing is actually...
If you ever catch me driving a minivan in real life, punch me in the face.
Where are we going now? The fish place?
Yeah.
Boom. Boom. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
To the gum wall. This seems like a good spot.
Yeah! I'll be right next to you. Wonderful. Any smells of lick thing? Hey, ladies, how you doing? Yeah, girl! I've had worse. Thank you, ladies.
Well, that's Seattle, my friend. What do you think?
Oh, that is beautiful. We saw a lot. We went on the ocean. We caught the fishes. We ate the gum. This is a pretty good city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you hyped?
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah.
Oh. Still smells like fish. Did you seriously put your tongue on the wall?
Not on the wall, just on the gum.
That's even worse.
I mean, they're outside. They're cleaned off.
Who cleans off the gum?
The air, Casey.
Slacks, I have some follow-up questions. First of all, did you really think licking the used gum would make the ladies excited to see you? Is that what you thought was going to happen?
I don't think I'm allowed to answer that here at TI, but you told me it was tradition, all right?
To lick the gum?
Yes, and I thought I was honoring your fair city, but I've licked worse. It's not a big deal.
I definitely don't know where to go
ladies.
with that, if you know what I mean. What did you think of this city? You've been all over the world, so how does Seattle
I have.
rate?
Seattle actually measures up pretty good. I like the overcast. I love the beautiful everything, the kind of hipster tech culture. It's pretty sweet. No better place to hold the International, in my opinion.
Well, it was our pleasure to show you around. You did a great job.
Hey, thank you.
You ate some dicks. You licked some gum.
Yeah, and I got myself licked a fish, too. So, I mean, overall, it was a pretty standard Friday night, actually. All right,
Great.
Thanks.
Standard Friday night. So we have some conversations to have, but we're going to send it back to you guys.
Well, I got to know, Slacks, tell me, how many attempts did it take for you to catch the fish?
One.
Zero attempts.
It appeared on my head.
It was all
one
CGI.
attempt. No CGI.
Zero. Slacks math. What is that?
I'm North American. I don't know.
Slacks needs to be disinfected and boiled. That was gross. That was just awesome. Did anyone else here love when Slacks licked the gum? Thank you, audience. There it is. Yes, there.
See you after the show.
Took a moment. They're like, do we clap? Is it okay to clap for this? I don't.
Thank you.
Oh, if you haven't gotten the chance to come to Seattle, it is a lovely city, and you have to ride the ducks. Have you ridden the ducks yet?
Nope.
I have not ridden the ducks.
I was set onto a duck, and I did not know that it was going to go into the water. So, which
surprise.
Yeah, and I feel like that's actually the whole point and the reason it's called a duck, but I missed out on all the references. So all of a sudden we were just barreling towards the water, and I freaked right the hell out.
I've seen the gum wall. That thing's like every germaphobe's worst nightmare.
Yeah, that is horrifying.
Especially if you lick on the gums.
I cannot believe you did that.
I don't know.
I'm sure it's not that bad.
That is how the native Slacks explores his environment. He licks everything. He gets a sense of the textures and the flavors. It's a way for him to ground himself. So now that we're back, here to talk about a little bit of Dota, the teams are getting themselves set up. I want to start beginning to talk about LFY versus TNC. This is a matchup that I am so excited to watch because of LFY's performance in the group stage.
What about TNC?
TNC is
1437, the Western captain, going across the ocean, captaining the C team to not only qualifying for TI, but now the upper bracket.
Tell me about TNC, because they barely made it into the top. They were just
I talked to Thiemann actually before he joined TNC. This was when we were at the Kiev major. And he was telling me, I have a plan, and it's either going to go really, really well or really, really poorly. And I had no idea where he was going to go. And then a few days later, it was announced that he was joining TNC.
Are you talking about 1437 or Demon?
1437.
Okay, you said Demon.
Oh, sorry.
I was confused. Demon was last year.
Sorry, I think I said Thiemann, and then...
You may have lied to us.
Well, it was 1437 talked about how he was going to do this crazy, crazy thing. I was like, oh my God, I didn't really want to ask him, because if he wanted to tell me, he would have told me. And then,
of course.
Like a couple weeks after, he went to China with them, and they got second place, only losing to Liquid. So I was like, wow, this is pretty good. And he actually, like, that team actually just needed a captain like him.
They've been playing together. They're 3 cores since last year, right? Raven, Cuckoo, and SumaiL.
Yep.
So it just seems like, as we said, they needed a
they did a
captain and
brief stint on Fnatic this year that didn't work out.
Oh, yeah.
And they decided to bring it back on TNC. It's kind of funny how you, like, 2 years in a row a Western player goes over there and captains TNC, and they brought out some really great surprising results.
It could be that they just lack the captainship there in maybe that team.
That's what who was talking about that yesterday? The Execration team. He said or Abed even. He was talking about how they just take things a little less seriously there than Western teams and than China teams as well. And having that Western leadership or a different style has really brought them all together.
Yeah, I remember hearing sort of the same analysis when Demon joined the team, that they just needed someone to have a little bit more captainship of the team. And watching them at that TI was such a blast because, I mean, as you saw in these matches, a lot of the teams when they won, it was sort of a, okay, let's just stay focused. But I mean, TNC lost their minds every single win. Every single win that year looked as though they had just won the main event entirely.
That's the beauty of the underdog, right?
Yeah,
they never expect to win, so when they do, they get ultra excited. The teams that are the favorites and the teams that are the favorites to win this tournament, every time they play a game, they play a little scared, I hope I don't lose.
Yeah. Dude, talk to me about that sort of fire that comes in when you're the underdog, about that feeling. I mean, is it a sense of comfort? Is it a sense of motivation? Because I
don't know if I can speak about that.
I've never been there before.
It's been a while since I've been an underdog.
Which is kind of, it's sad in a way because it's just a feeling that actually brought us to competing and wanting to go to TI to win games. And after we won TI 3, going into TI 4, it was exactly the same feeling. We just didn't want to lose. And if we won, it was okay, we should have won this game. And it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the last time I was an underdog was in 2014 at the Summit when we played up against DK in the grand finals, which we were happy to even be in the finals at that point. And we were content with our performance, and we just wanted to prove ourselves and do our best, and we actually ended up winning, and it made that victory feel so much better.
and getting to like see these feelings from TNC and the other teams that have had these feelings here now, it's just amazing, and that is what is fun to watch as well. It's not fun to watch a team as, we just won a game, right? But
we were supposed to win.
Fly talked about that a bit yesterday in his player interview. He was talking about how it's really, it's very mental. It's, being able to motivate yourself even when you're on the top, and how it's, it's all up here.
In terms of that type of momentum, it's LFY versus TNC. Do you think TNC still views themselves as the underdog? Do you think there's more pressure they're putting on themselves now that they're getting consistent results?
I don't think so. I think that being in the upper bracket, there's that little bit of ease where you do have a second chance tomorrow in the lower bracket. But I don't think they consider themselves a favorite. I don't think they consider themselves an underdog. They're probably pretty confident going into this matchup, and I expect it to be decently close, but still leaning towards LFY. I think they're just super impressive.
Group stages are a lot different, though, than the BO3s, because you have the preparation involved that you can prepare. Like we saw DC versus IG Vitality. DC made quick work, and I think a lot of it, like Bob was really good at preparing, I think, for like one certain team, whereas
OG as well. They looked very prepared for their draft.
Whereas the group stage is a little bit, just a lot more chaos.
Yeah, I don't think there's an esport in the world that doesn't have that quality where if you're playing a lot of matches in a row, it's a lot about fundamentals. It's a lot about what you've automated through your practice.
The group stage is mostly about focusing on yourself and making sure that you're playing a solid enough game to, get a good scoring going into the main stage. But main stage, you really get to like pick apart your opponent and find out their weaknesses and try to exploit those.
And we've gotten the chance to see LFY perform extremely well in the group stages, and to get even more insight into LFY, we're going to go ahead and head over to Jack's corner. The corner where we get to envy Jack's tailored international suit. Oh, I want that so badly.
I was looking at this. Have you seen this? It's the Aegis tie pin as well.
No.
Yeah, I mean, no tie, so you're slacking a bit, Jack, but step in the right direction. I love it. I'm very envious, and I'm your host, Machine, to hopefully pick this brain just a little bit, get some insight into that Chinese scene. And I think the first question, as basic as it may seem, is just, was this expected from your perspective, from the scene's perspective, LFY's, what, 13-0 run into the group stage?
Not by most. Even on the Chinese panel, like Lanham and some of the other players here panelists didn't really expect them to do that well. Then again, it depends on who you ask, because if you ask Newbee for the last month or two, you ask them who's been the strongest team they've practiced against in China, LFY comes to the top of their list. So I think, they surpassed some expectations. We'll see if they can continue. TNC is known kind of as a China Slayer in Chinese circles, so we'll see if they can get past that.
I mean, that's kind of good in one way that it wasn't just one side underestimating them, it was just across the board underestimating LFY and their potential. Currently, about to be doing battle versus TNC, but more of some kind of the fun insight that we wouldn't otherwise get now, Jack, because you were telling me, albeit briefly, that there is a lot of nicknames in China. Now, this is not just a nickname as in Machine, which I made when I was 11, and it shames me every day, but more of like it's like a badge of honor.
Yeah, you have an ID, and then, of course, the people give you a nickname. And LFY has a lot of them. I guess we'll start with DDC, the captain. He's one of 3 players to have been to every single TI as a player, I think, along with Kuroki and Puppey. And so his nickname has become basically tickets, because he always seems to get tickets to whatever event. He's been to every single Valve event, also except the Kiev Major. And I think most of them have been through qualifiers as well, so he always punches tickets.
He's called Tickets.
Yeah. Then we have Inflame. So Inflame is known as either the Little Emperor or the Little Boss. The Little Boss is the one I've been hearing more recently, or just the boss, because he is dating his boss, Ruru of LGD, who's also known as the Empress in China. So he's known as the boss. Everybody just kind of calls him the boss.
He's the boss? By dating his boss?
Basically. Or there's also
gossip
kind of
in the corner. This is a little gossip corner now.
Keep our distance from him. He's the boss. We got to make sure he stays happy.
Okay.
And then Super has been known for a couple of years by basically his friends and people who know him as the Bun, because they think that his cheeks resemble kind of steamed buns a little bit.
This is amazing! So sorry, to clarify, he's called the Bun.
Yeah.
There are worse nicknames out there, but there are better ones too.
But possibly the best and worst one at the same time goes to Monet. Because Monet in Chinese, the way they've said it is Mo Nai Te, which in Chinese means something grabby. Basically.
Where are we going, Jack? Where are you taking this?
Basically to cop a feel upstairs. So that's.
That was so beautifully put. That's like when your dad's giving you the birds and the bees.
Yeah, he's also the youngest player on the team, so.
So Monet, and because I'm already on thin ice, just to clarify, his nickname is kind of copying a feel.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've learned enough. Sean, you've got a beautiful smile on your face. Do you feel like you've learned a lot today?
We're going to head over to Jack's Corner to get some insight into LFY. Hey,
that counts.
You know what the fans call him? They call him the bun.
The bun!
There was a little bit at the beginning.
Like, and you just kept going. You know why they call him Little Boss? I was like, why, Jack? I want to know the reason why, because he's dating his boss. Just, what a corner.
Dude.
One of the best corners of the entire event.
We'll be back.
Well, we're going to just reemphasize that LFY is really good at Dota. And I got to say, we've been talking about the Chinese players' Dota games. I think the memes out of China might be the best in the entire world.
Can we go back to the corner real quick? Or is Jack? Oh,
he's gone. No,
Jack's leaving. Oh, my God. When is the next China versus China game?
I know. I can't wait. I mean, we're going to have Invictus versus Newbee in the winner's bracket at some point. Not today, but we need Jack back.
LGD-VP.
LGD-VP.
Yeah.
Jack's Corner is coming back next series.
Oh, Jack, yes, give us some insight. We need to get some of the Polish crew out here to give us the insight into VP now.
I don't know. I think the Chinese meme game is just on another level.
It's powerful. It really is.
It really is kind of depressing over here in the West.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start to like copy it and make nicknames for each other, like new ones.
Yeah, like PJ
Spice
Salt.
it up a bit.
Get real creative.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, are there any good nicknames in the West?
Officer Merlini.
That's an old one. That's from TI3.
Oh.
Oh, do you know about the story? No. Oh.
No.
Do we have time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Let me check. Yeah, hell yeah, we have time, Merlini. Tell us why you're Officer Merlini.
Okay, so Puppey and myself had a little scuffle back in the old days.
Don't
Probably
say.
2013.
Scuffle. That's such a wild term.
He used to be my captain. We used to play on the same team, and then I stopped playing for a bit, and then he went on to be on a very successful team with Navi. However, there was this one incident. I used to do a series called Merlini's Mailbag, and people would mail me questions about whatever.
What, like physically mail you?
No, email. Okay. Email. Come on. They would email me questions about things that they thought were interesting. I would sift through maybe 25 to 30 a week. And there was one particularly interesting one. It's like, oh, there was a series in between Navi and I forget the other team. And there was this particular moment in the game where... Oh, interrupted by the horn. Okay, I'll try and finish. Come on. So there was a particular moment in the game where Puppey had paused the game and then the outcome of the fight had changed what I thought was just completely changed.
Like the Puppey pause.
The Puppey pause. It was infamous Puppey pause. And there was like a Nyx that was invis and he knew that he was invis, so he kept pinging on them, except Havos wasn't responding. So then everything just changed. There was like a blink, there was like a force stab, there was a lasso, there was just like a sentry ward popped down all in a matter of a second. And then he claimed that Havos had mouse issues and I claimed that they had kind of seen what was going on and kind of altered their play a little bit. So
that was a very nice way of putting it. You accused them of cheating, right?
Yes. And he...
Like a true officer.
And then when he Skype messaged me, he was like, you know I would never do something like that. And then I'm like, dude, I'm just calling out what I see. Like, I know you as a person, but...
And how did Officer emerge out of that?
I don't know. That was...
Puppey broke the law. The Dota law.
There it is. Officer Merlini will be in charge. We shall not step out of line. The horn has sounded. We now know that our very first best of three is about to get underway. Let's introduce our first team, LFY. LFY, a team who previously may have been overshadowed by its parent LGD, but here is coming out as the #1 in group stages. 14-2, only shedding a handful of matches. Going up against them is a team that has recently had some roster changes and is back in winners. It is TNC. course, TNC made an extraordinary run in the lower bracket of last TI, just winning game after game against heavy favorites. And here they are in the winner's bracket going up against LFY. They were in the same group during group stages, so it'll be interesting to see how they match up. And if 1437 can manage to help swing favor to their side. Getting a chance to catch up with him, we got Casey.
The last time you were at TI as a player was TI4, but you've been to several as a coach. So how does it feel kind of coming into TI7 knowing that you're back to playing on the main stage?
It's really surprising because just a couple months ago, I thought that I wouldn't even attempt to play at TI. And just to have this opportunity is a true blessing.
I have to ask about what's happened in the last year or so. What brought you to an SCA team as opposed to going back to a Western team? We've had a lot of changes with you since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I was playing on team Cloud9 or NP from the start of the year. We were all like dedicated to playing together throughout the entire year and competing at TI7 together. But there were some changes that happened there, and I was left without a team. And all of a sudden, TNC approached me.
As far as being a coach versus playing, I mean, your resume is incredible. Not a lot of people can say that they've done both or that they've gone to coaching and come back to play. And you've done that. You coached Team Secret in 2015. You left coaching to play again. You went back to Team Secret as a coach. And then, as you mentioned, you formed Team NP, which is now Cloud9. What are the things that you love about coaching versus playing? And what are the things that you missed about playing that brought you back?
When you're coaching, you are like this outside point of view. You can really see the bigger picture. You can see more strategies, perhaps, because there's less emotions and there's less stress about like your own performance involved. So when I was coaching, I was learning faster and I was able to teach. In that sense, my Dota knowledge improved at a much faster rate when I was coaching. But playing is like, it's very thrilling. You feel much different. There's a lot more pressure involved, and sometimes that can be really fun.
Do you think coaching made you a better player?
For sure, without a doubt.
We touched on it, but I want to go back to what happened. I mean, you were part of the group that formed NP, which is now Cloud9. So that means you were really part of it from the ground up. So when you're able to kind of get in on that way, to then have to leave the team or decide to leave the team or be forced to leave the team is really, really tough.
Yeah.
So what did you go through when that happened?
It was a really tough time because we had just finished a tournament. It was a DAC. We were doing well in the groups, and then there were some things that went wrong, and then we ended up still last place. And then all of a sudden, we had a meeting, and they're like, oh, yeah, you two are removed from the team. And it wasn't really any good explanations or anything like that. It was just like, OK, you're just out. And for me, it was a shock because I don't like to give up with my teammates or anything like that. I always want to figure out how to make it work because I think it's important. Over time, you will create a lot of strategies. And at TI, the most important thing is that your experience throughout the year that you're going to bring to the event. So after that, I really wasn't sure what I was going to do from there. It was a very tough time for sure.
What if you were to face like it comes down to the wire? It's you versus Cloud9.
Okay.
How do you hone in, like, because that's got to bring up a little bit of emotional competitiveness.
Yeah, it will. But at the same time, I also understand them in some ways too, because they have like 3 players that I played with, and one of them I've even coached. So I understand a little bit about them, whereas for my team, they would only understand how I am. So maybe I have a little bit of advantage there, at least there. But yeah, it'll definitely be an emotional thing to get over, but we're professionals, so we really need to just understand that and just move on.
And will TNC get that opportunity here in this winner's match, best of 3? 1437 making the big career move to help support TNC. And on the other side, we have from LFY, Casey got the chance to catch up with the captain in Flame.
First question is a very simple one. How did you come to join LFY?
老干爹的经理找到了我，然后 但是他们队少3后卫，然后刚好我那段时间想进一步的提升自己吧，就来了。
You and Afu came on board in May. How do you think that transformed the team the way that it needed to be heading into Epicenter?
我觉得，加上我们2个的话，就我们几个人的性格啊、游戏打法、对游戏的理解，然后都会比较的相对的协调吧。就大家都会游戏风格比较类似，然后沟通起来很顺畅。我们平常的交流啊，然后感觉在一起比较放松吧，就大家就很简单的、自然的就打得会比之前大家各在各的队伍打得会好很多。
Were there any big takeaways from Epicenter that might help you as you look ahead to TI as far as the biggest differences in style between Chinese Dota and Western Dota, if any changes?
就感觉我们的阵容啊搭配比较单一吧，然后我们会吸取每个队的打法风格啊，然后再加上我们个人的选手的习惯啊，会有更多的打法和应对不同的队伍的风格吧。
Are there other teams here that you're most looking forward to going up against, or any other teams that you have your eye on?
我们在 TI 期应该是最想战胜 Liquid 的吧，因为我们之前训练和比赛对他们的胜率其实是比较低的，我比较想战胜他们。
How would that feel to beat them on the TI stage?
应该算是一个比较惊喜的事情吧，因为我们其实算输给他们挺多次了，就不算比赛在训练啊。就我们队是一个比较少争执的队伍，但是可能每次因为跟他们训练，我们都会有很多的争执。
You did an interview with Cybersport and you said that your team plays easily together. Why do you think that is, and why do you think that's been so important in your success?
我待过很多的战队，在 LFI 的话是，我们大家都会比较的。就能沟通吧，就大家如果有谁犯了错啊，我们会一起讨论啊，怎么样？然后我们大家都会比较虚心的接受队友的建议啊，然后我们大家一起进步，就会不会让气氛很尴尬的那种，就是大家觉得一个人很厉害，然后都要听他的。
So someone told me that you changed your name in honor of the name of an upcoming book of a Chinese martial arts series. I'm curious about that and whether you draw inspiration from the entertainment, anime, comics world at all.
我觉得会的吧，就一个人性格总是会有很多的，就周围你根据你的经历啊，会影响挺多事情的。就比如我之前我在EHOME的时候就比较单纯的，然后比较激进的吧，算是性格比较就单纯的就想打 Dota 赢啊，就很简单。现在会不给自己太多的压力啊，不想影响自己，然后感觉现在是比较沉稳吧。
Interesting interviews from both of the players, especially like how Inflame talks about trying to improve his mentality as time is going on. Of course, 1437, trying to cope with all the shifts.
That was an impressive interview. I don't know how you guys felt about that, but he seems like a really, really bright kid or guy. I don't know how old he is,
Just
but
seems very well spoken.
Very aware of himself and what he's doing here and the opportunities that he has in front of him. Very collected. Yeah. I like this team more and more.
Yeah, I love when he said we're trying, or that we're able to play easily together, because I feel like big moments in Dota are decided in quarter seconds, half seconds, and the ability for a team to coordinate in that sort of environment is just remarkable, and it's so important to succeed. So let's get ready for game one between LFY and TNC.
LFY versus TNC Pro Team. Game one.
And the least surprising bans of the tournament. We got Nyx and Batrider out for LFY. We got Lich and Earthshaker out for TNC.
Yeah, before we get too far into the draft, I wanted to bring up a little bit about 1437 talked about in his interview. Like Casey was trying to egg them on about the C9 thing, but they've already placed better than C9, and they're still in the winner's bracket.
And he's also had quite an amazing journey. Like these past years, after Tier 2, we actually went to China to play on a team there. And
He's not afraid to take charge and put his fate in his own hands, and it's working out really well for him here.
And that together with having the journey with Secret to coach them, I think he learned a lot, and it's really what TNC needed.
That was an interesting comment that he made, that he felt like he was able to learn at a faster rate as a coach without the pressure of having to play so much.
So, I mean, Bulba talked about that a little bit as well, learning from the time he spent coaching on a couple different rosters. It's, you know, when you don't always have the opportunity to play at these major tournaments, but you want to be involved. There's a lot to learn here.
I also think that just trying to force yourself to be able to articulate what you think about a certain strategies can often reveal where there's inconsistencies or issues or problems, or just highlight what's good about something that someone's already doing.
Yeah, let's do exactly that as we get into this draft.
Yeah.
I saw that Monet had played like almost a different carry every game. So that kind of makes sense with them revolving the draft around Super, that they really want to make sure that Super has a
Look at this Jakiro.
First Jakiro main stage.
Constant flight mode.
1437 hero, Jakiro. He really loves to play that hero.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I think it works well. It gives, you know, it synergizes decently well with Naga sleep.
It's good setup here.
It gives them, he's one of the supports that gives you some tower push along with Rasta, and sometimes you can see a support Pugna, which will give you an ability to force towers, force your opponents to fight you, which is exactly what you want to do against Night Stalker. Kind of just want to ball up and take these massive team fights.
You were ragging on carry Naga yesterday. I think TNC is the only other team that runs it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's good here?
I doubt it. I think they just want to group up, and Naga Siren will buy some mana boots, spam out some illusions, maybe get some solid nets, and just be there ready with the sleep, build a mech. Jakiro will probably go for the pipe, and they'll look to end this game decently early or take enough of an advantage to secure a late game win.
Nature's Prophet's second pick for LFY. Night Stalker, of course, great at giving vision. Not too impactful in late game team fights. Nature's Prophet kind of has some of the same issues. Great at split pushing, great at summoning 6 tree ants.
Nature's Prophet is it's not a hero that's usually picked in the first two, but here they see that they have Jakiro, and he's not really good at handling the tree ants and catching the Prophet, so it's a good matchup for him in the lane.
Also not good at getting tower dove, too. They definitely have that potential with Night Stalker and Nature's Prophet. And Flame also has one of the strangest hero pools. It's like Elder, Titan, Zeus, Nature's Prophet, Doom.
These are the best heroes in the game.
But no one else plays them.
Yeah,
I'd be a little careful about saying that Nature's Prophet doesn't scale very well. I think he's one of the better late game heroes. He always finds farm and split push. You can split push all over the place very, very easily, either with his treants, you know, teleporting to a lane and summoning those, or just casting his ultimate on the map can help push out the lanes. He also provides your team a decent amount of vision with all the treants that you can spread them out individually if your micro is good enough, and spread them out throughout the map.
Also just so fun with early game ganks. And LFY did beautiful things with Nature's Prophet ganks before 15, 20 minutes in group stages. He was one of their linchpin heroes in a variety of matchups to help them close out immediately.
It's very easy for him to port in, sprout somebody, secure a kill, summon treants, and start pushing that tower immediately.
And it really fits well with NS as well, because NS during the night is going to scout, and he's going to find a kill, and then Prophet is going to be there to be able to TP in and help him to get the kill.
So we have a Death Prophet and a Weaver ban from TNC. Not exactly sure what that is telling. Maybe they... Weaver ban. Huh.
Death Prophet makes sense, at least. It's a hero that Super has been playing a lot, and it is very good with Prophet for some more tower push.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they still have the DK, but...
Sand King, okay. Probably their offlane hero, I would imagine, unless they do decide to do some sort of core Naga.
You know, I'm just noticing that as we've been talking about other teams, we spend a lot of time talking about some of the key star players and building around them, but LFY, you know, continuously it's been about how the team is functioning as a whole, as a unit.
Yeah, I think you look at Monet, who's been playing all the different carries, right? He's probably the standout player on the team. Super's one of the least flashy mids in this tournament, but he's been getting the job done consistently.
Afu's been pretty flashy too. He's been consistently really good on the roaming heroes, Shaker or Spirit.
Okay, picking up the Dazzle. I like the Sand King, I think, was kind of set up to lane up against the Nature's Prophet, perhaps. The Caustic Finale will allow Sand King to have a pretty good time in that lane, especially if he buys a Poor Man's Shield to start to help him reduce some of that right-click harass damage that Furion's capable of.
Ooh, Razor.
And a Razor. Wow.
They want to be able to fight because they probably understand that LFY really wants to commit to the push here with both Dazzle now and Prophet. So,
yeah, when are the big strengths for Razor?
He's usually good against the melee carry that the opponents have, because then he needs to go in, but Razor makes him being like kind of want to go out to drop the static.
Like one of the
what's called the
static link.
Static link.
One of the heroes that he's best against is like Lifesteal. Lifesteal rages in, runs in, you just static link, and Lifestealer has to
I
run
think
away.
static link is the hardest to break ability in the entire game. I don't even think like
it's
Astral Imprisonment breaks it.
Yeah, it's like very, very long now.
This is a weird pick for me. I don't really like this early Razor without seeing more cores from LFY. I think this, like Terrorblade, for example, Razor has not a lot of AoE damage. He's gonna have a really tough time dealing with these illusions, and if he decides to run into the middle of a fight and start linking Terrorblade, he's probably just gonna get killed.
Terrorblade is also just an excellent carry for pushing, and Dazzle has just a great synergy with Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Using the Shallow Grave to keep Terrorblade at 1 health so he can use his health exchange ultimate, Sunder.
Absolutely, you're crushing it right now.
I know, you said it yesterday, and I'm repeating it now.
Yeah, now the Razor seems
Day
mismatched.
2.
I'm the strongest parrot of all time.
You're learning.
Best parrot, NA.
All right, so we got Medusa ban. That's another superhero gone. Let's see, what does Super have left in his pool?
DK.
Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight's still in the pool, huh?
I mean, Dragon Knight.
Oh, this is a block pick on Dragon Knight. That's what Razor's doing here.
Yeah, but they can just pick around it, right? I guess.
Sure.
They banned out 2 of the 3. Death Prophet and Medusa. They don't have to pick. They don't have to pick DK at all.
Could do the Super Pugna. He also played Omni Knight in a game. I think that would be very unlikely, though. Pugna, perhaps.
So, I mean, at this point with LFY, we see just a lot of very strong push potential. We see Dazzle there to help enhance the push with the Shallow Grave. Night Stalker, of course, there to get great vision, to get ganks, to set those sort of things up. What is the type of hero that LFY needs? We've talked about some of the specific heroes Super's good on, but what is the team missing?
They're lacking team fight, definitely. Night Stalker, Nature's Prophet, Dazzle, and Terrorblade all provide your team very little to none, or to no team fight.
A lot of single target damage, yeah.
Yes, lots of single target damage. TNC's got a bunch of team fight with their first 3 heroes here. So any kind of 5-on-5 clash where they're on equal kind of net worths and experience, I would favor TNC. And they'll be able to set up all these fights too, to make sure they always have good fights with the Naga Sleep.
It was just fascinating to watch LFY play, because in a lot of their compositions,
There's been a couple times where I wasn't a big fan of LFY's draft, but they just outskilled their opponents
so quickly. It's almost like some of the matchups didn't even matter once you got to the 10-minute mark, because they were 5-10K ahead.
Puck, maybe? Yeah. Whew. Haven't seen Super play this hero too much. He's not really his style. Puck's a little flashy for Super, but I'm sure he's capable of it. And I think it's a really great, it's a really great pick here. That silence is going to be super clutch against all 3 of these first heroes, and he struggles a little bit versus Razor in lane, don't you think, Ben?
Yes.
But Super has like almost always lost his lane this tournament, so they'll just, I'm sure Afu on the Night Stalker, when he's roaming around, he'll just ignore mid and be like, Super, you got this, man. You'll figure it out.
Do any of Puck's abilities break static link?
Just if you
Jaunt out.
If you push yourself away with the whatever it's called. John.
Ethereal Orb in the Jaunt.
Ethereal Orb, right.
But Phase Shift does not break.
And last pick, Alchemist. All right. Definitely could farm a lot of the map, and he can be the frontliner for them.
As well. And they have set up with the sleep if they actually want to like fight them, to set up into the epicenter from Sand King and Twin.
I think LFY can break the jungle, though. That's important against an Alchemist. They have Night Stalker and Furion and Puck to be very mobile on the map, and they can go find this Alchemist and potentially keep him underfarmed.
I mean, once again, it may turn out to be a matchup centered around the Alchemist. Can he go off and get to 30K net worth early? Or will LFY be able to push early and shut Alchemist down? It's time to head into Game 1 of Series 1 of Day 2 here at the International.
Thank you very much, Day 9. And indeed, the first series of Day 2.
Like Peter said, that's the one thing about Alchemist. And LFY that's their specialty, as far as I see. They are very about their lanes, and then they kind of crush them, and they invade the enemy jungle, and they pretty much steamroll after that after taking all the early tier 1s. So that's what I'm looking at for them to do. Look at Afu playing around Inflame in that offlane, because I've seen this Nature's Prophet plus melee.
Yes, when they add him.
I've seen and they dismantle majority, so we'll see how they're able to pull it off. But I'm pretty excited for this match coming up. Except for the fact that it looks on paper, we look and we see an Alchon and Naga on TNC, and we're like, ew, because, you know, these two heroes sometimes just bring bad taste to the mouth, but they've been changed up, and it's, of course, the support Naga, so it is a different kind of utilization.
Yeah. And during the draft, when I believe it was when the Terrorblade was picked up, you didn't seem too keen on that pick?
Oh, no, I like the Terrorblade.
You like the Terrorblade?
The Razor, when it comes up, when you don't have a direct counter against it, when you pick it like that, it's like that flex pick. So they were picking it just to dissuade LFY from picking the DK for Super. Just to have, hey, we have Razor, and then they switch it. They don't actually put the Razor in the mid lane, they put it in the safe lane. So they had that little bit of mind going for them, which is great. And right off the bat, they actually find themselves a D-ward. They're already expecting, they understand how LFY likes to play. They know that they want to block the pull camp, they want to put a lot of pressure onto the enemy safe lane, and just constantly run at that. So if they at least are able to alleviate that they can pull, it's extremely important for them to be able to get that experience and maximize. We do see a smoke actually coming out from...
I'll see if they get any traction with it. Looks like the line's to be drawn to head all the way down bottom and look to invade LFY's jungle.
They're doing aggro, like Peter was mentioning. They want to have the Sand King versus Nature's Prophet matchup. And it can actually shut down the Terrorblade quite decently. And it's probably pretty unexpected. They scouted out the tri-lane top and then the smoke happened. So it's TNC trying to get that unexpected lane favoring.
And is this a lane favoring that's good enough for TNC that LFY may then react to it and switch their lanes back up so they don't find themselves in these, as you say, unfavorable lane matchups?
Yeah, probably. It depends on how much they can get the pulls off. That's the one thing, is that LFY does have both pulls open if they do want to be able to do that and be able to keep the lane back. They just have to not get killed level 1 and then not get steamrolled, because if the Terrorblade gets shut down super hard, they have a very weird way of getting back into the game of actually pushing and sieging. Nature's Prophet can have a pretty good time, but he's versus Sand King, which is an okay matchup as long as Sand King.
Looks like Raven got a pretty solid block down on this bottom lane, which is it's going to mean that Monet's rather far forward. They look to lead in with the Static Link. Do they have the control with the slow from 1437? This is looking pretty good. DDC is there. He's yet to skill. Will save the point for Shadow Grave. Very smartly done there by DDC. Waits until the last possible moment before knowing which skill is required and will save the Terrorblade's life.
So Apple right away does make the move down bottom, and they start already stacking the pole. They know what they need to accomplish in this lane. They need to out-resource them. And once they get a couple levels on their heroes, they're actually extremely strong, especially if like this Jakiro gets out of position. He's very slow, 290 movement speed. All Tim's pretty much just standing in the front line and zoning them. So, yeah, if they can, also the thing is that they're low on regen is the problem for LFY, but they do have a dazzle. So as long as they're able to conserve their regen, they can match up decently versus TNC. But TNC does have a lot of regen between their heroes.
Well, looking for Tim's here, DDC. Keeping him at bay, Monet and Arthur, as you say, in the neighborhood. The thing is you're mentioning, these two side lanes definitely seem to have strength for TNC, but this mid lane, if Cuckoo doesn't get any help, this could become a bit tricky, couldn't it, for him in this 1v1 against the Puck?
Definitely. Puck is able to heavily harass the
bottom.
Hold
that thought, though, because bottom lane, DDC's gone on by TNC, and they'll pick up the first third just like that.
As soon as
Monet unable to do anything.
Tim's gets level 2, the net comes out. Easy grab on anybody who's on the side. That's the important thing when you're playing versus these tri versus tri lanes. You have to watch your positioning and staying in the lane. If you're going to do pulls, that's okay as long as you have somebody kind of guarding you for the pull. But for the most part, you can't get caught on the side there because it's just pretty easy picks.
Here as well. This mid lane CS looking very good at the moment. Super. He is going to jump forward for this, puts the point into the waning rift. It's not going to be quite enough burst. In fact,
the acid spray.
Turn around, man, it up a super. Oh no! Oh no, super! Maybe should have stuck to playing Dragon Knight. But that is not how you want to start that mid lane matchup.
There's a TP coming in from the
They're going to try and find something in return, indeed. They are looking for Cuckoo. He has got that poor man's shield. See if it's going to be enough. He does need the proc.
The courier's coming. He's got a salve on it. Salves up.
He's going to keep himself alive. Goes for the deny. Cuckoo is loving the mid lane. He is smiling all over. And in fact, bottom lane, some positive action as well for TNC. They're moving in onto Monet. Does have the backup from DDC. That will be enough to hold TNC back. TNC here off to quite a start, making a big impact here on the main stage.
One thing is, though, he does get the salve delivered. He uses it, though, and then dies. And dying to neutrals, you're dead for 24 seconds as a mid laner. That's actually pretty devastating. Now Super pulls way ahead in the last hits and is actually acquiring more net worth. So you don't want to give the kill, but at the same time, it hurts a lot to die to neutrals like that this early on as a mid laner. He's back now, though, and going to continue that acid spray spam.
Absolutely, yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, Super CS still off the charge. He's farming like an absolute beast. 21-11. So despite that death, Super definitely still maintaining the lead here in this mid matchup.
Afu probably wants to get a couple more levels before he makes that move. It's also going to be nighttime soon. I think he wants ideally level 3 so he can decide if he can save a point in Crippling Fear. It can be very useful to kill the Sand King and the Alchemist early on. And they're actually just switching lanes. They decide, this aggro tri-lane is too much. They need their Terrorblade to have something, and I put him top. Not the greatest matchup, though, versus a Sand King who's already level 4. There's no Caustic actually skilled on SamH, which is a bit surprising versus the Nature's Prophet Treants. But Inflame is one of the best at playing Nature's Prophet in the laning phase, so it can be understood why he was dissuaded from doing that. Cuckoo, just goes to the jungle. It's too much threat. Once Puck gets like level 4 or 5, there's too much damage coming out and too much threat of the Nature's Prophet TPing behind you. So he just has to resort to that.
It's bottom lane, Inflame does have the phase boost, giving Raven quite a bit of a punch. Arfu looking for the chase down. Raven quick to cut himself out of the Sprout. Will be fine now. The reaction from TNC, 1437's there, as well as teams from the Invis. Jumps forward with the root turn, with the static link. And TNC, they're looking for Arfu. There's no DDC in the neighborhood, so there's no save for the Nightstalk. And a third kill's picked up by TNC.
Very strong aggro tri-lane. So much slow and control, and the damage comes all from that Razor, who already has phase boots. So they have the chase as well now. And this is where Apu maybe wants to make moves elsewhere. Actually smokes up, starting to commit maybe toward that mid lane, it looks like. It's a ward to watch the movements of where the Naga's going.
Cuckoo's very low.
Very susceptible to death here. The
Only one
coming
tango
out,
left.
but
They can certainly look to die for this there. Well, he has the infused raindrop. It's not enough to save him. LFY. Quick
they
to see an
TP for the
opportunity. They may just get this as well. I'm going to look to try and juke it across the tree line, but Arfu with the flying vision gives it to Super. So Super has that vision to make the connection.
damn, I didn't think that they were actually going to commit so hard for the courier, but with the Hunter in the Night making it so much easier to be able to see it, even though it is sprinted up.
Still, definitely the biggest issue for LFY being that Monet's start has not been great at all because of this aggression from TNC. Still lacking behind in CS. Levels as well. They're not quite there.
Top, though.
And now they're looking for a fight. Yeah, with the Metamorphosis and the Poison connecting, they'll go in. They'll take one. SamH tries to hop them back with the Burrow Strike and the Sandstorm. Not enough to get a kill in return, but we'll push them back. But still, this is perfect. You know, LFY, they need to find Monet involved in as much action as they can to kind of bring him back from the very, very slow early 5 minutes from LFY.
It's a catapult wave right now, too. Bottom lane, Inflame, getting committed on. Should be just fine. Able to TP out after the net. So catapult waves coming in. Metamorphosis was used, but SamH is able to just Sandstorm and push out top. Bottom lane, maybe TNC is able to put some tower pressure here, which could be very nice for them being able to. Both teams, they want to be able to get those early tier 1s to get the access points into jungle versus this Alchemist and Terrorblade. Those invasions are super important versus those two heroes in particular. Mid lane, 1437, taking a step too far up.
Straight away with the Dream Core down, Arfu and Super going to work, bringing down an up. I mean, yeah, Super, you know, as much as we made Joe, he is doing amazing. Is it 42 CS, our highest farm on the board? He is definitely going to be the real threat. If they can start to utilize this puck, getting moving around, use the Dream Coil to enable Monet to do work in the fights with the Metamorphosis, it's going to get crazy. And in fact, already 1437 getting jumped on again. The Nature's Wrath lies through. And LFY, they pick up another kill in the mid lane.
But Super now getting caught out of the side. Actually, John's on the high ground into a trap, but he's got his orb out.
Down to the low ground. Raven's going to see if he can try and chase him. Cuckoo is there with the wraparound. Will block him off. And look, he's trying to... Oh, you know, I thought he was going to give the kill to Raven. But he says, I'll take him myself. And does beat down upon Super, so they will catch him. The same time, Monet and DDC looking towards SamH. He's got the stick charges, does have the Burrow Strike. They were thinking about bringing in Inflame as well, but as soon as their charges came out, they knew they couldn't go for it.
Very high level 7 already. Lots of, he's 7.4 HP per second as well. Hard kill to get that max Sandstorm too. But they almost claim mid tower, so this is a little bit of a change up that we usually see from LFY. They're playing a lot around Super, which they have to do right now because the other lane got shut down so hard. It's pretty much up to Super and Inflame to get Monet back into this one.
Yes, they've got to somehow enable the recovery for this
mid. Every time coils up.
Super being so proactive with the help of Arfu and Inflame just jumping in, joining him, and there's nowhere to roam with these treants in the way. They will have the Sand King TPing in. SumaiL may find Arfu in return with the Sandstorm. Because of his skill build, it's doing a lot of damage at this stage of the game. Takes down one in return. But still, nonetheless, it is this Alchemist now getting heavily punished by LFY. This pressure in the mid lane's giving space to Monet up on top.
SumaiL, another kill he's going to get maybe? Oh, so close.
That's silence, saving the life of both of them. Super does have the invis, was thinking about going back in there, but as you say, this level 8 Sand King, very, very scary for LFY.
LFY is making a lot of space around the map, though. They're forcing aggression, they're forcing rotations, which gives Monet a lot of space. Up top, wailing on that top tier 1 tower, TNC trading bottom. So they are, like we said, they have some way to kind of get back in the game. And there's two ways. You either get them in fights and you play around him, or you make space elsewhere on the map. And right, he's still a bit different level to play around.
SumaiL back over top, and Team Monet is back by DDT at the moment. So we'll be fine. Looks like Super as well did pick obviously the no tallies up for the lane, but not going for the maybe saving straight for that blink. They're getting top lane. SumaiL coming in with the burst strike. Monet is there, looking for the turn, and in TP, no burst for 5 seconds, trying to get himself out, but again, tree and blocks, causing huge issues for SumaiL. He does have the stick charge, will let the burst strike back up, and that's enough, he's out of there. Sam with the plays, bottom lane, Raven diving in deep, he steals a hefty chunk of damage from Arfu. Arfu will get himself back to safety.
Raven might be in some trouble here, Super's got coil. Got him isolated, but...
He's a little scared, though, of Raven having that stolen damage.
Yeah, don't think they have TP follow-up. I think Inflames is still on cooldown for 10 more seconds.
5 for 5, very close showing for both of these teams in the early 10 minutes. TNC with the slight edge, but as expected, with having the Alchemist on their side.
Yeah, and running a very unexpected aggro tri-lane, which worked incredibly well. So, like, something I always like talking about is the levels. Of course, after aggro tri-lanes, we take a look, and it's pretty well dispersed. The 4 and 5 on the Naga and Jakiro, and 4 and 6 actually on LFY. So Apu is level 6 on NightStalker, almost level 7 actually. But now they're looking to try to make aggression on him bottom, diving the tier 2.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Out comes the root. 14:37, following through with the slow. There will be TP reactions from LFY. They turn towards Tim's. Will get taken down here by Inflame on the back lines. LFY maybe seeing if they can chase down for more. Raven has the ultimate
really
out.
Wants to try here.
He does have that Dream Coil if he can close the gap.
They're really the NightStalker's very fast with those phase boots. They might be able to catch up to him eventually. They do see him going into the tree line as well. They should be able
very
to
hard
up Raven
to get out. Yeah, they've got the vision. Dream Coil's down. Who will break the coil on an attempt to escape. 14:37 is there with the slows. Does still have the ultimate up for a couple of seconds there, Raven, and backup is on its way. LFY may now be turned around upon. Jump forward from Super does get the two-man silence, trying to bring down the Sand King, but SumaiL still gets the time for the burrow strike. The Grave's there from DDC though. Super survives. SumaiL's down. Raven will chase down Super, goes for the jump and gets it. Super's out of it.
That Grave. Perfect
DDC.
timing by DDC.
I mean, we saw it time and time again in the group stages. Arfu as well with the Juke and TP out in the tree line gets himself back to safety.
And again, they force a ton of reaction toward the bottom lane, which frees up a lot for Monet to get that farm. Still not really completely recovered yet. They don't kill the Razor. They get a Sand King though, at least, and lose nobody. It was actually Apu was holding the Void there because he didn't want the Razor to just TP out right after the fall and use Void. So it actually ends up getting a lot closer to their tower, but he had to do so. And it's really important that they're carrying Reveal on the NightStalker and the Dazzle, because in that situation, he puts on the Sentry instantly as soon as he sees Sand King. Sand King goes into the Sandstorm, but yeah.
DDC's Dazzle, definitely something that TNC, they've got to be aware of in these fights. Somehow they have to stop this man from getting in position for these Graves and such. Because as we've seen, it's impossible for TNC to find the trades when DDC is in the neighborhood. And already LFY now off the back of that favorable trade down bottom, immediately moving to the top lane.
Yeah.
SumaiL in the neighborhood, 1400 towards the Blink Dagger at the moment. Super still under the cover of the smoke. Will look towards him all.
SumaiL.
A little late with the Dream Core there. SumaiL with the game sense. Burrow striking straight away up to the tier 1. And that, by the looks of it, is going to put off LFY from looking for anything more there. So nice awareness there from Sam.
We're talking about the Monet beginning to recover, slowly but surely, of course. But this Alchemist, almost level 12, actually level 12 now.
Look at the money.
Almost getting online for Radiance.
So they've come back, they are hunting for SumaiL, but again, using these burrow strikes to just create the distance between them. And it makes it very hard for LFY to get anything done. And indeed with this time, as you say, Cuckoo closing in on the Relic. Bottom lane, TNC getting some pressure on a tier 2. LFY, they really want to catch this damage, but again, he just burrow strikes away. Arfu will look to try and chase him down by the looks of it. They are TPing in to block him off as well. In Flames there, and this time they will finally bring him down. But essentially, that is SumaiL creating a lot of space. Bottom lane, tier 2, down to less than half health. And what's the money looking like on Cuckoo? He's 100 or so away from the relic.
Yeah.
And they're going to get this tier 2 by looks down bottom.
So LFY's trying to punish as much as they can because they're like, oh, Alchemist is just farming this whole time. We have to make as much happen with these R4v4. But at the same time, TNC's getting some very favorable trades coming out here. Now they have a lot of access points into the enemy jungle. They put some very nice aggressive wards down too. So they're able to watch wherever Monet is farming. Monet actually able to start cleaning up an ancient stack, which is going to really start accelerating him.
Yeah, there's only a few hundred now behind Raven. TNC's carry, so that laning stage starting to its effects at least being reverted, but definitely overall the fact that Cuckoo and his Alchemist exactly where he would hope to be at this stage.
Yeah, 1437 is playing the Jakiro as he normally does. He just throws down his Macro Pyre on a wave, just pushes it out as much as possible, meets up with his team, throws some Liquid Fire. Doesn't really care if he gets killed in a lot of those situations, because he's doing his job. He's just making sure the lanes are forced out, and it's really hard for LFY to do those invasions. They talked about it on the panel that LFY has a good team to actually be able to invade, but not when these kind of situations happen. And Radiant is going to be online in 150 gold, so he pretty much has it. So I'd like to see TNC definitely smoke up as soon as that Radiance gets online, so to just make plays around the Alchemist, because it's pretty hard to bring him down at this point.
And I guess that's the thing as well. Once this Alchemist gets his Radiance Manta Octarine, and there's not too many great ways for LFY to deal with sort of that Radiance illusion push, is it?
Not really, no. They need their Terrorblade to be big to deal with that. Or the Nature's Prophet, of course, who is farming very well.
Down bottom, got the Ruin Super, but he will be able to jump out, of course. Same time, Cuckoo being back up by 1437. There is the Radiance now completed. Top lane, Monet out into the trees, TPing himself away. Mid lane, Arfu making a bit of a go here onto Cuckoo. And it's
got this
low.
Rage.
Armlet's still there though, and of course with Armlet toppling at his capability, no chance that Arfu can dive this alone. Definitely 15 minutes in. TNC turning up here on the main stage against LFY, this absolutely terrifying team in the group stages.
They've got Blink now on Sanking. Hood already picked up on the Razor. They're looking at LFY's lineup and they're like, yeah, they're majority magic damage until the Terrorblade and Nature's Prophet get a couple items. That's good itemization by Raven.
Oh, look at the D ward here, TNC. Blocking their camps from LFY's warding, and LFY, though they know that 1437 was there with the D-Wall from the low ground, will find him in the tree line. Bring down the Jakiro.
It's bound to happen at some point when they're splitting up so much on the map. Like Razor's showing bottom, Sanking's showing top, Alchemist is still jungling. They're not 100% aware that the Alchemist is jungling, but they probably have good reason to believe so. So every time they see someone else, like if they show, that's like one of the big rules of Dota. If you show in all three lanes, one of you is bound to die.
Raven could be, it's okay, he's feeling safe. The static then will be broken straight away, but nonetheless enough to stop LFY chasing him down.
No TP. TP cooldown was still there for Inflame. If the nighttime was still lasting maybe a bit longer, or if they had that TP cooldown with Dark, they maybe could have committed for it, but they wanted to just relax since that was not up just yet. SumaiL continuing that pressure top.
Will cause some TP reactions, but he's straight up with the blink into the trees and nothing there to hold him back.
They're just shoving lanes in constantly. You can see SumaiL has literally just been parked top, Sanking stun into Sandstorm over and over again to force the lane out.
I mean, he's just making so much space across this map. And DDC, chased down by Raven. Monet is there. Will pop the Metamorphosis for this one, but immediately just held back. Arfu's going to try and chase down Raven, see if they can get this Razor kill. But SumaiL is there on the high ground, does have Epi and Blink if he wants to try and turn back into this. Dream Coil's dropped down only onto Raven.
It gets silenced right away.
Nicely done there from Arfu, making sure that there's no return play coming in from SumaiL. They've also managed to sprout Tim's up on the sideline. He does still have the song. Not going to bother popping it by the looks of it, as he accepts his fate. That is the Naga Siren down. Yeah, TP was still on cooldown for the Naga, so even with the song usage, was almost certainly dead anyway. So deciding to save it for potentially another hold here back at the base.
LFY forced him to split in two different ways, so Naga got isolated a bit by the Dazzle who threw Weave on him, and Nature's Prophet just chasing him down right-clicking, while the Night Stalker and everyone else chased through the river. So it's just really good play by LFY, but also TNC maybe slight misplay, just running in different directions and splitting up rather than running as a group. But during all that time, Cuckoo just farming. Gets the Boots of Travel finished up. So he's got ways to be able to join the fight with his teammates.
And fight they will. TNC smoking up. Totally unbeknownst to the side of LFY. No vision down at that area. So TNC do have a chance to make a jump here.
They're really relying on the Alchemist farm, though, at this point. It's 3K lead, and the Alchemist is the one who has the 6K lead over the next hero. So the next three are LFY's.
I mean, they see DDC mid. It's obviously not the biggest kill they want, but it is a kill nonetheless. He'll make sure to waste their time with the Grave. He's going to look to see if he can get the timing with a deny. It was just a little bit too early, though. The Grave was still up. In fact, TNC said, all right, we'll turn this into a Roche attempt. Straight away, they're into the pit. I mean, LFY are probably going to be aware that this is happening.
They've got a pretty decent Roche lineup. They don't really take too much damage because of the Chemical Rage and Liquid Fire, so the Roche doesn't really attack, and they have to sustain through it.
I mean, this is going to work out perfectly if TNC just get away with that. DDC sort of making the call for TNC there. Say, come and take Roche. They said, oh, we will. And LFY, they're not even going to try and challenge it. Free Roche down there for TNC. Aegis into Cuckoo's pocket.
How convenient. Excellent call there by TNC, though, just to make their way in with that stolen damage. And they do have a decent amount of minus armor, like we said. Acid Spray with Riptide puts Roche down quite a lot.
Still Monet on the farm. How's he doing item-wise? He's
on his way toward Manta.
Nearly at the ultimate orb, yeah. Still very much.
The road to recovery is still there.
Yes, as we said, you know, at the start where he was very much behind. In a much better position now. Decent levels as well, level 12.
Gets an Arcane Rune, that helps a lot. More Conjure Images. TNC has some very deep wards to watch wherever that Alchemist, or watch wherever that Terror Blade is farming.
No time to be blocked, Raven. Just a few hundred away from having the Blade Mail on the Razor. Still certainly all the space in the world for Cuckoo's Alchemist.
Yeah, it's just Cuckoo really farming, though. That's the one concern I do have for TNC, that no one else is really able to get on.
They are trying to fight it around the shrine, and they're not going to get away with it. But SumaiL comes in the midst of it all, gets the two-man burrow strike, Graves out in time. DDC, but indeed the Epi chase down coming through, forcing the side of LFY back. DDC has already put the Grave, the Dream Cold Stone will hold them back. Silence onto SumaiL to make sure he can't burrow strike forward.
Nobody died?
That could have got a lot messier for LFY. They're trying to fight around that shrine, but it didn't. They all survived. DDC again with a very nice Grave.
He's been on point with those. I actually cannot believe that nobody died there. TNC had to expend a couple of ultimates there to defend that. Now LFY able to siege a bit toward that tower, but TNC's all in the area. They still have sleep too, and like the panel mentioned, they do have a decent combo with the Jakiro and the Sanctum on top of that sleep.
So if they can do anything off the back of this, they are going to jump forward with the burrow strike onto Monet. Still on the sidelines though, Arfu's still by the shrine, looking to see if he can get behind them for a clutch silence. Cuckoo will have his eyes upon him. He's not going to look for the chase though, Arfu too speedy.
Cuckoo just farmed a massive ancient stack. About to have Manta style already finished up now too. Double the net worth of the next hero. Alchemist.
He's going to try something here with this haste rune. Looks to see if he can get a bit of a cheeky play onto Super. Super jumps back, will jaunt off. Phase shifts there. Dodge the concoction.
He's got to use it now.
Raven. Towards DDC has got SumaiL in the neighborhood. It can get anything done. 14:37 around as well.
The wards of this game have been crazy by TNC. I'm pretty sure every single ward they've placed has been put in the enemy jungle, or watching that one ancient spot, the one on the left side. But other than that, yeah, they've been completely focused on sticking on LFY's side of the map. Other than Cuckoo. Cuckoo's just chilling in the jungle.
And Flame keeping up the split push pressure as well. Shadow Blade complete, so he's going to feel a lot safer doing so now. And definitely something that TNC had to be aware of. But of course, yeah, with the Naga, with the Alchemist, they themselves, very good methods of pushing out the lanes. I mean, you mentioned Jakiro, Sangi, and their whole team as a whole, a lot better at sort of bursting down the waves in comparison to LFY's lineup when it comes to waves pushing it.
Yeah, definitely. They have the nature's problem though, which is he's a little bit of a different creature. They can go everywhere.
Mid lane, quick jump in onto 14:37 with the Veil, of course. Massive amounts of magical damage from LFY.
They did see a couple people bottom, or they saw at least one hero bottom with LFY. Now they're starting to pinch. They're looking for a couple kills. They ported. There's actually no reveal on the side of TNC except for that one sentry ward they have in the middle of the jungle.
And in fact, LFY maybe wanting to try and fight this. Arfu comes in immediately with the silence onto SumaiL. Holt from a Raven comes through. They'll start to force back here onto Inflame. They have the root as well. He goes for the TP out. Graves there to make sure he's safe. But no, the burrow strike comes in from SumaiL. He's going to be left behind. Inflame's down. They do lose SumaiL in return. The TNC seeing what they get. So more Cuckoo comes in with the bots with the pre-prepared concoction, and that will set up for a second there for TNC.
Nice response. The beauty of having boots of travel on Alchemist at an early time, you can always join the fights and outnumber. LFY probably thought that they could outnumber them there, but unable to. And now they go high ground.
They are going
Still
up.
got the Aegis.
They've got the Manta, the Radiance, and as you say, the Aegis on this Alchemist. Cuckoo feeling ready to frontline. They are without SumaiL, but LFY themselves, no DDC, no Inflame. Getting very close to bringing down this tier 3. The fortification comes out from LFY. They do have... No, they don't quite have Dream Coil yet. How long until we're seeing that one up?
2 seconds.
2 seconds,
Yeah.
so they've got it now. Now TNC realize they start to back off. They're a little scared of this. There's
The song, though.
The 3, indeed, the song coming through, buying time for Cuckoo at least to TP out. Tim's TPing out as well. 14:37. Looks like he will be the one to be left behind. Raven tries
They get Raven
but
as
he's not
well.
going to make it. Wasn't quite quick enough with it. Now with the Void Stone coming out from Arfu, Raven, he will be taken down. So LFY able to punish TNC off the back of that push down bottom, taking 2, and TNC, as you know, they did get a lot of damage to the tier 3 tower, but they didn't quite finish it off.
Could be worse though. If they weren't able to get the song off at that time, if he got silenced somehow, it could have been 4 or 5 heroes dropping. So losing 2, not the greatest, but can definitely be more costly. And they got, yeah, like you said, majority of that tower brought down. Aggressive TPing in, they're looking for Tims as well.
Coming in, Arfu with the setup, Sprouts out with the silence. And of course, Song still cooldown, no chance for Tims. LFY quick with the plays, knowing that there's already a couple of heroes off the map. Straight down the bottom lane, Monet with the last of his Metamorphosis, putting pressure onto this tier 1. They've got the full 5 mana around it for LFY. This is a very, very risky tower for TNC to try and hold, and indeed they won't even give it the time of day. They'll let it go. As LFY playing the tower.
We mentioned how much these two guys do. Inflame and Afu on LFY are having incredibly good games. 5 and 2 and 11. He's involved in all 16 kills on Afu. That's absolutely incredible. And 4 and 1 and 5, of course, of Inflame. Very impressive for what he's been doing, but still Afu is absolutely everywhere, involved in everything that they've done so far.
Cuckoo's deep though. He's in LFY territory. Afu, he's actually gonna kind of let him go there. Did spot him out. Now he'll go in on him with Monet, and they were no, Afu's not bothering to throw anything down on him. I guess he knows there's the Manta there, and so it just feels like he can't do anything about that Alchemist. Just have to sort of let Cuckoo be and get on with his life.
That's just the fear factor of the Alchemist. They need the puck pretty much, because he's their only real lockdown. As the panel kind of talked about, their chase is good because they have the Night Stalker, but their actual way of like keeping the fights near them is just the puck. They don't have any other stuns besides puck. We will be getting that Octarine at a good timing, 25 or 26 minute mark. Like we said, double the network for the next ones. But other than that, it's still, you take a look, and it's only a 2K lead for TNC, and it's actually a 1,000 experience lead going the way of LFY.
It's, yeah, as you say, you know, just looking at the 3 cores from LFY, across the board in comparison to Raven and SumaiL, LFY are breaking ahead. This Midas on Inflame, certainly working out. And as you said, you know, the amount of split push he's been putting on, farming these waves, keeping them pushed out.
And the really impressive thing too is that Monet, he's 0 and 0. Has not died yet, even though he got aggro tri-lane, has been doing a great job of just recovering. His team is making all the space in the world for him to do that, which he desperately needs. He's now got Manta style though, so he's a lot more threatening.
I'm going to see a smoke on smoke coming through from both sides. TNC coming down the river, and LFY entering from the bottom.
It looks like here.
They are going to look to jump onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo get the Chemical Rage out. They'll drop the Dream Core. Nature Wrap as well. Has the man stalled at the back of the TNC coming in. SumaiL looking for the epicenter. There he gets it. Comes in. Only catches the Night Stalker.
They're sleeping though.
And in fact, yeah, the sleep epicenter. They sort of said we can't fight. We've got to get out. But now, LFY, they are going to certainly chase this down. They look towards Tims, jumping forward with the silence. SumaiL still down the high ground. They have got the concoction built up by Cuckoo. Tries to throw it out, but super easy phase shift there for the puck. Will be fine. LFY continuing to chase up the high ground. Ice Path holds back the Night Stalker. Raven with the ultimate still and the Blade Mail, returning a lot of damage. Super still trying to jump back in with the silence. Looking for SumaiL. Can he quite find it? No, SumaiL still alive. Inflame's going to TP onto the side. Looking for him, but the Sandstorm's there. SumaiL keeps himself alive. Not only the Jakiro to have died yet, but TNC, they're falling very low. SumaiL again with the burst. Trying to break the distance, but Super jumps forward. Will finish off SumaiL. Tims holding down the puck underneath the range of the tower.
The buyback,
but still,
though.
Super too tanky. Has the phase shift. Sandstorm's there, but he's going to be used up. Can he get himself out of this one? No, the Blink's not going to be there in time. Will phase shift dodge the Burrow Strike? Can he really play himself out? Hacked off the Blink. There's illusions upon him. Sandstorm as well, trying to hold this man back. Tims looking to try and get the net out. Cuckoo's there with the cutoff, and he cannot escape that. Super finally goes down as TNC will take the puck.
What a crazy fight. They actually forced SumaiL to buy back there, but the whole time that they have Metamorphosis, they just want to go, go, go. They don't want to not fight. As soon as meta wears off, that's when we instantly start to retreat.
Absolutely, and it's instantly when TNC say, let's get down this middle lane. No Metamorphosis. Puck's down for 30 seconds. They want to try and abuse this opening as much as they can. Into the tier 2 they go. Can they break the high ground though? We saw them try it down on the bottom lane.
I think they're going to go down bottom, it looks like. I see the line drawn by 1437. They have a creep wave coming in mid, so they're actually able to go for that tower. There's still Glyph up, and now they're all aggressively weaving. Armor is starting to take it down.
This could be risky. 12 seconds till Puck's back. Fortifications dead. TNC have to be very careful about how they go about this bottom lane push.
Courier snipe coming out. Easy for Inflame.
And yeah, TNC, they back off from that bottom lane. As soon as the Puck's back up, they realize they cannot afford to overstay their welcome like the last time they did. And
they get a nice deep ward in the base though, and I don't think LFY is gonna know that that's there. Usually you expect it when someone commits more to a push, but in that one, that's just a really sneaky ward coming out from 1437.
Lane 1437 out alone again. We'll try for the TP out, but the damage is more than enough from LFY.
I like this by Super too. This didn't use it in this situation, but now he has the boot to travel finished up on the puck. So he can always TP to inflame Treants and always get involved in all the fights.
They're going to look for Roshan as well. With one man down, they know that they've got the numbers advantage for 22nd, and LFY...
Solo press too, yeah, they should be able to bring it down at a decent pace. This is the important one too. This is the Aegis and the Cheese. Song is available, Epi is available as well, but without that Jakiro...
This is going to be such a terrifying push as well. You know, Monet has Metamorphosis back up and available. That with Aegis and Cheese, they have a very strong possibility of being able to break the high ground of TNC, and TNC, indeed, they are nowhere near this. They'll start sending some Naga illusions out, but it's going to scout it out too late as LFY do get themselves Roshan, Aegis, and Cheese.
TNC probably doesn't want to take straight up fights now versus that. Trying to split push. They've got the means to do so, though, with the Alchemist, of course. And Kuku's about to have Shivas, which is a huge pickup. That one item actually makes Alchemist insane. Just the amount of increases your tankiness is massive because that armor and as well as the slow and attack speed slow can be quite crucial on Monet.
They pretty much have to focus everyone on that out to have a chance of killing him.
Or somehow get like a silence off before he's able to, like after the mantle now comes off, so he can't get the chemical rage, but it's still super hard to bring him down. They have to isolate him or get a heavy weave ticking down from Monet to ice to just find a place.
Bottom lane again. Yeah, anyone that comes down here will be hunted down. Arfu closes the gap, has the crippling fit, trying to go for the TP straight out in the sideline.
Oh, coil though.
Yeah, coils down. And that will be another pickup for LFY down in this bottom lane. I mean, both Arfu and Inflame just so scary to push out in a game where these two are playing this Night Stalker Nature's Prophet. Is time and time again, they are catching out these solo lane pushes.
And for the first time in the entire game in 30 minutes, it was a 100 gold lead for LFY, but now it's gone back for TNC.
Cuckoo back on with the farm train. As soon as that Shivas is done, he's up to 2k on top of it. Arfu eyes towards the mid lane. Down bottom as well, 1437.
They're starting to get a lot of their itemization coming out though. Monet has completely recovered as we see that 13,000 net worth. But now with the Mantis style, which is the super core arm, but Hurricane Pike, now he has that tool to actually push himself away from that Razor to not have to worry so much about that static link.
Well,
Raven.
Look at this, talking about the Razor. He's been spotted down the tree line. He needs some backup. A super jumps in. Beautiful silence on the back lines. Make sure that there's no response immediately. The stun does still come out from Cuckoo, but TNC keeping their distance, not wanting to take the fight against LFY whilst they do not have good vision around that area. LFY will back off. TNC do hold this tier 2 for the time being in the middle lane. But again, I mean, you talked about it in the draft. These puck silences have the potential to be so clutch in these team fights. Every time the super's in position, it's pretty much impossible for TNC's backliners to react as quick as the rest of the team need them to do so. Arfu on the side. Gets spotted out and will immediately go for the TP back to base. Because mid lane, TNC,
they really want it.
They're immediately coming down this. Again,
Glyph is still cooldown for 1 more minute, so they want to try to force something.
It's every time that Metamorphosis has been used.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time that they know that's not there, TNC know that they have this nice little advantage.
They have to. Like, they are actually starting to be in a point where it's just the Alchemist who actually does much in the fights. Everybody else is, I mean, Razor's 11k net worth. Sanking has dropped down to all the way 7,000 net worth. So not really having the impact that you want from here for Sanking. But that's, you know, the nature of their draft. It's the Alchemist versus the world. And LFY is slowly but surely getting means to be able to deal with it.
TNC, though, still playing it safe. Take the tier 3. Don't stick around for more. Back off. Clean up the shrines. And there definitely is still some sort of solace and safety knowing how farmed Cuckoo is. You constantly got this Alchemist, which is getting to the point where he's sort of borderline unkillable.
And he can give Ags to every single one of their heroes,
Absolutely,
which will be super helpful.
Who's getting it first?
Probably, I would say probably the Raven, just because of he's underfarmed. Sanking is probably like one of the best ones because of the stun, how massive the range is for him to catch and everything. But I think just because Raven's farm has completely stagnated, you have to give him a way to accelerate.
We'll see if that is next on the shopping list, as it certainly is getting close to the point where Cuckoo can look to buff up his teammates. Has 5,000 gold in the bank at the moment.
Like all the eggs are pretty cool. Like the Jakiro is probably the most underwhelming. It's great for high ground defense.
What about the Naga Ags, Fogged? How many times have we seen that?
I think I've seen it, what, twice in competitive Dota or something? Maybe less. It's very rare. I mean, I know it's been picked up, but you don't see it often at all.
I think, what, full duration ends up healing like 56% of everyone's HP or something? It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
70.
70%. Okay. I mean, yeah, that can absolutely turn a fight if they get the clutch moment to use it.
Especially with an Alchemist, right? You full heal him, and then he pops Chemical Rage again, and then you're like, uh-oh.
But for the time being, Cuckoo, focusing on the necessities for the team, does pick up the gem for the side.
Super finished up the Aghanims. That's also the thing, is we were talking about the Alchemist being able to pull Ags, but Puck, when he gets level 20, 25, can pull the Moon Shards, and that 420 GPM starts to become pretty absurd for himself. But he actually chooses the -3 seconds on Waning Rift. Okay. We see a lot of players go for the Spell Lamp because you get level 25, you get your Dagon fast, and eventually you'll be able to burst people down like that. But the Waning Rift, like we said, it's been super relevant in this game and can prove to do so.
I mean, what's the kind of the timings then? What, on a 10-second cooldown?
It's like the same cooldown as your Orb.
Yeah.
Like that's the, you know, you Orb in, you're able to get silence off pretty much every single time because they're, you know, 11 on the Orb and 10 on that. Scotty next on the menu for Monet. Now level 18 for that low cooldown Sunder.
And I think definitely to kind of harp on what you've been mentioning, the thing to know about this game is the fact that LFY are only 1,000 behind when TNC have an Alchemist with 31k net worth at 35 minutes. It just goes to show how kind of well-rounded and farmed up the remaining members of LFY are in comparison to that of TNC. The rest of TNC, other than this out, are really, really falling behind.
Yeah. They're having to kind of run around because they're afraid of the pickoffs. That's what was happening in the mid game, like 10 minutes ago or so. People were showing bottom. They kept getting killed over and over again. So they're at a point where they're like, okay, we kind of have to stick together because this Nature's Prophet and Night Stalker are putting too much pressure on us, and it's causing them to get very underfarmed. It's just Cuckoo. Now it's up to 6,500 gold.
I mean, he's got enough to pick up a Scepter and have the buyback.
See what he wants to do. If he wants to maybe finish up the armlet for himself and buy like an AC instead of getting the Aghanims for teammates
swap out Sleep for that.
Could be a possibility.
It's the Halberd now on Raven, so a bit of an answer to the main man Monet when TB turns up to the fight.
Hey, he's picked up a couple items. The Hurricane Pike, Halberd, and Blade Mail, and Hood.
Now that there's a Bloodthorn though on Inflame, definitely that sort of the same thing applies as you said earlier. If they can get that silence onto the outpost Manta style, then they've got the potential to even bring him down. It's a lot of damage if they have that on him, and the whole team focusing.
3 different ways to silence him, and also now to break that evasion, of course, with the Bloodthorn. His teammates can hit through it at least, unless it gets manted off. So both teams do have that gem picked up, so the Vision game will be slowed down on both sides, but LFY should be able to win it because, you know, they have Night Stalker.
Looks like Cuckoo is just going to continue to buy items for himself, as you said.
So he's going to go
swap out the armlet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So instead of going for an extra armor item, he wants to be able to do more damage and better ways to push out the lanes, because they're starting to struggle to deal with this Nature's Prophet split push.
Here we go, armlet gone. On here and the recipe picked up. Just needs to get that Hyperstone from the side shop. Then we can definitely expect.
Mjolnir is super useful though. With the Mjolnir, with the Shivas, with Octarine, you throw that on yourself, you just kind of run into the fights. It's also great versus the Tower Blade Illusions, of course, so he can get a good amount of healing and able to actually clear versus it. And yeah, Scotty now finished up for Monet. That recovery.
Yeah, he's played it perfectly, Monet.
Top 3 now. 1-0-7.
A lot of that down to, of course, DDC's play as well. Many times that we saw Monet living on the edge, but DDC came in with the clutch saves.
Bro should be spawning, or spawning relatively soon.
TNC with this movement. They're looking for some action. Hunting down Arfu, they will manage to find the connection with the Burrow Strike. Ice Path and Concoction. Finally, after a bit of a slumber in the game, TNC break it by finding Arfu out and alone. Super's there though, cutting the wave, so nothing more that TNC can do with their presence down on this bottom.
TNC made a play around their only ward vision that they did have, the one that's half duration in the enemy jungle. They just tried to make something. They definitely feel, you know, that map is starting to close on them a bit with LFY all farming all over the place. They only have the Alpha. Keep mentioning over and over again who is farming.
Super looking for the Lincoln Sphere next. Once that is on, he is going to be feeling incredibly free in these team fights. Top lane, Kuku's being eyed up. LFY with 4 in the neighborhood. They're ready to try and make a play here onto the Alchemist. Kuku, is he going to get himself out? Already has used the Manta, so now there's the chance for Inflame to go in with that silence.
Oh, they might think that's the real one. He moved it away.
Indeed. Oh, the bait is perfect. Kuku, he's out mind game them. Now goes for the TP. Super.
They've got a Yules.
And will manage to hold him back, cancelling the teleport. But Super, he can try and fight. He needs backup from his team. His team are on the way, but it's actually Arfu keeping TNC away from getting there in time. Kuku has one more use of the Man Star, will bring down DDC, but that's Kuku down.
That's a massive kill.
Arfu seeing if they can maybe set up the ball. Look at this trap here. Tims is just surrounded. No escape from there as the illusions from the Terrorblade and the Treants.
Did anyone pick up the gem that the Jakiro, I think, had, or that somebody? I see it. Oh, no, it's up there. They're pinging it. They know, though.
Still at the top.
That's the Dazzle had it. He was pinging it. Yeah. DDC's like, wait a minute. They didn't take it. So they send the courier up there.
But really nice engagement. Even though it wasn't the smoothest of entries, we saw them go on the illusion. But then Arfu, as I say, we kind of saw it at the bottom there. He sort of held back TNC. TNC were trying to make their way up to help Kuku. But Arfu was kind of like, hey, come and look at me, guys. And indeed, that sort of slowdown has enabled LFY to now be in this position to break the high ground with the last few seconds of Metamorphosis. It is now gone. Super jumping in, 2-man silence, get the Dream Coil onto the Sanking. There's the sleep from Tims.
They're all lined up for the Ice Path.
Very lined up here. 14:37, he lays down the Ice Path. Doesn't connect onto Inflame, but the combo comes in. They're falling like this. The epicenter from Savage takes down 2. Super trying to jump his way out, but Raven's there with the ultimate. Tims as well, looking to chase down again. No, the Ice Path won't connect. Blitz out, but the root's through. Tims closes the gap. TNC hold. Perfect Sonnet from Tims to set everything up. And that push ground to an absolute halt.
You couldn't ask for a better situation to happen right there. Literally all 4 of them in a perfect line for the Ice Path for the Sanking follow-up. Great defense there from TNC. It only required the Naga to buy back there. I was worried. I was like, I think they might have to buy back the Alchemist, but yeah, perfect.
Let's see it again.
Look at this lineup.
I mean, as you say, yeah, Tims having the fortitude to buy back.
Look at that.
I mean, 40, he could have got all 4, did only get 3 of them.
Oh, it's still pretty.
Nah, he goes for the 3 big ones. Make sure that he gets both Super and Monet in there. And indeed, SumaiL, no hesitation as he follows through with the combo.
And now Roche respawns right afterwards, so TNC makes their way in there. Gonna pick up an easy Aegis cheese. And now the Aghanim Scepters will be coming out. Did he actually try one yet? He's got 4,000.
He's ready to go. There we have it. The push is down. TNC.
They're trying to make him move right away. They still have 20 seconds until the puck respawns. They're trying to get a pick off to keep LFY 1-man down. So next big item pickups for TNC will be the Lotus Orbs to deal with the Sunder whenever Monet is able to get that off. And we already see SumaiL grab one up. I think Tim's had one in his quick buy as well. He does. And I think I saw Jakiro as well with him, but no, okay, he took whatever item he had as quick buy out. The Lotus Orbs, of course, super useful versus Sunder to reflect that, negate the heal.
So if they get anything with a smoke, looks like it is just a smoke and back off.
Yeah, now everybody's up. They wanted to try to take advantage of when somebody was dead.
Kuku with his Arcane Rune at this stage, going to put an extra bit of a speed boost to his farming potential.
Yep.
As he still sits comfortably, of course, at the top. Inflame, though, very much, he is getting a lot on this nature crop. He's halfway through level 24, nearly at the 25. Very close to having a full-out Miona himself as well.
His damage is still very high. Never can sleep on Nature's Prophet.
Super.
TNC starting to move in.
Yeah, they are looking towards Super here on this top lane. The upgraded bots allowing Kuku to come in on top of 1437. Super's in the tree line. We'll see if they can find him. Shivas won't quite catch him in the area. And he is out in the trees. They do not have any sort of cancel or vision to hold him back. But on the side of it all, SumaiL does get the stun onto Inflame.
Wants to BKB TP, but Tim's is starting to make it closer. He's able to get the net off in time.
It's going to be close.
So. It's going to be close, but
yeah, not quite there. So Inflame will keep himself alive.
Second BKB usage.
And this is definitely turning out to be quite the game that we hoped it to be. Both sides really giving it their all here on the main stage. 23-15, 5K lead for TNC. But definitely a game that could still swing both ways around, as we can see there. You know, one fight and a sharp drop off for one of the sides.
Yeah. Aghanim is almost finished up. He starts bringing it out to pick up the point booster. Giving it to Raven also doesn't just make it so that he's more farming, of course, which he's started to catch up heavily because of the fights, but then they actually have better siege to kill towers with that Aghanim's upgrade. Which is really just the Alchemist who can start hitting towers at this moment.
Ooh, that illusion nearly took down that Aghanim's delivery there. They will still get it over safely. And Cuckoo, where's it going?
It actually goes to Tim's.
It goes to Tim's. I mean, he did pull off a brilliant sleep play. I think you have to reward that. And as you know, as we're saying, the heal, it is incredibly substantial.
And it's Tim's.
It's Tim's. If you're going to trust anyone to get the sleep off at the clutch moment to give you that 70% health regen, I mean, it's just essentially, it's a second life for your whole team if it's timed right. And yep. Tim's certainly playing at the top of his game here in this first game of the series. We can expect some big plays to happen with that. And definitely, you know, this is something as well that Tim's, he can make his name even bigger with this.
Lane.
We don't see a lot of Aghanims. Nagasaran plays bottom lane though indeed. 14-37 jump upon does manage to
get the cheese
out. And now look at the turnaround. Super will use up to dodge the concoction, but they still find the connection. It has the phase shift. Will be able to blink out of this, and indeed down to the bottom. Can they actually catch him out? He's in the trees with the orb. He's fine, just a little too slippery. Still very hard to catch this puck, no doubt about it.
Cheese forced, reactions forced as well. Now they go back to the other side of the map, pushing the lanes.
It's going to be a little harder to do as well for LFY for Super if they see 14-37 out on his own, because he now does have a Yule Scepter himself.
Now they've got level 25 Nature's Prophet. Oh, he actually misclicks his BKB.
Oh.
Just testing to see if it works,
We didn't see that on the mainstream fault.
He's just testing it. That's the way it works.
So we can do mid.
Monet.
Raven, finding Monet here. Cuckoo's going to charge up the concoction. He'll throw it out. PKP comes out straight away. Monet, no messing around. Knows that he has to save himself. Can't leave open any opportunity for him to be caught out like that.
Doesn't even risk trying to go for the Manta dodge, just all out goes for the BKB. So 45 minutes in, we've got double catapult waves coming in, we've got double runes of course too. So start playing a favor.
This bottom lane, Tim's bringing in Cuckoo. They are going to try and set up with the sleep. They've managed to find him. Do they have the connection? The concoction's going to come out earlier, but now with the back of the SumaiL, Super's actually trying to TP in to save this. The silence and Grief comes through, but Inflame just melts, disappears immediately. Super down deep in the trees, will be fine. But this is 90 seconds where they don't have to worry about that Inflame Nature's Prophet being out on the map. TNC can definitely give it a good shot, trying to force out that buyback. Mid lane though, 1437 being gone upon, has the self-fuels, but with 3 heroes surrounding him, very little chance of him getting home alive, as 1437 will be gone.
Yeah, he's
but straight away, it's, you know, TNC down bottom, they're fine with this attention being drawn towards mid.
Aegis gets reclaimed.
What can they do to stop this? Metamorphosis is popped. Starting to beat into Cuckoo.
They're getting pincered on though here in the back.
Oh, they are. This wraparound coming through. TPL straight away. No, he cancels it. Wants to try and fight this Cuckoo and help his teammates. They get the silence out to the Night Stalker. Super bringing them away. Has a haste rune as well. Monet forcing himself forward, trying to close the gap.
They really want to catch something here with this Metamorphosis.
Oh, that dodge of the concoction. Very nice. Super is not going to jump forward though.
They're unable to get anything. So Meta now will be down for the next engagement.
Yeah, TNC.
They're already resetting. They're trying to get in there while that Meta goes down.
Yeah, this is the perfect time. With those last few seconds of Metamorphosis, if they can get that jump. And Cuckoo's being spotted out again by the illusions being spread out from Monet.
Alpine knows.
Double harm shall I deal.
How much can TNC do with that Metamorphosis down? They are still without 1437. Only 10 seconds until Inflame is back as well.
They really want to be able to kill Tims in these fights, but with the Guardian Greaves and how innately tanky Naga is, it's really hard to just remove all the silences and always able to get that sleep off, so it's super threatening.
We've got the next Aghanims coming out as well from Cuckoo. This one, it is going to go the way Who's giving it to? It's just got the way of Raven, as you expected, yeah.
Those are the two more important ones. I mean, Sandkings is also super important, but letting Raven get that surge of gold is important. He's still not he's not where he ideally really would want to be as a
Super. Don't really have any sort of instant lockdown though, so Super is fine. We'll jump back up.
Inflame is not there. Inflame is now pushing in top and pushing in middle.
Yeah, really nice use of these Terrorblade illusions to keep all lanes pushed out away from LFY's base. TNC, they really need to, they've got to back up, they've got to try and push one of their waves up with and protect it against this illusion spam from LFY that's coming out from Monet to make sure that they have a chance of actually doing damage to the barracks of LFY.
Cuckoo has enough for that. Aghanim's almost with Ags and buyback for that final one. Then he can start giving moon shards, eating moon shards himself.
I mean, don't forget the Jakira Ags as well.
Yeah.
That does a hefty bit in the fights.
It's more about high ground defense for that one at least, but yeah,
sure,
it could be.
It's the last on the list.
Yeah, it could be massive.
MKB now out for Monet, so he is really going to be packing a punch. It's getting to the point where it may even be impossible for TNC to think about taking a fight when he has Metamorphosis up. He definitely has the potential to kill the Alchemist.
And almost level 25, so he gets that extra stats that push him forward, unless he chooses for the Sunder cooldown.
Let's see what we've got here. TNC, again, ready to push forward. Raven trying to build up his damage from the illusion. TPing from Inflame, will have the Sprout. Still teasing around, no one yet to commit anything heavy.
God, Reflection is such a strong spell. Every time they walk up with the Alchemist, the Reflection starts to do a crazy amount of damage.
Straight out, look with the Blood Form. Cuckoo has to Manta and get himself forced out immediately. Dream Core's drop down, only connects onto Raven. There's the song though. Tims making sure that the side is safe.
They have to retreat.
They will. I mean, again, it's the same thing. Metamorphosis is out. TNC say, all right, we'll back off. We'll try and use next thing, but of course, LFY, they really want to fight with this. They come through with Flame, pops the BKB, but he's netted up, held back, silences out, onto the
Cuckoo stuns himself.
Guardian who grieves himself out, force forward, trying to get Cuckoo out of there, super jumping in, Cuckoo's still alive for the time being, Arfu trying to chase him down, they've got the Reflection, it's not quite enough to kill Cuckoo, he will survive. Grave comes out from DDC to try and save Arfu, but he ticks out to the fire from 1437. So all in all, LFY that wants to lose one of these, and now TNC is ready to go back in. They know that the Metamorphosis is falling down. They get the Burrow Strike connection. Super will jump in with the silence.
There's no buyback.
There's the Grave, looking for the Sunder with the Lotus Orb. He doesn't get the Sunder. The Lotus play is there. TNC, they break down the Terrorblade. What a clutch Lotus Orb. And TNC, they're not done yet. They've got the vision on DDC in the trees. They'll take down the Dazzle as well. And now they're ready to go to the high ground. Buyback from DDC, Arfu.
It's backdoor though. Already LFY is addressing the issue that there's no buyback on Terrorblade.
But look at the damage with the ults as well. The Aghanim's ultimate from Raven. They'll clean up this bottom lane of Rax. Maybe even more. They're looking towards mid. Inflame heavy with the split push pressure right down the middle lane. They don't have the creeps. They now don't have the ultimate anymore from Raven, but still, they're slowly but surely doing it down this middle lane. Inflame, he's committing to that middle, wants to try and find something in return. He's onto the tier 3. No, there's the jump forward. The Dream Core goes through, cancelling Savage's TP out. There's no way for Sam to get back. He's going to be going back in the coffin. He's out for 80 seconds. Super trying to play with the rest of them, allowing Inflame to get the job done down the middle lane.
He's still going.
SumaiL
on that Rex too.
They've got SumaiL and 1437 back at base, looking to hold. Inflame pops the BKB, looking for the TP out. They don't have enough damage to go through it, so he
they
gets
gotta kill the
away with
catapults. They gotta kill the catapults.
SumaiL is falling low, but as we saw, they've got to be aware of this split push still mid lane, playing around with Cuckoo. They won't go in for the kill though. The backup's not quite there. So at the end of the day, the job is certainly done by TNC. They get the full bottom lane of Rax. Mid lane is held onto though, and Inflame doing everything he can to slow down TNC.
Super clutch plays coming out from everybody on TNC. That Lotus Orb, like you said, reflecting that Sunder, turning the fight around completely.
Everyone absolutely playing to their best ability here. This is quite the show between these two sides. There's another Aghanims.
The final eggs. And, oh, you know, just another casual 6,000 gold, of course.
You have done.
There we go. Into SumaiL's pocket. Slowly press now as well for Tims. Speed up that Roche potential if they want to go for it. Still very hard for TNC to really walk straight into the pit and try and take it. Mid lane, jump forward with the silence. See if they can try and get a wraparound already. Arfu towards the left, but he's actually going to get caught out by that Axe strike. SumaiL with the range, but the ice path's not quite there. Get himself over the tree line. TNC, they don't really want to go up to the high ground here. Bit of an awkward place for them to fight in. So they're back off. The weave's on them as well.
Yeah, 4-man weave.
Him again, keeping this pressure on top lane and being shoved in. I mean, this is crazy, really. We've seen how much of a free game Cuckoo has. We're 52 minutes in. Inflame's only 7,000 behind him. That just goes to show how farmed this Nature's Prophet is.
He's got 520 CS, so 10 CS a minute on that Nature's Prophet. Has to address the issues of the split push, always. Yeah, always has to be pushing those lanes out. Nightstalker actually now has the, Apu has the Aghanim Scepter finished up, so they can actually take the fights easier, because now they have the vision advantage in them. And I think Super also, I believe, hit level 25 for that GM talent. Yeah, so full Hex now finished up and buyback. The Hex can be super significant to isolate that Alchemist, because that last fight was super close to him dropping down, but they could turn it around. It's just the 4-staff defensive play from TMC was incredibly well done.
He's going to find Arfu on the side of it all. Will flap himself away, trying to escape. The concoction connects, Burrow Strike as well. Grave from DDC comes out. Can they do anything in return? Money trying to go for
Tims is trying to sleep again. Hex.
Managed to hex him up. He can't quite get the sleep off. He's taken down. TFT have lost 2. Super jumping in. Cuckoo's armor falling low because of the wind. Monet coming forward. Inflame keeping his cross. They found 3. They're looking for Raven. He's up in the air, but they surround the Razor. Raven down as well. LFY making the hold here in their own jungle. And now Raven and Tims without buyback. Inflame already in position in the middle lane, trying to push down. 1437 buys back in. They do have the Alchemist, so still good amounts of deep push.
Super's Hex, so clutch in that fight right there. Not allowing Tims to get the sleep off, and then the MKB weaves just started kicking in. Now they're going into the Roche pit. Meta is still active for about 10 more seconds or 15 more seconds, and they should both bring this Roche down. But yeah, he gets the Hex, and within 15 to 20 seconds makes almost a game-winning play out of it. Absolutely. That swing is almost 10,000 gold now going for LFY.
And we saw that as well. I believe that the Lotus Orb was already on the target, but he just goes for it anyway. He says it's all right if I self-X. We need to get that target locked down.
That's the thing. They do only have that one Lotus Orb. They don't have several ones. That's what we were addressing a little bit. Several Lotus Orbs is the way to go versus Terrorblades especially. And now that there's a Hex, we're probably going to see them address that issue by picking up more of those. But here we see the Hex comes out as the Lotus Orb comes out.
Oh, and actually,
he has a Lincoln.
He has the Lincoln, so he doesn't care about the Lotus. Indeed, the Lincoln's still blocking that return. So indeed, perfect build from Super. I mean, if they had got that song off, it would have been an incredibly different story there.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
How many buybacks was that? That was 2. So we have the Alchemist buyback and the Jakiro buyback there. Now they're scared. Now this is where TNC is in a position where they don't... It's just that Super... Like, if Alchemist dies, they just lose the game.
Yeah.
So you actually buy a full BKB here just in case to be defensive, and they can't really leave their base now, which gives LFY a huge opportunity to farm the whole map, which they're not really needing too much anymore. They're all kind of hitting their critical mass point. But is that double runes that we were mentioning? That could be the crucial thing they need. Maybe they find a clutch double damage as its bottom, or an arcane rune, something along those lines that can help them for those type of fights. And we actually did see Monet went for the Sunder cooldown. Okay. I'm a big fan of, because it's that 10-second cooldown can be so absurd in those fights, especially when you're playing with Dazzle. I think that's one of the
You're always going to have the chance to get that second life off, unless you're getting mass silence down so quickly. With the BKB and the Manta,
like if you get Graved,
there should be the chance.
Yeah, if you get Graved and you get your Sunder off right at the start of the Grave, then you have only 5 seconds where the Grave wears off, where you have a secondary Sunder. So I think that's one of the instances you want to go
TNC
for.
with the smoke up, but Super's there with an Invis. He knows what's going on. Gets the Hex up immediately.
5-man coil!
Oh, the coil onto all 5! Inflame up in the high ground. Tims gets the ultimate off. It's starting to regen them back up. The regen doing work as they're brought back up to full HP. Now the turnaround with the Ice Path. They've got the lockdown on Inflame. No BKB now, but Monet is tag teamed in. The Grave coming out rather early, but it's allowing Monet to go ham. Looks towards Raven. Raven, can he keep himself alive? There's the buyback from Inflame. He's looking to come in for the finisher. They've taken down the second. Inflame, can he find Cuckoo? The sprout from Inflame, forcing him to take the long way round. Buying time for Monet to force himself forward. Cuckoo's still slowed down by the Skadi, but he does get just enough far away. Can they turn back into this? They're looking for Monet. Concoctions out, will connect. Ice Path off the Mac, but now with the ultimate from 1437 is bringing the Terrorblade down low. Not quite enough to finish him off though. LFY Do they really want to go in for this push? Inflame straight up on the top, making sure pressure's kept in on all sides of the map.
Meta's down. They got to reset. Wait for that to come back online. Did he misclick the grave there? Is that what I'd seen? I think
went very early.
He graved Monet, I believe, there instead of the Nature's Prophet, who was dying. So I think that was a slight misclick there coming out from DDC in that last engagement. And it forces Inflame to buy back. So now there's that thing for TNC where if they kill the Nature's Prophet, it can be a very good exit point for them. But
absolutely,
the rest of LFY does have buyback, and he's not as crucial as, let's say, the TNC's Alchemist.
Oh, look at this, though. Smoke up immediately.
Well, this is not going to be expected at all.
LFY, yeah, TNC, they're just hanging outside the base here. This is very scary. Tims does have the song. He needs to use it. Hex comes out. There's the Dream Bot. There's the song. Comes through. Monet puts the BKB. Roots out, but he mantas it off. Back up to full health again. The Axon doing work now. The turn. Ice Path out onto the Terrorblade. DDC is there with the backup available. They'll force Monet back. There's the Grave. Sunder keeps Monet alive. Cuckoo forced back up to the high ground. LFY, and they do still do this. There's the Charm onto Inflame. Held back. TNC still keeping LFY away from the barracks. 10 seconds until SumaiL is back in. So again, despite Monet and DDC's play, it's enough to keep them alive. It's not enough to get the kills on TNC and actually break this mid lane.
They tried to go for a very cute play there that no one would expect. Meta's down, you're expecting Alpha to completely back off. Tried to get a nice kill off of it, but unable to with Tims' positioning over there on the right side. So still, same thing. They need to find a way to isolate Tims, get that Hex on him so he's unable to get those sleeps off.
These sleeps have been absolutely massive from Tims.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect positioning.
Money racking up on Super. Definitely can start to let's get the moonshot out. There's already the moonshot on Monet. Does he give one to Inflame? Not one yet given to Inflame. Could be next on his shopping list. From the puck. Eyes no, it's the refresher. He goes all in. I mean, to be fair, we have seen these big dream coils and waning rifts and the Hex. If he can get this all out twice, yeah, it's going to be incredible. And Super, to be fair, you know, the panel said, and I joked about at the start, seeing him in on the puck, but he has had an incredible game. 10, 4, and 12. And these late game plays and decisions that he has made. He's been getting super clutch silences in the back. And we saw what, 2 or 3, 4-man, 5-man coils, and then the sleep's following up. If the sleep wasn't there, those fights are absolutely one for LFY. And now, yeah, he has double Hex too. So he can choose a little bit better. And if the Lotus Orb does remove the Hex, then he can refresh and go for it again after he uses all of his other equipment and spells, of course. Haste. White. Still very much ready to try and do something. Metamorphosis is back and available.
Many of the heroes approaching their level 25.
This is coming up, but they're raining on the high ground here. There's the jump in. Super gets immediately in with the Hex onto Tims. Removed by the Lotus Orb. Falls back, but he's stunned. He can't get off the song. And the
coil's stunned. I think
can he get the spell up in time? He's trying to see. No, he can't. That's Tims down 80 seconds. They've lost 40-37 as well. TNC down 3. SumaiL coming in with the epic burrow strike. Is it enough to get the kill in return? Looking for Monet. Raven's stolen a lot of damage here, but Monet's dead. Enough. Oh, they get the kill. They're moving us to the mid lane of Rex. Razor will buy back. So will SumaiL.
There's no creeps.
But there's no backup for the rest of the 3 of them. They're trying to fight against this backdoor regen. They should slowly but surely be able to get at least one of the racks.
They're going to put the clip and heal it up.
Are they going to be able to hold this? SumaiL, him in the burrow.
They've got a minute 20 for Alchemist buyback.
And LFY knows they've got to try and get the kills on the side. Inflame does TP in immediately with the Sandstorm. SumaiL gets away. There's your fortification.
And now the glyph is gone. Or now the backdoor protection's gone. The creeps have gone.
And Inflame's back in immediately, looking to finish off this mid lane of Brax. They're looking to potentially go for the game. They get the Hex in time.
They're going tier 4. They're going for the game.
They're going for the finisher. 30 seconds until the Naga's back. Maybe could look for a sleep play to slow things down. But the speed that LFY are moving in means that it may be too long. 20 seconds, no Naga. They're onto the base. LFY looking to close out game 1 here. No way, by the looks of it, the TNC could slow this one down. Despite their best attempts, and indeed, GG is called.
Wow,
LFY
what a game.
Game 1.
Holy crap.
What a start to this series.
What a back and forth game though. Incredible plays coming out from TNC with their coming to their force stabs, to their sleeps, of course, to the setups with the Jakiro Ice Pen, Macro Fire combos, and Senki. Everything going super well for TNC, but LFY coming in clutch at the end. Afu and Inflame carrying super hard in that early to mid game, and then Super coming in clutch with that Hex at the end.
The Hex plays from Super at the end, absolutely incredible. And just, again, this sort of coordination we've expected from LFY as a team. Giving DDC the dazzle, you're going to have troubles. And we saw time and time again those last few sieges as well. DDC enabling Monet, enabling Inflame. And Inflame, such bold plays as well, consistently teeping on the other side of the team, coming in from behind them, and they just didn't expect it.
They found so many pickoffs in the mid-game with that Night Stalker, Nature's Prophet. They played it super good to let Monet get back online. That was incredibly impressive because of such a deficit that they're playing at for the first like 20 minutes pretty much. This Alchemist is just raining chaos all over the place, but able to get some map control coming out, and they take it away.
Yeah, just the right amounts of pressure as well being put on from LFY at the end. You know, getting these openings, making sure the buybacks aren't there for TNC, and coming in with that hard-hitting finishing push. What a game one, ladies and gentlemen. Myself and Fob, we'll see you soon for game 2. But for now, back to Day 9 and the boys to hear what they have to say about that 61-minute spectacle.
Thank you, OD Fog. What a game. At 60 minutes into the game, there was less than a 3K net worth difference between the two teams. It was hard fought, and frankly, the closest game of the tournament thus far.
For sure, and I think it just comes down to what Peter said in the beginning, that their cores from TNC just wasn't good against the TB. They had Alchemist and they had Razor, and none of them is really good, like super late game against TB.
Razor was pretty underwhelming. He worked really well in lane when Terrorblade was mostly fighting in melee form, but as soon as Terrorblade got a couple items, got the Manta online, started, you know, popping off meta in fights and spawning illusions, Razor just really didn't have a place.
I still thought TNC were going to win, though. They had that great execution in the team fights with the sleep.
Super's puck was a hero
questionable
he hasn't played a lot this tournament.
minutes.
It started off slow, but I thought towards the end of the series, or towards the end of that match, he really started to pick it up, and he made some really great plays.
Yeah, the incredible dream coils. I mean, especially in mid, he got just solo killed by an Alchemist.
Yeah, I'm sure he was he was making some aggressive play. You know, we would have been like, oh my God, Super, if he killed the Alchemist. It just, it didn't work out.
And I got to give a huge shout out to Afu on the Night Stalker for again and again and again getting, he had 100% kill participation for the first 16 kills.
4 players are the stars of this tournament.
Yeah.
It's been like that for quite some time now, that the 4 position is so important for a team to actually work.
Yep.
Yeah, the 4 position, most often the position that is roaming around, trying to make plays, not staying in lane. Talking a little bit about the early game, we got Purge here, who specifically, I understand, Sand King was of great interest to you in the early game.
Yeah, Sand King. He wasn't the 4 position, but we have seen a lot of Sand Kings played in the 4 position. The way that they ended up doing their lanes was very smart from TNC. They were clearly the ones that were doing abnormal matchups with the aggro try, as well as the 1v1s in the other lanes. And we really did see a lot of the value. Razor was good against Terrorblade at the laning stage, as well as with their 2 supports. It worked out really nicely. They forced a Grave from Dazzle. So as a whole, it felt like TNC was putting pressure on and allowed the other lanes to actually be 1v1s. But the player I really want to talk about was SamH, because his early rotations here ended up at least trading kills. So even though Alchemist did die in some of these engagements, I thought he was really instrumental towards making sure that they at least stay caught up and that their aggro try is not completely for a full loss. And I was very surprised how much damage he did. And it really comes back to the map. He was in a 1v1 situation against the Nature's Prophet, normally a 4 position, or in a rare case, maybe a solo offlane. So because he had all of these early levels, it really helped him have bigger impacts in these early parts of the game. And this is maybe the most crucial areas at the 8 to 12 minute mark. That's usually when the carries leave their safe lane. He was always staying top and doing so to ensure that his team was able to split push off on the bot lane. If we take a look down here, you can just kind of see they're just always pushing the bot lane out. SamH is dodging the ganks, making sure that he doesn't end up going down. And because of this, and all of these engagements, he's putting himself in danger. He's split pushing a little bit and forcing 4 heroes to spend time trying to kill him. And these clips are all in a period of around 8 minutes to about 12:30. And yeah, he does end up dying at the end here, but the same kind of principle shows. If you, again, look at the tier 2 tower, his team ends up trading a tier 2 tower for his own tier 1, which is really not a bad trade at all. So I really liked what he did between the 8 and 12 minute mark. Really gave his team a lot of space and helped them stay even despite the early pressure.
I mean, it was that sort of pressure that I actually think Naga was able to begin putting pressure on the tier 3 tower at close to 15 minutes into the game. I mean, the number of times that TNC just continued to get close to that tier 3 tower again and again, but amazingly LFY did not even let the bottom racks fall.
I really would have wanted to see they use the Naga more for a team fight and not just to run away, because a lot of the times before the 40-minute mark, he used the sleep to just get away instead of poking them a bit, and then when they group up, sleep, and then as they did in the 40-minute fight, they sleep 4 of them in a line. They put all of the twin spells and everything, and they just kill everyone. But I think they could have done that earlier.
Their fights were very focused on them kiting the Terrorblade out, and whenever that puck coil came out, that was controlled situation where TerraBlade could pump in some damage, and that's when they were using that sleep to counter-initiate. So it would have been nice to see them set up fights and start that way, but I'm not sure if they really had another choice. I don't think they had an opportunity to fight that TerraBlade head-on because they didn't have enough AoE to deal with all the illusions.
For sure. Yeah, especially once TerraBlade got the level 25 talent and was in the position to be able to use Sunder every 10 seconds, especially in that long last siege. We saw TerraBlade constantly gobbling up the fresh Alchemist health to stay alive.
TerraBlade Dazzle is a nice combination. We've seen it, I think we've seen it a couple times this tournament, but that combo's been around ever since TerraBlade got introduced into the game.
And the fights were really long, too. Like, we started to stack up, and the 6th item on Alchemist was Mjolnir instead of AC. It's pretty a common pickup, or atypical pickup, but he needed it. He needed the AoE versus TerraBlade, but then he didn't have enough armor, and he actually just died a lot of the time.
The Dazzle Weave had a huge impact in this game. Dazzle's a hero we've seen a little bit of. OG played it yesterday, but in this like ultra late game scenario, that Weave is king.
Yeah, especially the fact that the Weave was able to pop off so early in the fights that Alchemist, I mean, I was shocked at how much he was getting chunked down.
The fights lasted for a long time, so tons of positive
took
armor.
Took up so much space on the map.
Yeah, tons of negative armor on that Alchemist, making him pretty simple to kill for TerraBlade.
And I gotta say, this is the sort of match that people get hyped about for TI. Of course, LFY still living up to their high win rate at the tournament, but TNC showing that they're a contender as we've currently seen the closest first game yet. Let's go ahead and head on over to Casey and Slacks to get their thought on the series.
Hello!
Hello!
Hello! Let's just do that for 20 minutes and see if it bugs anyone. So we're here with a lot of cool people behind us. Yeah! Hey, what have you guys thought about the International so far?
Awesome! It's amazing!
What did you think of the opening ceremony?
Opening ceremony! Oh, yeah!
You know, we had a lot of fun filming that little sketch that you saw.
Yeah, we did.
Didn't you?
Yeah, but everybody makes mistakes, you know. We had a few missteps. I mean, sometimes you don't say your lines. Sometimes you draw a giant cannon on live TV. Everybody messes up.
Wow, dude.
But the funniest part, though, are sometimes the outtakes. And we have assembled some of our best outtakes and someone else as well. So hope you enjoy.
01, 05, take 1.
Whoa, sorry. That was way too.
You just go just a smidge more with your left. Yeah, just out a little bit.
Oh,
5 minutes to curtain.
Spit it out. How long?
5 minutes to curtain.
Okay, new guy.
Thank you. How about you come and get me a coffee?
Okay, all right. Okay, why don't we just hide these?
Oh, God, please, not Gavin.
Everybody's either going to hate us or...
Sweet Gavin.
What is this?
It's something I've been working on. I'm so sorry I hit her with the freaking headset.
We don't have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we will if you shut up, all right?
All right.
Even my grandfather.
That's too much.
Okay. Even he called me Donkey Boy.
Okay. I can't see.
You're so bony.
Ow! What did I just hit?
Nothing. Those are my nuts. I'm a man.
Get rolled with the fever on the dance floor. Step to the side. You gotta rap my time. My clothes are falling off.
Yeah, mine too.
What's he doing here?
Maybe he could help us. Shut up. It's the shopkeeper.
I know who he is, dumbass.
Damn it, I'm sorry.
It's the shopkeeper.
I can grant you the might to overpower any foe.
Okay, well, I just got hit because he didn't protect me.
Good.
Why don't you shut your mouth
Why don't
when
you
I'm
get
talking
your
to you?
head chopped off, all right?
Can you tell him to stop making a terrible face?
I'm making a sexy face. 1 cracker each, please.
Yeah, 1 cracker each. You sneezing? What was that?
Nothing. 1 cracker each.
Yeah, 1 cracker each.
Jake, are you looking into the camera lens?
I am. I forgot.
Would you guys mind terribly if I kept it at we like being stupid? I kind of like that we're kind of a team now.
I should know my way around this place, but it's just It's weird. I mean, I'm not supposed to be in here with you, okay?
What?
This is Dota, stupid. Anything could happen.
If you call me stupid one more time.
Do not flick my crystal! Wait a minute. That's a courier.
Touch me again, die. To the key! Watch out, jackass!
Hey!
What a good sport. What a good sport. Such a good sport, that stagehand. And he never came back. I don't know what happened.
I love Gabe so much. That's sorry. Every time I watch it, I have to laugh at that last part.
He's the best part.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Oh, and you too. You were great.
Oh, you were great, Casey.
No, you were great.
You know, you were so good at this. You were so great.
We're
great.
enough of this. All right. Did you? Are you?
What?
Are you ready?
Yeah. What? What are we doing?
Are you ready to talk to your fans?
Oh, gross. All right. Hello, fans.
Hello.
Hello. How was that game?
Raise the obelisk.
Yes. Good stuff. Wonderful.
What did you guys think of that last game? Amazing, right? How do you think the next one's gonna go? Who?
TNC's gonna win.
TNC. Whoa. Whoa.
Final number 2.
Oh. If TNC loses, is OG versus TNC again, though?
Yeah.
I mean, all right.
Wow, rough crowd. Rough crowd. We're gonna send it back to you guys before things get really crazy.
Thank you. I gotta say, I love the outtakes almost as much as I like the final edited piece. I just wish they would have shown him flying on the courier. I want to see that next year. Get the real donkey to fly. Yes, a literal flying donkey. The technology is there. Looks like the teams are headed back out, and out in the galley, we see that the fans are rooting for TNC. And I gotta say, there were some favorites that didn't perform up to the skill level that we expected. TNC's a different story. They were so neck and neck with LFY that entire game.
They could have won the game for sure. They even had a point where we thought that they actually won. Yep. When they got a couple of kills and were heading for their base, but they just couldn't manage to finish it.
We got ready to come out, and then we sat back down again, and the game just continued to go on. And it was like so close. It wasn't, you know, sometimes in the typical Alchemist game fashion where it's, well, is he going to be able to get to his farm early enough? Yes or no. It winds up being that binary. A lot of times you don't see Alchemist games that just kind of stay that close for that long, with Oggs just continuing to get fed to his teammates.
Oggs. That was great.
Oggs.
I've never heard it like that.
Yeah, of course. I don't say rather, I say rather. Therefore, Oggonyms.
Yeah, it was good. TNC won a lot of fans over last year, and you can see that support here in the crowd today. They're bringing in some great games. I'm pretty sure everybody just wants a game 3, though.
Oh, yeah.
But when it comes to like Alchemist, I think they did an okay job of kind of keeping up. They were able to hold high ground, which was really important. But Alchemist became like, he had so much net worth, and the Razor and the Sand King cores, they really just weren't able to support him in the way they needed to win that game. It was just Alchemist versus the world.
They needed to end the game earlier. I think Inflame did a really good job of delaying the game to get to the point where they did need to win that game. Also, I think that whole game 1 draft was kind of targeted at Super and kind of saying, okay, what else can you play besides Medusa, Death Prophet, and Dragon Knight? And you talked about the DK being a block pick, and they kind of put him to the test, and Super did deliver. So now we may see TNC take a different strategy for game number 2.
I want to ask about the Razor pick, because I know that that's consistently been the one hero that seemed a little bit suspect as the game went on. Is there an alternative pick that you'd like to see, or just a general mindset shift away from that type of hero?
I think they had a very kind of structured strategy coming into this. I think 1437's a really clever captain and a really smart drafter. So what he did was he banned the Medusa, he banned the Death Prophet, and he said, hey, take Dragon Knight, I'll pick this Razor, and if you try to lane a Dragon Knight there, I'll take advantage of that lane matchup. And I think that was maybe, Razor should have been a reactionary pick rather than just assuming that LFY would go for Dragon Knight. I think they're too smart and too talented of a team to make that mistake. So that was a little bit of a...
It's not just downside of not wanting to show the last pick, because they needed to pick something for 4th, and they probably don't want to pick the Alchemist there, because then they give the opponents.
Last pick Alchemist was a... Yeah. We saw TNC almost took it with that. It's a strong last pick.
And in terms of, you know, the Dragon Knight style push composition, we've talked before about how LFY was ending games very, very quickly in group stages, but that really showed a very strong long-term late game. I mean, what is it about LFI that was so exceptional in those later periods of the game?
Ben was talking about how they were able to delay the game and defend their high ground and extend the game long enough for all three of their cores to find farm, whereas the Alchemist was kind of the only person farming on TNC's side. So once they kind of got to like 5 or 6 item slots, they were actually able to fight against the Alchemist and compete in a team fight.
Your like first thing that you really want to do is to either shut down the Alchemist to make sure that he doesn't reach that point with the Radiance so quick.
Yeah.
But if he actually does that, then you should avoid fighting him as much as possible and just make sure that you get the farm on the other 3 heroes, which they did. So it was Prophet, Puck, and which other hero was it that they had? The Terrorblade.
Yeah.
So both of those 3 were like after the Alchemist, before the other heroes came out.
At a certain point, Alchemist is always going to find his farm. It's almost like playing against an anti-mage. Anti-mage is going to farm. That's what he does. So you just need to try and keep up as best you can.
There were also some periods in the mid game where we saw TNC just losing one hero at a time, just pickoffs continued to happen. Do you think that was one of the big periods where they lost their momentum in the game? I mean, Aki, I remember you were talking a bit about that.
Yeah, it comes down to the Night Stalker being able to run around and catch people, basically. And they also have the Prophet and Terrorblade who's split pushing a lot, so it's very hard for TNC to actually find a team fight that they want to take. So that's why they got picked off, I think. They tried to push their limits to get out of the map and try to take a team fight.
Certainly gave some space for Alchemist to farm, but it wasn't quite enough. And at this point, teams have let us know that they are ready for game number 2. It's going to be LFY currently leading 1-0 against TNC. Will TNC make the comeback and tie it up, or will LFY close it out? Let's find out.
LFY versus TNC Pro Team. Game 2.
Talk a little bit more about that Night Stalker Furion opening from LFY. The more I think about it, the more I like it. They're able to split push while also reducing the vision of TNC, which made them feel like they needed to spread out and handle the lanes. But when they spread out, that's when Night Stalker used his vision advantage to find some opportune kills.
Spawn in the way where Night Stalker would be strong.
Exactly. It's, you know, hey, are you going to let us split push all day, or are you going to try and combat us?
TNC starts off right away saying, you know what, Night Stalker was a pain in the ass last game, insta-Bat Rider. Oh, I love a Faceless Void in any game.
This is a good combo to start with, as we've been talking about before. Void really lacks damage in the chrono, and A can really help him with that throughout the whole map.
LFY picking up some combinations. I think that Night Stalker Furion is something that we need to look out from them in the future, and now Void A being an alternate opener for them. Void is a hero that actually lanes pretty decently against Bat Rider compared to most. He's got the leap to get away, and also you can use time dilation if you skill it early enough in lane to stop Bat Rider from stacking the sticky napalms on top of you.
Also a good Lincoln's carrier. We see Naga openers a lot. I think we've seen 3 Nagas in the first phase, but however, it hasn't been versus Faceless Void. And I think this is really where the hero does shine, is counter-initiating against the Chronosphere.
I think we've seen it once, and yeah, it was super good that game, so I can really see it work this game as well. He just needs to stay behind and make sure that he can get the sleep off whenever Void uses his ultimate.
And Faceless Void we've seen run in the 1 position, the hard carry position for several teams. Do you think that this is more of how he's balanced around, or do you think that he's still a perfectly capable offlaner in the current meta?
I saw Empire Resolution played. I think that Void can be one of the hardest carries in the game in the late game due to his bash mechanics and large agility game. But he's a very versatile hero, which makes him a great first pick in first phase. So I think you just have to wait and see where the game goes and decide whether or not you really want to pick Void in that one. I think it fits Resolution's style more as a player for him to play that as a 1. He generally plays these incredibly hard carries, more so than other players.
In terms of the bans, we see increasingly the same consistent set of 5 heroes, just never to be seen upon the main stage. Nyx Assassin, Lich, Night Stalker, Earthshaker, and Bat Rider, very frequently banned. We will see Bat Rider this game. Phantom Lancer also chucked out by LFY.
Yeah, TNC really, we saw at the end of that last game, LFY was focusing on bursting down the Naga before that seed came out. So banning out the Shaker is going to prevent him from being bursted. protecting your Naga so that way you can always get off to sleep and set you guys up for the fight is what they will.
In this draft from LFY, I don't really think it has a good potential to end the game in 15 or 20. So TNC, I don't think have to worry about some super heavy push like they did have to last game with the Furion opener. TNC can go for something a little bit slower. I think something like Tinker that Tinker has played is pretty good versus this type of lineup. You want a hero that can get out, and a lot of his counters are already taken off by stronger.
TNC has played Tinker this turn, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the heroes they do like. I like the idea of them focusing more on the split push style and having vision from the Naga illusions spread out throughout the map, have some Firefly vision as well to keep track of this Void. Being able to find Void and either stay away from him or be prepared for that Chronosphere coming in, you know, having your Naga in the opportune position to sleep after that Chronosphere is going to be a huge key for them.
Yeah. Of course, for anyone listening at home, Furion is an alternative name for Nature's Prophet, was the same heroes.
Sorry, Dota 1.
Oh yes, so yeah, same way that Wisp is another name for Io. And of course, when I first started playing Nature's Prophet, people were saying, "Who's this idiot Fur?" And I was like, "Well, that's not my name, so I'm totally clear. I don't know who the idiot Fur is, but probably a tough guy to have on the team."
Got the counter to bat here now. Can go with this mark.
Yes. Your teammate gets lassoed, you X your teammate, and slurp him right back out of that lasso.
What's the range on X marks the spot and Naga sleep? Is it like
Naga's 1,000, 1,400, 1,800. The radius, Kunkka, I'm not exact.
You get Aether Lens on Kunkka, can you X people while they're TPing? From sleep?
I think
very
so.
likely.
Yeah. Even without, maybe?
Yeah, even without it. At least a little.
Oracle is a hero that TNC has been picking a lot, and most of the times they've been picking it with Sven, so it's not like other teams who usually picks it as a counter to the Batrider or the Beastmaster ultimate. They pick it with a carry that's a melee carry that really wants to run around and people, so they like using the ultimate more in a way to make sure that their carry can hit people.
There's that Furion again.
I'm not so sure if I like Sven here though, because they have Void. It's okay, I guess, to burst him down, but...
Oracle pick is weird for me. Generally, we see Oracle, he matches up pretty well. We've seen Alchemist, Huskar back in the day, and there's an Ancient Apparition in the first two. And of course, Oracle can make his teammates magic immune, so they don't have to deal with that Ancient Apparition blast, but they also can't heal during that.
I think a lot of teams like it versus the Kunkka as an X.
Oh, it's really great against Kunkka.
It's great against an initiation.
You make your teammate totally immune to whatever's happening to him.
But not so great for us versus the other. Nature's Prophet not picked very often versus Batrider. I think Nature's Prophet struggles to get a lot of farm when there's a Bat in the game.
Just because the Batrider can pounce in and lasso him back when he's a push.
It was pretty terrifying back when Flame Break also canceled TPs. It's still a problem.
Also, once you finally get a hold of that Furion, he doesn't really have a lot of great tools to escape. He's a very immobile hero. So if the Batrider gets on top of him with the Firefly, he's most likely going to go down.
Hey, you know, I was going to speak a little bit to how to think of Oracle, because he's one of those heroes where you read the abilities, and it's hard to even know how the hell he operates, let alone what his function is in the team.
He's a very defensive support. He's there to stand behind his teammates and make sure just protect everybody, whether it's through his ultimate or through his match community spell. Oracle, not one of my specialties.
He's also very offensive too, surprisingly.
He can be, yeah. In the hands of the right player.
I think it's one of the hardest supports to play because it's a really fine line between saving an opponent and killing him, and to save an ally or kill your ally as well. So it's super hard to know exactly when to use the spells.
So when the sinking pick, it pushes Naga to position 1. I don't know, you don't like it that much.
You think so?
I think so. I mean,
well, at this point, all four of these can operate as supports, and it seems like Naga Siren is one of the few that can operate also as a long-term core.
I think it has to be a 1 here.
Naga core. I do like Naga core against. I like Naga core against Void, but I'm just concerned that I generally like the support Naga because he's focused on one thing, which is casting sleep during that Chronosphere. Oftentimes when you're playing a core Naga, you want to be in there fighting, so he's very susceptible to actually being in that Chronosphere himself.
And I think also it leaves him vulnerable to getting pushed down early. Even though they have a Faceless Void, they can easily push it. I don't know, just push with it with an early Vlad, a change of the builds that we commonly see.
It's not really the best here with Oracle as well. I would say, like, it's not that you will ult in the Naga and then he will like run in and just...
yeah, it's not that it's bad, there's just not a lot of synergy.
Yeah.
Sand King, however, picked again for TNC. This is a hero that they matched up last game versus Nature's Prophet, and SumaiL had a really great early game, had a huge impact throughout the entire game.
Probably won't see an aggro tag this game though with Naga and Oracle, I guess. They could though against the Void.
Yeah, Naga's a pretty solid aggro trial interaction.
Sure.
And at this point, we also see the Huskar and Alchemist banned out. Huskar. Wow. Oh, yes. Oh my goodness, Broodmother. So this has got to be Naga Siren in the safe lane and Broodmother in the mid lane. So there's going to be just a lot of pushing from TNC to give space to Naga until Naga can come online.
Yeah, we'd probably aggro try, as we spoke a little bit about with Naga against the Void, because they again have the Sanking against the Nature's Prophet, which really worked well the last game.
So is it going to be support bad or support?
Oh, that's
Oracle Sanking, I think.
Oracle Sanking supports.
Okay, so then maybe
Naga mid, perhaps.
Well, they have to come up with a superhero really quickly. They can do Broodmother. The old counter was Bristleback.
Axe.
Sounds like a superhero.
Tidehunter.
Well, we've seen Broodmother played in mid lane from Matumba Man previously in the tournament and just stomped almost every matchup.
I like Tidehunter, man. I'm not a big fan of Tidehunter at all, but it could work with Bristleback. Bristleback. He lanes really well.
I guess the Brood can go offlane as well, yeah, because the Void is very bad against it. Cuckoo is taking it though, so it's gonna be mid, right?
Yeah. Wow, and super mid on Bristleback. An interesting lineup. Very excited to see Naga Siren that is traditionally played in support in this tournament, taking the position 1. Casters, take us to game 2.
Thank you very much, Day9. And what a setup we have here for this game 2. We had an incredible game 1 for game 2. TNC switching things up a little bit. We're having a core Naga come out.
Yeah.
And this final pick, the Broodmother, it is instantly responded to by the Bristle that Peter mentioned, does have its strengths. What are we thinking overall?
I was just confused when I'm watching TNC's draft just because how many curveballs they're throwing in, but they did address a lot of the aspects here. The Oracle pick versus the Kunkka is amazing. Probably one of the best. You counteract literally everything that comes out there. They get the Sanking matchup versus the Nature's Prophet as well, and then they get their Broodmother pick, but now it's Broodmother versus Bristle. It's a bit different. I'm not too crazy about TNC's draft overall. Okay. I think they're going to struggle a lot to really take any fights versus LFY, and I've seen Inflame on this Nature's Prophet over and over again, what he can handle lane. So I'm personally liking what LFY's got and how much they can actually team fight with, and the fact that they actually have physical damage to force it. Only physical damage from TNC at all, really, is the Broodmother to push those builds.
I mean, as I said, mentioning that mid lane and mentioning this Broodmother, how bad is it for Cuckoo that there's a Bristle there? I mean, is Cuckoo still going to do fine in lane, or could he get totally beaten out of the lane in this matchup?
It's a hard lane. It's a really good matchup for Bristleback. You always farm. They both kind of trade farm versus each other, but you have to watch your position of the quills. And Broodmother, ideally, you want to be able to have kill potential on the enemy mid laner, and you just don't versus the Bristle, unless you have some rotations coming.
Well, we'll see how TNC react to this, whether they want to send in an extra bit of help towards that mid lane, or if they do sort of go for the lane swap. But I feel like the lane swap's very unlikely, really, with Cuckoo already on that Brood, already heading towards the mid.
So also for the panel, because they were talking about this interaction between Kunkka and Sleep. The Sleep goes from 1,000 to 1,200 to 1,400, I believe it is, when I was looking at it before. And the X is only 1,000. So if you get an Aether Lens, you can actually X through 2 levels of it. But it's
very much on the edge
borderline on the edge of the level 2 one. So it can happen, but that's about it.
Let's see what we have going on here. See if we have any sort of early smokes and rotations during this rune spawning, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It's both sides seemingly securing their own. It is, by the looks of it, going to be that laning that AK sort of mentioned on the panel, the aggressive tri-lane from TNC. They've sent Raven down towards the bottom lane.
And they're putting the Bat mid versus the Bristle and putting the Nature's Prophet, or the Broodmother versus the Nature's Prophet. So that's a little bit better overall. Brood will at least have a very good matchup here, and I don't think that LFY is going to expect them coming out. They see them that mid, and now they see the Bat.
Okay, yeah, they made the move. We'll see how LFY do respond.
Bristle can do fine in this too, though. You just get a magic stick brought out, and you can farm perfectly fine. Both of them probably will do exactly that, bring out wands and gloves and trade farm. Super just has to watch how many sticky stacks early on until he gets a couple points in that Bristleback, so he doesn't have to worry about the dive.
Yes, switch around the mid and the top and having this aggro try. It certainly feels this is TNT in the lanes that they...
I'd say TNC will a little bit here, just because that, aggro. And Kunkka, AA, not really the best heroes in the try versus try, find people on the sides. Once they get some levels, sure, they're super strong. They need that for certain. Once they have the chilling touch, once they have full feet combo with X, then they have high kill threat. So if TNC can punish the first 2 waves, it's perfect. But once it gets, or first 2 levels, it's perfect. But afterwards, they have to be super careful of their positioning versus these Content AA. A lot of damage coming out.
Yeah,
AA chilling touch.
Yeah, and a stray torrent setting up for the cold feet to kick in would certainly result in a kill. Let's try there onto Arfu. Well, it's a setup with the root and the hole coming through from 1537.
Exactly what they need to do.
Down really low. Arfu tries to throw the torrent to block it, but Raven nukes it out, going in for the kill.
Oh, they get the first blood on Monet.
Yeah, he gets it first.
That was what they need to do, though. TNC needs to try to make that blow happen at level 1. But
that must have been fractions of a second that the Monet that in time. But he did indeed that extra 100 or so bonus. And first blood. Very much welcomed here on this safe lane for LFY.
Yeah. And I don't know, I'm pretty in fear of TNC keeping that tri-lane down there now, to be quite honest with you. It expended a lot of their resources, they used a lot of regen, they used a lot of their mana as well, and they're playing into a first blooded, a Void who just got first blood. So he gets that surge of gold, he's able to pick up his wand, or pick up his stick, and he already has 6 stick charges. It's gonna be very hard to threaten this Void. They can kill the supports, but actually testing the Void's farm is very difficult for them.
Looking at the lanes as well, we have a slight edge in the middle here for SumaiL, but I guess it's about a 5 CS, about a wave or such ahead of the Bristleback. So making use of this slightly favoured advantage, but as you say, you know, the wand is out onto Super, has 10 stick charges. Very unlikely for this Bristle to die in this matchup, just to be kept a little behind when it comes to CS. And on the top lane as well, in Flame, slight effort as well. We saw them fighting around with sentries down and such, but the quicker D ward was out from Cuckoo.
The nice thing is you can always just TP out because there's no stun from the Broodmother. Brood can overwhelm at one point with too many spiderlings, and you have to play pretty fearful on the Nature's Prophet. I don't really see this matchup happen too often. It's been a very long time since I see a Nature's Prophet versus Brood.
Bottom lane, and Brood's out to Arfu, just holding him at bay though. Trying to bring Monet down low. To still have the salve. 8 tick charges still being saved up on the Void. So very hard really for any of the games, any of the lanes to get the kills early on. As everyone has potential to turn, potential to hit back.
I'd say after the first blood, it's, I mean, Elf is leading quite a decent margin. They're not slowing down the Void where they're trying for.
There we go again. They are going to make the jump onto DDC, getting nuked down low by the Purifying Flames. Raven picks up the kill. Monet has jumped forward. He's looking for 1437. Bash would do it. He's doing a time walk under the tower. Will secure the finisher. Raven punished this. It doesn't look like he had to let it go, so again, just the 1-for-1 trade.
Flame TP's in though, and they're actually making the lane adjustment. They don't feel like Bristle wants to be Bristle's the bat at this point. They want to put the Fury on mid, perhaps, or Nature's Prophet mid. I'm going to say Fury on a lot, just putting that out there.
Power up towards the top lane, and this is going to mean space for Sam. But actually, Cuckoo...
They're moving the lanes.
Yeah, they're moving it in response. TNC wanting to make sure that they can keep tabs on Super's Bristle by having the bat against him rather than this Broodmother. See what cool is from LFY if they want to make the move again, but TNC just doing their best to keep a step ahead in terms of the lane matchups.
I love when these kind of lane swaps happen, when another one happens. I like when we just see people like TP and Earth and everyone's like following around. It just looks fun.
Becomes very chaotic between the sides. Farm for both the safe laners, Raven.
He's still farming on the Navi at least.
Him and Monet on the same track at the moment. Pretty much equal in experience and CS. Both getting what they came for down in this bottom lane, which maybe is not as good of a sign for TNC. Perhaps they were expecting to be able to slow down this Void a little bit more than they are. But at the moment, as it has been, Monet, he's himself involved in 2 kills.
Yeah, he's got a Torp of Venom. He's perfectly fine with what's going on here. They're making a committed play onto here, but Flame is jumping into the back for TNC.
Yeah, they're going to look to try and turn it right off. Sprout out, but immediately
the block.
Trying to make that cold feet proc, but can't quite get enough of the block stop. But we saw how close it was there. If they are able to achieve that sort of a play.
And how much damage comes out. Like as soon as Inflame TPs, you see DDC the chilling touch on him for that bonus damage. Now it's 5 minutes in. If Inflame wants to, he can try to siege a bit with this catapult wave, but he doesn't want to split the 4-way experience. Wants to be efficient with his resources.
Move Cuckoo down here as well. You know, wherever the pressure is, try and get the Broodmother in that lane to to sort of slow it down, turn
They might be able to
around.
get Super here mid. He's pretty far out, and they have Lasso on SumaiL.
Yeah, certainly they reposition. Down on the Kunkka as well. Get the action done, so kill in the mid lane, a freebie for Kunkka down bottom. I'm not quite sure how he got away with that, but still with the AA and the Void in the neighborhood, but must have just overwhelmed him with the spiders, as you talked about.
They don't really have good ways to deal with the Brood besides the Bristol still at this point. Early level, these Spiderlings, AA and Kunkka are super susceptible to dying to them if they step out of position. And now he's level 6, so the spiders are starting to add up, and the damage is pretty absurd versus these low armor heroes with the AA.
SumaiL's just on the search to see if there's any sort of stacks being created for LFY. But get his eyes onto DDC though, and in fact, the Graven Naga being in the neighborhood, they can go for this one. Money's going to try and come in to slow them down. The Torrent will connect.
With the Nature's Prophet ult.
And that's going to bring him down. And the Nature's Wrath doing huge amounts. DDC actually ends up surviving as he gets himself away. They'll try and trap Raven with the Sprout, but he cuts himself out. So nice turnaround there from LFY. And again, Cuckoo says, you want to go to that lane? I'll come to that lane as well. This spooky spider trying to do his best to instill himself in the nightmares of LFY.
Perfect by Inflame though, like that's why we see him decide not to go for that tower pressure, right? He goes to the jungle so he can make sure he gets that level 6 at a very early time to get involved with that Wrath of Nature. The damage on it, it's very unexpected. People always forget about that Nature's Prophet ultimate bounce right around that 7-minute or 6-minute period. Tim, they've parked him now toward that top lane for the time being to farm, while everybody else is kind of making the moves around the map. Who wants to punish though? Dust is online with the sentries, gets the Torrent connection.
Does still have the Burrow Strike. As long as he can save it till after the XBOCT bring back, he may chance it, holds onto it, there it goes.
TPing out.
And he should make it. No way about the Torrent and the XBOCT to hold him back, so now still play there to get Tim's out of it.
Force him completely out of the lane, and that lead gives Inflame a completely free one. And yeah, Sanking's not harming that.
Cuckoo's moving again. I mean, he made the move all the way towards the mid lane. Now he's back down towards the bottom. He's going to look to put some pressure on Monet. Still got a fair amount of spiders.
It's scary. Like, honestly, Cuckoo's making a lot of moves around. He get a kill and stuff, but his net worth is starting to suffer because of how much he has to move around. It's only 2,800 net worth. Of course, it's the same as the Nature's Prophet, but this was the last pick Brood. You know, this is supposed to be like last pick Brood. This is the game winner, and it's not really having that effect so far in the laning phase.
Top lane. Back towards farming up that blink. We are going to see the setup there by the Torrent.
They've got Wrath of Nature this time, and they know the TP is still on cooldown for
Still
Tim.
a tricky one to catch.
Yeah.
Arfu, he did have the X mark, but of course wouldn't have the secondary Torrent to combo it with.
Scared to dive. Diving under towers, their damage isn't really that great, so they gotta just wait it out. Better opportunity for that one. But yeah, LFY going out of the laning phase, their team fight is way stronger than TNC. TNC wants to split up the map and get pickoffs, and have the Broodmother kind of dominate the lane while the rest of them fight elsewhere, and use the Naga Sleep to avoid those fights. But it's very hard to avoid fights with the momentum that LFY will be gaining, because they've got the Vanguard on the Bristle to force buildings.
SumaiL just seeing what he can do here, has found himself a double stack.
Oh, convenient. Prowlers.
Clear it up. I mean, this is going to put him very close to that Blink Dagger. 1600 at the moment. It's going to give him large camp as well by the looks of it.
The Dream creeps, Ancient Prowlers, so amazing for Batrider and like Shadow Fiend, like these heroes that farm with magic damage. And getting an Arcane Rune, he's going to have Firefly up again in no time to continue that. And like you said, yeah, Blink going to be a very good time. So they can maybe play around that, get some pickoffs onto the Nature's Prophet or the Void. The Bristle's starting to get pretty tanky though. Once he gets
up top, looking that does get the X mark into the Torrent, onto Tim's. He will go for the Sandstorm, but the dust is out. Presence of Inflame and Deep Sea. And more than enough damage there with the Chilling Touch to claim Tim's life.
Monet wants to have no business with a Broodmother. He's out of that bottom lane. It's starting to become overwhelming with the amount of spiders. And Kuko's going to be able to pressure that tower quite a lot. It's actually able to kill this bottom tower super quickly with that Brood. And now maybe they try to make a move with the Chrono, but they want to instead do the pressure at the same time. How's our levels looking on supports? We're 4 and 4 on Oracle and Kunkka, and Sinking AA are both level 5. They're doing, as kind of expected, Tome is now online for the 10-minute mark for the 6s.
Super trying to farm out some of this spider clear. Didn't quite get the finishing Quill Spray lurks to do so. Leave him alive. In Money, manning up onto 40-37. Not quite finding the bashes though. Does have this Chrono. He sees a chance to finish off a kill. And in playing with the drums, definitely a pickup that can help enable the Void. Get that Chrono, the Nature's in, put the drums charge,
It's just such a good item on Niche.
Making a bit of a try here, but
he actually forced the chrono out.
And with the disarm, can they actually keep Cuckoo alive? Looks like they can. Very nicely done. The chrono baited out, and TNC, there's nothing. 2
minutes, no chrono. But what can they make of it? They have to use Batrider Lasso. He's going to have Blink Dagger soon. They can try to make a play around that one.
Super trying to control the SumaiL down the spot lane. Super still at the top of the net worth. Now moving in, SumaiL does need help. Super's going to be the one. No, Inflame TP's in. Firefly is not enough to get SumaiL out of there. Can TNC punish LFY for diving this deep? That's the question.
Bristol's very tanky.
He's with this Vanguard and with this cloak. He's not an easy takedown, and he's got the presence of Arfu. They're making their way back out. 1437 there, but LFY, they have the numbers. They're just going to look to Oracle, try and make a go. He has got the Shrine Heal. Raven coming in with the sleep. But TNC, can they really actually... They've got to sleep and get out. They cannot fight LFY around this bristle, around this point. Indeed, they just have to leave it be, and if anything, potentially let LFY take this out. They've got SumaiL coming back in. We'll see if they can do anything about this, get some sort of a grab. They have the route onto the bristle. He's the hardest target to go on. They are going to try and make
the X
as they drag back, but indeed, Arfu breaks it with the X, meaning the Tim's epicenter are not quite in range. Now to get back in, but
the Wills, oh no!
Pop. This is Bristol getting to his full potential. Falls promise.
Beautiful, but
very nicely done by 1437, and with the heal, that should be enough to keep Tim's alive. Very clutch save there from the Oracle. And they do bring down Super, that big old kill. That's given the money for Sam to finish off the Blink Dagger. Very nicely done there.
Defending that tower too, that early tier 1.
Maybe see if they get anything straight off the back. They're looking towards Uber. Oh, DDC got a bit of a spider problem.
Oh, the Centaur stun. Hit Cuckoo. Trying to help out DDC.
Tim's there as well. Maybe they can look to try and catch him in the mid lane. He is in the webs.
They have a lot of burst.
They are going to try and close it in. At the same time, bottom Sama, he did get the Arfu, so they get the kill top. They get the pick off bottom. Now Super sort of on his own here. He's stuck in the Firefly. Same time, a lot of Quill spray stacks building up onto the members of TNC, so they have to be careful. Raven will hold back the bristle with the net. And he will continue to be chased. I mean, Super knows that there's no shrine here, as it's already been used. He's going to dive in for this one.
He's straight committing. Inflame's still not TPing in,
3 Quill spray stacks on Raven. I don't know, 1437 said this. He hasn't quite got false promise, I don't think. He's got the Fate Edict and the Purifying Flames, trying to heal them back up. And maybe Super's now overstepped the mark. He gets Flame broken back. Stick charges he used, Purifying Flames, you get him down low, but 1437 didn't quite have the mana to purge it back off, so Super's only going to get healed up from this. Cuckoo coming in with the rotation, the boat in onto the spiders is not going to connect. Monet does find the chrono onto Cuckoo, the back's there as well. They'll bring down Brood as well.
Those are huge kills there. Super just with no fear whatsoever. He knows his team is going to coming for the backup eventually, and this is the problem we're talking about. This Bristleback with the Vanguard building toward the hood as well to deal with that heavy magic damage that TNC does have. And then after that, there is really limited chances for him to kill this Bristle.
Yeah, the damage certainly lacking from TNC at this stage of the game in comparison to what you need to have a chance of bringing down a Bristle. The side, Tim's playing around with DDC. LFY relatively low. DDC may just get taken down here, in fact. He's going to throw back an Ice Blast.
Oh, the Sun actually goes up the mark.
He misses the Burrow Strike, and for that, Tim's is paying with his life. The cold feet kicks in. DDC's the one to take the kill. And
they want to keep going.
They're looking for the Blind Torrent, won't quite get it. Jump forward for SumaiL, but so into the Purifying Flames. They get Arfu in return. But now, Super, he's a hook complete. This Bristle is going to be a massive issue, especially considering the way that LFY are playing, grouping up as a team, or even just, you know, letting Super enter the fight, so hang around for 10 seconds, waiting for the backup. There's just very little chance that TNC can actually kill Super at this stage of the game.
They're trying to make, they're trying to fight and make space as much as possible for Raven. He is getting closer and closer toward that Radiance, 3,400 gold. So that's going to help a bit, but he's still very squishy and they're still very susceptible to the team fight of LFY.
Seen the build as well from Cuckoo this game is the he's going to phase straight into the Solar Crest, right?
That's the build we saw Matu doing, yeah. Just the sheer damage that you can do with the Spiderlings. You can not only increase your farm rate, gives you mana regen, it's just a really good item choice.
Absolutely. If he gets himself on either Arfu or DDC, very little they can do to keep him alive. I mean, we're going to make a bit of a go now. Just ready with the Medallion of the Spiders, bringing Arfu there very quickly.
Reluctant to commit, though.
Yeah, a little scared about fighting around this tier 1 tower towards the mid lane. At the moment, members of LFY closer towards that top tier 2. Trying to see if they can get the push on there. Monet, the timing is going to be on the chrono. Yes, back
just
up in
about
3
up.
seconds. So they want to try and do something with this Faceless Void. As the man, the build come in by the looks of it, going to be straight into the Maelstrom. Then the Lincoln Sphere. Nope. Pushing in on the top lane. Again, another very tricky hold for TNC to even try and attempt against this Chronosphere. So by the looks of it, they will just let it go. But this is scary now. LFY 16 minutes in, really getting some traction, taking these objectives. And TNC not finding towers in return. Definitely the big trade-off being the fact they're getting farmed.
Oh, they actually...
For the Naga. Yeah, Arfu whipping the combo there. Looks like he went for the blind torrent boat. Didn't quite have the X-Mark backup to make the play in terms of control. But yeah, this is the thing. TNC all in all, the trade that they are getting is farm on Raven. He has got that relic. He's halfway through the recipe gold. They're going to make an attempt super, but I don't know if they get away with this. They're going in with the extra. They cannot kill this man. Backup is there now in the form of Arfu in Flame. Just going to look to turn. The dust is out onto Tim's. He's sprouted up. Can't get himself out of this one. He's got the Power Strike. Super continue to move forward. A couple of quill sprays will do it. No, just the one actually. Super burst him down.
That's their lasso and their epicenter committal to. That's their big team fight slash pickoff heroes, and they barely even drop him below half-life with
definitely
that
definitely a mistake for TNC to try and make that play. They can't afford to do that, especially that close to a tier 2 tower.
And making these mistakes is super crucial. Like these mistakes is what costs you the game. Their Nature's Prophet's able to claim a tier 2. The Void is just farming in all the meanwhile, and they need to get kills in with those type of double ult committals. Super now looking for SamH, actually forces him just to TP out bottom.
Cuckoo again, comes on to Monet.
And you see the itemization coming out from LFY.
Oh, Monet just goes for them, jumps in. Absolutely no messing around, and with the Ice Blast coming through as well as the big old shark, there's no hope for Cuckoo. And TNC may be losing their cool a little bit here as LFY are getting some very easy pickoffs.
Still only a slight lead for them, but still LFY is looking really strong with their 5-man.
There is that radiance there. So it's all about how much TNC can rely on the core Naga Siren to pull them through this game.
Bottom lane looks like they're going for SamH here. With the Wrath of Nature, the X-Play coming out, SamH deep trouble here.
Again, it's combo from Arfu.
And it's going to lead into a tower as well.
Maybe even more with Inflame in the neighborhood.
Yeah, maybe they go for 2 here. They could. There is a sleep that is still up though, so maybe they're a little bit afraid of that because they don't have Chrono. But they want to at least threaten a bit, force some reaction.
Link Dagger now picked up by Tims, so they do have that extra potential to jump in and maybe even jump around Super, get to the back lines. The Super at the moment is not the target you want to be going on.
Well, look how far back they are. They're already prepared. The Illusion is kind of scouting out the AA, so they're trying to commit here for it. Maybe they can force all the TPs and try to isolate Super, but no, it's getting too far away at this point now. So yeah, look how the 3 cores on the side of LFY, they're all itemizing toward being these late game kind of carry heroes. We see Nature's Prophet went for the Shadow Blade, going for the Orchid. We see the Void. We already mentioned that one. Mask of Madness into Lincoln's Maelstrom. He's the 1 Void, of course. And then we see Super. Got the Radiance queued up. That's going to be the big one to kind of match.
Top lane, they do manage to find one, and they have the epicenter on the lasso, but he's still going to get the chance to walk out.
That's twice now the lasso on epicenter.
It's not enough to take down TNC's cores. It really isn't.
Or Elf-wise, yeah.
It's going to be spotted out there again. They've got the X-Mark trap back. Actually,
it doesn't miss. It doesn't hit again.
The timing there. Not quite there with the combo this time around, Arfu, and that is going to mean that Cuckoo gets away with his life intact. Did have 1437 in the neighborhood, so maybe even if they got the trap, he would have been there with a false promise save, but still.
Rare mistakes coming out from both Apu and from Tims this game.
How Super thing towards his relic. Very close.
Very close.
Very close to having that done on this Bristle as well.
3k gold lead now going their way.
Definitely still with the edge of this game, and definitely still the issue being that we're seeing Super and Monet being attempted upon with these ganks, these takedowns, but
unable to get killed. That's pre-Lincoln.
Can't quite do it.
That's pre-Lincoln's Void, and they can't even bring him down. When he's got Lincoln's, I don't see how they actually get him unless they've got like 3 or 4 hero committal.
Really is the problem here for TNC. They need time, they need space for Raven.
LFY seems very content with this pace of the game too. They're not trying to like force too much action. Even when Chrono is up, they're not really trying to force anything to happen. They're just like, let it come to us. Let the kills naturally happen when TNC tries to go on the aggressive. Look where Monet's just been perched up. I think he's been up here for the last like 4 minutes just farming these creep waves and this enemy jungle.
I mean, yeah, this is crazy farm for him. 21 minutes and nearly has that Lincoln's on top of the Mask of Madness. And as you said, with that as well, how do TNC even think about bringing down this Void?
They spot. They look like they know where Cuckoo is. They actually get the dust on him too. And the Blind Torrent.
Blind Torrent does connect this time round. The Poet flying in with the X-Mark. Bring back. There's no escape for the Spider. LFY.
Apu's just warming up.
Plays like that. Definitely impressing. Top lane TNC. They are going to try for this. I mean, do they get away with it? I feel it's going to be hard. He drops the Chrono.
It actually gets the bat.
It does indeed. It stops the Bat Rider on the very tip of it. And I mean, it's enough to hold him back. But Monet turns. He time walked in aggressively there.
The Conquer Torrent actually.
Oh,
they actually get the courier from
as
Inflame
well.
again, just like last game. So they actually, a cool thing that LFY did is, they're playing versus a Broodmother, so they actually defensively warded their high ground. I didn't really notice that one too.
I mean, look at this. Monet is just forcing this 3-man gank that came in for him all the way back to their base.
No fear.
Even without Chrono, just time walking towards them, terrifying TNC. Radiant's pretty much there for Super. 300 gold, and he has it. A lot of catching up that TNC need to do. Raven nearly has the bots, but...
How do they kill this Bristle? How do they kill the Void? Both these two guys are super durable now, and they have the exact things that they need to deal with TNC's aggression. And with that Radiance, that's going to be their timing. Maybe they can just go into the Roche Pit with that from LFY. With the Chronosphere once it's back up.
TNC are trying to make a move again towards this mid lane. Inflame has a double damage as well. Just a few seconds left on it though. Doesn't look like he will get the chance to make use of it. TNC not quite jumping in. And Inflame up top. Wow, sees Raven. Quick to get himself out of the tree line.
Damage with instant TP and the sleep coming out.
I'm going to look to try and punish Inflame.
Do they ever reveal though? He's got a Shadow Blade. I don't think they ever reveal. He's gone.
Oh dear, oh dear. LFY.
But they seem to kind of know he's here. Okay, good. Gets the TP out. A bit scary, but not having Dust, not having anyone, not having either of those heroes with the reveal picked up there.
Not feeling like the TNC that we saw in game 1.
No, definitely not. And then he's had the Shadow Blade for quite a long time, so.
Maybe it's the draft, maybe it's just the flow of the game. I mean, LFY themselves, this decision to have Super on the Bristle has definitely worked out massively. Monet up top.
They know Raven's got no sleep top
get
too.
This Chrono there with the Sprout cut down. That should buy time for Monet to close the gap, and indeed drops the Chrono. Ice Blast coming in. They do have a false promise. Do they have the heal to offset it though? He's still going to have that debuff on him, so he can't quite heal all the way up. We'll see if he pops. Oh, he can maybe save, yeah, with a Fate's Edict blocking the magic damage. Raven will be kept alive. So they do manage to protect their Naga, which is, TNC have to do everything in their power to make sure that Raven doesn't get bullied now, as he really is their only hope of having this strong core that can take them to later portions of the game.
Looking for the Torrent again. He gets the dust off now, and looks to be in a lot of trouble.
The X-Mark into the boat. LFY, Monet, Super, Inflame surrounding the Spider, taking another down. 5k gold lead now for LFY.
TNC are smoked up. They were looking to try to get on the aggressive play here instantly when the Chrono was down, but just slightly too late. They're trying to position now around Raven, but in goes LFY into that Roche Pit, and there is no way that TNC can test this one. They are drawing the lines though. But it's going to die way too fast.
It's completed Orchid on Inflame as well. And indeed, the Roshan's going to be gone. LFY claim the Aegis into the hands of Super. I mean, we've already seen how they struggled to kill him once. Killing him twice, definitely an impossible affair that TNC are going to be forced to try and tackle somehow once LFY start pushing down the lanes.
LFY plays super well around the Nature's Prophet. Just the way that he split pushes and always helps them like take fights on their own accord. It's amazing. Like they always have 2 lanes pretty much pushed in, even though TNC does have good ways to kind of react for it. They have good heroes to kind of force the lanes out with the Naga and with the Sanking, but every time Sanking shows, they know that the gank's not happening, and then Inflame just goes back top and continues that push up. So it's really hard for TNC to find those opportunities. And also, they can't group up either because of the nature of their lineup. They have a Broodmother, they have a Naga Siren. They can't team fight versus LFY. They need to find number advantages in those instances.
Are making this long smoke movement up towards the top lane, trying to catch off Inflame. So if they get away with this, I mean, he's still got the Shadow Blade. Of course, can still TP his way out. They are getting close. Inflame is sticking around.
They've got reveal
They
this
have
time.
got the reveal this time, indeed. Jump forward with the dust, lasso. They'll hold him back. That's a very, very much needed kill here for TNC as they finally catch out the Nature's Prophet.
Heavy committal though. They commit 3 heroes up there with the smoke, and in the meanwhile, Bristleback's farming bottom, Void's farming mid. And speaking of which, LFY are also smoked up, looking for a play. We do have the Aether Lens as well picked up on Afu, so he does have that extra cast range for his spells. So he can cast the Torrent and the X. The Torrent, you can actually cancel majority of the...
Oh, Cuckoo, he is going to walk into the 3 of them there. He does do have the detection. They dust him up, and with the freeze connect, they will come with the Burrow Strike, but indeed the Lincoln Sphere blocking the Burrow Strike. Monet will survive and still be able to get the kill.
They're
Now
gonna lose a second.
Tim's saved there just in time by the false promise. 1437 trying to allow Tim's to get out of there, but 1437 will pay with his life. Tim's up to the high ground with the Burrow Strike.
Oh, 20
Just
HP!
survive.
Can't believe he survived there.
1437 making some very big plays. They do still have Chrono on Monet though. This is LFY killing 2, forcing these ultimates out, and still having potential to move in for more. Straight down to the bottom lane, they'll claim the tier 2.
He held the Chrono, that's the important thing, the whole time. When they did have it.
Still got it. If they find a chance to use it, I mean, still not too many reasons for LFY to hold back too much with this sort of pace that they're setting. Even still working his way towards the Manta style. I mean, all things said, you know, considering the pressure that LFY put on, Raven's still doing a great job in terms of finding the farm. You know, it's up there, pretty much on par with the cause, other than Super, who really is starting to break ahead, of course, with his own ratings. But Raven, he's not getting totally shut down.
No. The thing is that ideally when you're playing like this, oh, they actually able to find 1437 out of the base.
Oh, there's any saving here. Monet's there. If anyone comes in with backup, he's got the Chrono to spare, and he doesn't need it yet again. He's finding these pickoffs.
Such far range for them to find that catch with that Aether Lens Funka.
Still with that Aegis, they very well maybe looking to go Tiger again. Another catch from Arfu. X-Mark onto Sam. Just managed to force himself away from the Ice Blast.
Super doesn't care.
Diving in deep.
And the Chrono.
Drops the Chrono onto Raven. They've caught the Naga. Burrow Strike comes in from Tim's, trying to hold them back, but Raven's down for 50 seconds. Diving in deep. Raven will buy back, but TNC losing hero after hero. Cuckoo comes in with his BKB. Trying to see if he can bring anyone down in return. 1437 is on his way back, but they're sticking around. They are getting rather low, Arfu and Super. Arfu turns straight towards the Oracle, cuts him down with his blade. Sleeps there from Raven. But of course, Super still has that Aegis. He may be low, but there's, by the looks of it, no chance they can even kill him down. Cuckoo's just turned up.
That might just be it in here.
TNC losing 4, none of them with buyback available. We'll see if they hold on here for one more attempt. They are fairly short death timers.
They're just too incredibly durable, and the catch range from Afu is just way too far. They're able to chase always, and with this frontline Bristleback who just doesn't care because he has the lifesteal as well as Radiance, Hood, Vanguard. They're able to siege. First racks down, going for the secondary one. 30 seconds until Broodmother.
Oh, look at this. Afu goes back to base. Is the Mango delivery service he's picked up to. Has he got them still in his stash? I definitely saw him pick up a couple.
He used them right away to be.
Oh, he used them himself. Okay, no mangoes for anyone else. Just for him. Keeping himself topped up immediately, making sure they can stick around to finish the game. Ice Blast looking to connect onto Raven. False promise a little early, but just to make sure they can save it. Tim's jumps in with the Epi. They do have the control of the ball. They bring Monet down.
Yeah, Monet.
That's a big kill, but Tim's will pay with his life. Cuckoo's now back up. Same's trying to find DDC, but DDC has the hood. He can't even kill the AA. They will disarm the Bristle, but the Quill Spray stats continue to build up. They have managed to find AA. Cuckoo manning up towards Inflame. Doesn't quite get him as Inflame goes for the BKB TP out, turning his attention now towards Arfu. With the Solar Crest, they do have enough damage to find the Kunkka. So TNC do get kills, but again, it's costing them so much. They lose 3 heroes themselves. They keep the bottom melee racks alive.
Naga die back.
Yep.
But they do keep them, at least they keep the melee racks alive, but
they're still in the game, but only just. And it really is, you know, LFY definitely with the sensation that they have to just rinse and repeat that push once more and go for it.
Yeah, TNC are in the game, but by most means are quite out of it. They can try to keep on taking the fights, try to push these 2 side lanes out, but that five man, when LFY groups up and starts that ball up, it's just no way for TNC to really respond when all their ultimates are up. Monet now, Chronosphere is going to be up when he's alive. And that was everything. That was like the perfect scenario for TNC to get that jump. Like Monet was like a little bit low on life. They break the Lincolns, and then they get the lasso epicenter. Perfect follow-up with Cuckoo in the back lines. So it's like perfect case scenarios. Now they're able to claim, LFY able to claim some shrines, reset themselves, and continue that aggression.
Oh, and Cuckoo is being hunted. Do they have to catch to get him? Dust is out upon him. He does have the BKB. Will pop it straight away. No messing. Knows that he can't afford to be caught out outside the base as he'll head his way back up to the high ground. Same time up top, they've actually found him Flame, but he's immediately BKBs, TP's out.
And that was the lasso committal.
Now SumaiL could be in trouble. They look for the blind torrent. SumaiL will be able to force himself back to safety, and with the blink just out of range of the Shiva's guard, will get himself back home. We'll see, keeping everyone alive. Yeah, that's why definitely ready to go down mid. They themselves with all the ultimates that they require. Chronosphere, Ice Blast, Nature's Wrath.
You see Tims and Raven are just desperate to push out those side lanes as far as possible.
Look at the Super, is just forcing them back to the base. Raven going for the TP back to join the rest of them. Arfu is sort of spotted out here by Cuckoo on the side of it, but he's got to be careful. BKB not quite ready again for him. Has the spiders upon him, but LFY take the second melee racks down on this bottom lane. And they're jumping forward. Chrono at the ready. They'll look for the courier. They do get it. No, they don't. The courier's
alive.
Oh, the courier lives. Monet comes in with a chrono onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo is saved just in time by 1437 with a false promise. They have the song trying to get the spider out of there. It will work for now, but it looks like 1437 is going to pay off his life. He has the Glimmer Cape, but Super's got the vision with the sentry down on the floor. Moves in, takes down the Oracle. TNC being forced back. Raven trying to hold Super away from TNC. They get the connection. Torrents there onto Tim, sanking down as well. 2 down without buyback once again on TNC.
They go for that last Rax now.
They can get DDC. Cuckoo turning towards him. Solar Crest down, imposter BKB really wants this AA kill. Will get it. It is 1 down, but at the same time, Raven going for the TP out. He's actually going to make it back to base by the looks of it. They've got the lasso onto the Cuckoo, but the damage is too much for Super. The Quill spray is building up. Cuckoo down as well. GG is cool. They've got the lasso onto the Cuckoo, but the damage is...
Yeah, that's like pretty much what it was. LFY had just a super strong draft to deal with what TNC had. We've seen Naga carry a few times. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. It's definitely a little bit on the weaker side. You have to have a lot of way to make space for it. They also picked the Oracle a bit early without like some direct counter. It was great versus the Kunkka, but that's kind of it. The Chronosphere just was way too much of a problem. And Inflame on the Nature's Prophet.
Absolutely.
I think this is something you guys have to start banning versus these guys.
It really has got to be thought about in the first phase of drafting. It really does seem. And Super as well. Turning up, and this is a guy that everyone says, oh, he plays Dragon Knight, plays Death Prophet. Turning up game 1, pulls out an incredible puck performance. Gets the bristle back, and again, blows us away. Absolutely star-studded game for them all.
I just love how well they work with the Wrath of Nature. That's the big thing for me. It's like as soon as he hits level 6, they're always just already running at somebody, making that aggression happen. They always get like 1 or 2 kills as soon as Furion hits 6. So I would say that hero might be one of the ones to look out for LFY for future teams that are playing against them.
Absolutely. LFY are able to therefore continue their run here in the upper bracket. TNC knocked down to the lower. Game 1, TNC certainly gave it their all, but yeah, game 2, definitely the LFY that we sort of expected to turn up off the back of the performances here at the group stages, this TI7. Smiles all around. They'll be prepared to move on for more.
I mean, TNC had a great first game, so that's the one thing. They can't look at this and be like, man, we played really poorly. That's not the truth at all. They had an incredibly good start, and this one was just really difficult for them to do. So they tried their hardest, but yeah, LFY just 1 step ahead for sure.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to head back to apparently a bit of a change-up. We've apparently got Machine on the panel, so we'll head back to you, Alex.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, Owen. I'm hanging out here. They've taken me into the sun, and I have an opportunity to talk to some experts. In fact, I'm joined by a fresh face as well. Not only me, we have Misery joining us, alongside, of course, Ake and PPD. Guys, we get to be outside and we're video gamers. How are you feeling about this, Pierre?
It's super nice out in Seattle right now. I'm happy to be outside finally.
It's lovely. There's like, there's a beautiful fountain. People are playing. We've got the game behind us. Fans get to kind of top up on their tan. And I heard that you have been topping up on your tan as well, actually. Word on the street, has you been a bit of a party animal? Where have you been up? What have you been up to? I saw pictures.
I just got in from Ibiza, actually, yesterday.
Why are you calling it Ibiza?
Ibiza.
Ibiza? Is it just the UK that does that?
Yeah, it's just the UK.
Okay.
that does that.
Okay.
Okay, I thought I pronounced the Z wrong, but no, it was like the whole
Okay, what about Sweden? Do you have my back, Ibiza?
I was going to say Ibiza, but
okay.
I'm not the best at English, so apparently I said melee instead of... No, I said melee instead of melee.
Oh, God. People get upset about the most ridiculous things. I am, however, not upset about that.
Very sorry about that. Very sorry.
Dude, I respect the bow tie. I respect it a lot. But we have got some Dota to talk about as well. Now, of course, LFY have taken the win, and they've kind of replicated the success that they had coming into the group stage. Now, Misery, how much of that group stage did you catch? I imagine you kind of just caught the tail end of it.
I started watching a bit, yeah. Like, I mean, I didn't catch all the games, of course, but I followed through. But anyways.
TNC are going to be falling into that lower bracket now, okay? I mean, this was kind of the expectations you set in that pre-match with Sean.
For sure, and now we're going to get the OG versus TNC game.
And I was trying to avoid it just for a moment, but I guess it's kind of is going to be the direct storyline from this, right, Peter?
I mean, that's what TI is all about, making storylines and us, you know, hyping them up and making them interesting for everybody to watch.
So I think just before we do investigate that, because it is a wonderful story to tell, I think the question has to be simply, TNC going to the lower bracket, was it in the way in which you expected? Was there more resistance than perhaps anticipated, or was that just another day in the office for LFY?
I think 1437, like I was saying on the panel earlier, very clever, very smart drafter. He came into this series with some strategies in mind. Game 2 was a little weird for me, but Game 1 I really loved that last pick. Alchemist almost caught them off guard. However, like I've been saying, LFY is the team to beat at this tournament. I think they are fantastic, and I think they've got a really bright tournament ahead of them.
Okay, I mean, now, I'm interested. LFY, we've heard from Jack himself saying the Chinese scene underestimated them. We've heard from the panelists, you guys perhaps weren't expecting it. Even in the group stage, their result was unexpected. What about, you know, I mean, have you had a chance to play against this team in this form?
I didn't play against LFY. I played against Newbee quite recently, and I was surprised how patient they were. Like, we were up all 3 games by like 10K gold or something like that, and they just stuck in their base, and they just, you know, eventually smoked on us and killed us. Kind of like we saw yesterday when they beat EG. It was very similar. And I don't think you're used to playing against such a patient team. It does catch you off guard.
Okay. Is that a word that you would use, patient, to summarize LFY as well as Newbee?
I think that goes for most of the teams from China. They are very patient and very hard to play against because, as Mr. said, even though you're up like 10K or even 20K, you never know if you actually won the game. They can do something crazy, like go around and smoke or just, I don't know.
We saw that one game that was like that 2-hour game with Empire and another Chinese
128 minutes,
And it was actually whoever decided to push first was going to lose, and China was like, we'll do this all day. I'm just going to stay in the base. Empire pushed, they lost.
Yeah. Brutal. And I mean, we should stop talking about patience because poor Kevin has been waiting. I've got an urge for Purge. Let's check in with him to get a bit of a deeper breakdown.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hope it's nice in the sun. Still inside over here, unfortunately, but we can talk a little bit about the last game, just some things to touch on. The Broodmother last pick was a bit of a nice change-up. Really lacking on AoE on LFY's side. They're basically limited until they had Kunkka, especially with his ultimate, and as well as Super here with the Bristleback. So I took a little bit of a look into the laning stage just to see if TNC got full value out of the Brood. And LFY played it really effectively. They laned initially as Prophet against the Broodmother, which is really effective because you have so many physical damage dealers. And it isn't until a couple levels later when Brood actually has more points in his Spawn Spiderling skill that he can actually lane effectively. And at that point, they pretty much rotated the lanes. So the reason that you saw this sort of migrating Broodmother throughout the game is because every time that the Bristleback would come to match up against him, he doesn't want that matchup. He would be forced to go somewhere else, and it hurts his efficiency a little bit. And in the meantime, LFY is still farming all over the place. And in fact, if you take a little look down here, we can actually see the Bristleback rotating over just on time. The Prophet leaves the lane, goes to gank somewhere else, and then that basically forces the Brood to rotate. And he did get some good things done. They had a lot of webs in the mid lane. He got a couple kills. He ended up 3-1. And that was really good for the scope of the game. But we didn't feel like a really huge, overwhelming pressure. I mean, this is 17 minutes in, and he's just taking the tier 1 tower mid. And didn't really have a lot of success in the other lanes, other than making it hard for him to farm like this. Faces Void has to leave the lane. Can't just sit here and get last hits until his allies come. But really what we just kind of saw was every team fight was just so hard for TNC to win. They didn't quite get the Nagasaran into the place that they needed for this to go really easily. And almost every time that they actually saw the Broodmother, they just committed a Chronosphere to him to guarantee the kill. And when that's kind of the case for your Broodmother and you die multiple times and there's spiders to kill, you just can't affect the game in a good way, and they ended up losing.
I'm always impressed. Love it. Thank you so much, Kevin, getting to break down some of the intricacies, especially of that brood. And now, in fact, we are going to go ahead and slink our way somewhere else.
Excited.
Before we continue our discussion, we're going to go ahead from one hero to another. In fact, superhero this time, standing by with Casey.
Congratulations, Super. We're really excited to see you here. That was an exciting, epic first game. So we want to know what it was that, in your mind, was the turning point when you were finally able to get your footing and really win in the end there.
当然是恭喜你们120战胜 TNC。那么你们刚才打的第一把就特别的焦灼，打得特别激进。那么你们是如何找到就是胜利的一些细节和如何是转换上你们达成劣势的？优势。
主要是我们第一盘，他们选出来一套我们在我们意料之外的阵容，我们劣势了之后。 我们在赛前就说过了，如果我们出现意外，我们就要及时的调整，我们冷静，慢慢的一步一步找机会，千万不能急。
So before the game, they drafted a lineup that was a bit beyond what we predicted, outside of our expectations. So we told each other before the game, like if we get into a situation where we're behind, or we have to come back, just stay calm and don't lose our cool, and yeah, and that should be okay.
What kind of conversations did you have after that first game to change your approach? Because the second game felt a lot smoother and more evenly played on your part.
就是你们第一场获胜之后商量了一些什么，做一些什么样的调整？因为你第二场就是明显的就是局势更顺风一些，然后打的也看上去比较轻松一点。
第二场我们打完以后，我们还是先优先想他们有没有会。 再出一些我们意料之外的阵容，如果他们选出来了以后，我们要更加小心的想到他们意料之外的，他们的蜘蛛就被我们想到了，所以我们应对的更好。
So after the first game, we said to ourselves, are they going to pull something else out from up their sleeves, something else that's unpredictable? And we actually, one of the things we accounted for was the Broodmother, which they ended up picking, and so we were prepared for it.
You guys dominated in group stage, and some teams have told us that it can be extra difficult to come in with such high pressure and high expectations. How did you interpret coming into main stage, having done so well in the group stage?
那当然，你们小组赛的表现特别亮眼，也特别出色。于很多人来讲，就是进入主舞台时，要是小组赛打得那么好，就会有更多的压力，或者人家会更关注或针对你。那你小组赛的表现对你们有些什么样的一些启发，或者你们是怎么看的？
我们小组赛2场也给了我们敲了一个警钟吧，所以我们正赛会把心态放得更平缓一点。
So doing like we did very well, obviously in the group stage, but we want to remind ourselves that it's a brand new situation coming in. Like don't get arrogant, don't get cocky. When we get to the upper bracket, everyone's on this equal footing in the upper bracket, and they're all good teams, and we can't take ourselves too seriously or evaluate ourselves too highly. So we told ourselves that, and this is the real match that begins when we're on the main stage. And then finally, we also dropped 2 matches later on in the group stage, so I think that was a bit of a wake-up call, or just humbled us a little bit and kept us focused and not getting too full of ourselves.
And next up, you'll face VP or LGD, so we wish you the best of luck. Super, thank you so much. Jack, thanks for your help. We appreciate it, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Casey and Jack, you guys are phenomenal. Casey just asked this beautiful kind of intricate question, and Jack just does a Chinese monologue for 30 minutes, and we still get to hear stuff we otherwise wouldn't be aware of. So getting to hear more from Super and staying in the upper bracket. I saw a very subtle nod, Peter. I could be over-reading into it, but when he said the real game comes next, I saw a kind of an acknowledgement from you.
I like Super. I have a lot of experience playing at tournaments with him and against, or not with him, but against him. And he's had a lot of success at TI, and he's also had a couple of failures along the way, so he knows that this is just the beginning and there's a lot of tournament ahead and a ton of things can still happen.
Absolutely, and one thing that I want to happen actually, Ake, is just to hear your thoughts on the Brood, because we heard from Super that there was something they acknowledged, they were well aware of coming into the game, that was a possibility. Now for someone like me, or perhaps those at home that are unfamiliar, why is that thought cross their mind? Why are they aware that that's a possibility?
it's just a thing that people can try to pull out here to get an easy win in a way.
Do we call it cheesy? Am I allowed to do that?
It is a, sorry, what is it?
I don't say anything.
Misery actually used to play Brood. He used to be an offlane player before he transitioned to support. Well, like, what makes a good Brood game? Why did it not work that game?
I mean, I think Brood got changed a lot since I played it. Back then, it was. I think the Broodlings were stronger. Like pretty much all his skills were significantly stronger than they are now. I think it's pretty hard to pull off a Brood mother these days. I think the only one that has been successful with it has been Liquid.
Yep.
Yeah. And they also run it with a lot of fast heroes everywhere, so there's pressure everywhere on the map, and that can easily rotate to the Brood mother and help him out. Whereas this game, it was kind of like 4 farmers, or like Naga farming.
Brood Naga together, maybe just a little too slow.
It doesn't really work out, I think.
They have the Kunkka to catch him, and that is like a very long catch and a very easy like setup to kill him, and that really makes the game hard for Brood.
Yeah.
We could see him like die 3 or 4 times at the same spot, and it was always the Kunkka who caught him.
Yeah, and they used the 9th pick of the draft on the
Just
Brood mother.
before the Bristle, yeah.
Yeah, and then last pick Bristleback, and we saw in the laning phase they just sent Bristleback to wherever Brood mother was, and you can swap lanes with Brood mother, but you really don't want to. You just kind of want to take over a lane, sit there, start expanding into the jungle, and then eventually, when you're really farmed, you start moving around.
So just to kind of put a final stamp of approval or close this case, as it were, okay, I'll leave the final thoughts with you on this series. As expected, TNC, we'll see more from them, right? Do you still think we can see that maybe that bit more of progress in the lower bracket?
I mean, they're up against OG, so I think it's...
Ake's an OG fanboy.
I am.
Oh, he is?
Their tournament's over for him.
But I would say that I think OG is the team that has the highest skill cap, but the problem for them is that they haven't really been able to perform like at their top all of the games that they played. So it's just up to them if they can find their play style. And
we'll find out. There is so much to be talked about with that game. That will be coming up another day. For now, though, it does sound like our teams are getting ready for our next battle. And so without further ado, it's time to get some players into the key arena. First of all, it will be LGD. LGD-Gaming, a name that has seen podium finishes here in the International East in the history books, but no Aegis. And so now they prepare themselves for another battle. Still in the upper bracket, still fighting the good fight. And on the other side of things, it is time to once again introduce Virtus.pro, fan favorites, and representing the CIS. So many personalities, so much skill, and so much to talk about. I mean, this is where I kind of want to give you some degree of freedom here, Misery. Virtus.pro, a team that, you know, everyone says they're playing that CIS Dota, they're in your face, but also they're a team that you really came into this one, came into previous tournaments, you know, Boston perhaps as well, as a team to watch. Would I use the favorite tag to Virtus.pro? Is that a bit too much?
I think generally Virtus.pro kind of took CIS Dota to the next level and wasn't so much, like they play aggressive, yes, but they're also very good at maintaining that lead that they get. They're good at team fighting, they're good at farming, they're pretty much good at all facets of the game. Whereas some of the things that CIS have struggled with in the past perhaps is to like continuously like build the lead and then finishing the game. I think yeah, VP, they might be the last hope, like true hope for the upper bracket of the Western Dota.
One of the most stable teams throughout the scene. They've really, the emergence of Solo as a captain in the CIS scene has been impressive to see. He's like very much taken over as that strong leader. He has a very unique perspective on the game. He offers his own unique play style, and the team has had a lot of success. I think people are looking at them as that like Western hope at the current moment. It's all China right now.
No, absolutely. I think Solo is an interesting kind of discussion to have as well, just regarding his leadership. We got to see, I think, a little look under the hood in the same way Jack provides insight on China. I feel like that TrueSight gave us a little insight into how Solo leads and how, what's going on under the hood of Virtus.pro. What do you make about, Ake? What do you make about kind of Solo's? Did you catch the episode? Did you see the way in which he delivers that information?
What's a bit I didn't really think was that they were that calm and nice in a way. They're like, for people that watch them, they think that they are very aggressive and like if something goes wrong during the game, that they can't really get back together. But I think that it's been a couple of years since it was in that phase, so I think they are a calm and collected team, even though they're very aggressive and like to dive towers. It's just their play style.
Absolutely, but I think that we can definitely learn more about Virtus.pro. We actually have an opportunity to do so now. So let's learn more about the boys of Virtus.pro.
Наконец-то мы приехали.
Добрый вечер.
Добрый вечер. Добрый вечер.
Что мы будем у вас тут делать?
Вы будете проходить квест, это называется искусственный интеллект.
Все готово? Да. Что, Леха, открывай консоль, пиши там это. О, я посерединке. Спасибо. Надеюсь, увидимся.
Ребят, смотрите. Смотрели фильм «Я робот»?
Читаю. Обнаружить и загрузить вирус в центральную систему до того, как MIA проникнет во все системы жизнеобеспечения человечества. Торопитесь, у вас есть всего 1 час. Для начала обратитесь за помощью к личному роботу создателя. Ну...
Руку вставь, руку вставь. Я не думаю, что... О, смотрите, доказали. Смотрите, смотрите. Тут по 5. Вот тут вот по 5. И в каждом доме по 5. Надо выбрать какой-то дом, наверное, определенный. А, ну да. Вот, Илюх, вот это. Ну, давай, поехали. О. Вот. О, гений! Паша!
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Вот она получается, то есть она вторая.
Вторая справа.
Самая крайняя.
Ой, какие у меня умницы!
Ну вот эта штука должна открыться, понимаете? Она откроется, если... Я ее переложил просто сюда, она открылась. Парни, вы что?
А может прям в экран ставить?
Вот это ведь штрих-код. А вот это похоже на сканер штрих-кода.
О, работает. Вот этот рабочий, Лёв. Нормальный. Это, ну смотрите, куда их вставлять. Типа, все, ладно, старый, давай, игра на тебе. На твоем статик-штурме.
Ты мне их слева направо даешь, я надеюсь?
Справа налево.
Ну так, на всякий случай просто спросил.
О! Ой! Прикиньте, если бы он средний палец нам показывал.
Так он сейчас пойдет что-то делать.
Мне кажется, надо было забрать его руку и прислонить его туда.
Паша говорит, руку можно роботу оторвать.
Станьте проводниками, он правильно сказал.
Как?
Проводниками станьте.
Серьезно?
Я гений!
Что делать?
Я гений!
Ну, я думал о таком.
Го-го-го-го, быстро.
Быстрее. Так, необходимо отключить видеокамеры, тогда магнитная карта сработает. Давайте передавай друг другу. Вставляй там, а потом сюда. И быстро карту поставлять.
Ну, это надо по очереди. Давайте. Раз, два, три.
Ну, быстрее, да? Через одну руку можно, через некоторые.
О! Какая? Серьезно? Да, видеокамера. Надо Что? Кто это?
Как же? Надо что-то крутить, старые чудища.
Подожди, не все линии зажглись, тихо.
Ну, вроде да, не все. Их слишком много, что ли?
Открылся.
Вставляй, USB, давай, сюда.
Всего-то за 4,5 часа мы разобрались.
Не получается.
Как не подходит, в смысле?
Ой, Лёх, ты что?
Вообще нам надо туда сейчас бежать.
То есть там кто-то сейчас будет, ребят? Давайте кто-нибудь первый.
Может, он туда пошел?
Да, пойдем.
Мы забыли вам сказать, мы просто гении, понимаете?
Вы пошли в топ-10. Топ-10. Если бы мы немножко еще, похмушали чуть-чуть. Знаете, на капельку. Я надеюсь, Valve использует где-то секунд 17 примерно из этого квеста. Знаешь, самые хайлайты, когда мы, такие по полчаса просто вырезать обсуждения наши, как мы два провода не можем вставить, такие себе. Ой, ладно, спасибо вам большое.
Мы уже можем материться там или нет?
Не, на нас еще микрофон.
It's hard not to love them. Virtus.pro with some Blair Witch level type stuff. That's what's going on there. And you can see that Ramsey said himself, Pia, he's a genius.
That was quite the escape room. I'm trying to picture EG getting through that. I don't think it's possible.
Not seeing it.
Different kind of team.
That was on another level, escape room. Mine just usually like a puzzle with, I don't know, a security fence and some handcuffs.
Love how Ramses would just sitting there in the chair doing nothing, just belittling them the entire time.
Yeah, old geezers, I'm a genius. I loved it. And actually, Ramses is an interesting discussion, because I did just lean towards you, Misery, just to clarify it, but this is his first TI. The youngster. I think so, the young gun.
Definitely his first TI.
I think TI5, he didn't quite get through the qualifier, and this is him on the main stage. And actually, we're going to have to cut this discussion short, because it sounds like they're ready to go. We can go ahead and kick this game off. It's time to see what Virtus.pro can do versus LGD.
LGD versus Virtus.pro. Game 1.
All right, get your thinking caps on. It is time for the draft. A best of 3 between Virtus.pro and LGD-Gaming. VP not only representing for themselves, but also battling to try and see what they can do versus the titans of LGD.
You can see that both teams here did their homework. Virtus.pro is banning the MAG, which 11 has been playing a lot of games. And LGD bans the Darkseer that Pasha has been playing a lot.
It's kind of interesting how Virtus.pro actually used to favor the Magnus like a lot back in Kiev Major and like in the past a lot. And now they're banning it themselves.
It's worked really well with their team, especially because Ramses is such a draw to these like melee heroes who benefit from cleave. We see him like his best heroes like Ursa.
Sure.
And Ursa with Empower can actually keep up and farm and be effective in the late game.
And in regards to just taking that Seer away from VP, is that just, would you describe that as Virtus.pro comfort territory? That's just where they fall back to if things aren't going to plan?
We've seen a lot of Darkseer and Sven from them throughout this tournament. One of the few teams to make Darkseer really work well.
And they actually picked it the first 2 as well, so they're not afraid to just like show what they are going to do, and they can actually make it work as well.
Yeah, they're confident in it. You know, they're not afraid of any counters coming out, or they feel like they can ban effectively around it.
VP is one of the teams that actually, they're not afraid to show their lineup or draft in the like first 2, and they're like one of the teams that seems like they want to have a good lineup themselves more than countering the opponent.
Yeah, we've seen Solo first pick himself a lot of Witch Doctor and Ogre, which aren't really counter picks to any specific heroes generally, just they offer your team things.
Yeah. I mean, Rasmus, is there a balance to be struck with that? You know, drafting for yourself as opposed to deliberately trying to get
I think specifically Virtus.pro is probably one of the most confident teams you can find. I'm very surprised how confident they always seem to be when they're playing majors and like tournaments in general. They always just pick Magnus Troll first 2. They don't really care what you're gonna do. It's more like, try and beat us, you know? You know what we're gonna do, try and beat it now. So yeah, it's definitely something that they don't mind that much.
For those watching, Virtus.pro recently at the Summit picked unique heroes throughout the entire tournament, every single game up until game 5 of the finals, which then they just picked their favorite heroes and won the tournament. It was I was there casting. It was.
What were the favorite heroes though?
It was like.
Can you remember?
Ursa, Magnus.
And stuff like that,
yeah, just that was the only game that they repeated heroes. They brought out all these old strategies, Shadow Demon Luna, Magnus Empower plus melee heroes.
And still made the run to the finals.
And won the tournament.
We are seeing Crystal Maiden come to play.
That hero's bad.
It really upsets me because all it does is remind me of Slacks now.
She's just really slow. I think she's down to 270 MS.
She has gotten nerfed to the point where it feels almost unplayable. However, I feel if she comes online, she can still make the lineup very fast. Like, she does give the aura to all your heroes, and the thing is, she jungles fairly quickly still if you get the right camps. And
it's okay.
And actually, like just this lineup against Lich and Kunkka supports, it can actually work because like none of them are heroes that is gonna go into your jungle and just kill you. Like Lich is gonna stand on a lane and Kunkka is gonna try to gank some like mid or safe lane.
That's true. But whatever lane VP decides to put up against the Lich is really going to struggle. I don't think Crystal Maiden's going to be able to help out at all there. I think her best efforts are going to be in the jungle, getting a quick level 3, probably 2 points in aura, and letting Nightstalker run around and grab as many bounty runes and have mana for constant voids.
Keep your eyes on those two. Now, the Lich hasn't been discussed as much. In fact, we haven't actually got to hear your opinion on this because the International 7 has been plagued by Lich. It's been kind of the hero of the draft, at least in the group stages. What's your take on it? Something you've been playing around with as well?
Yeah, I actually felt like I was one of the only people that appreciated Lich when he was when he was never picked.
Back in the day.
Yeah, like a few months ago even. The hero has definitely become stronger as the game has developed a bit throughout this tournament. It feels like the 5 position doesn't really have that much of a place as much as it used to.
Sure.
The pull is pretty weak. It's hard to zone the off lane. There's usually a lot of pressure on the safe lane though. I feel like it's this hero has a lot of potential now. He can go to any lane, like Aka mentioned the other day, and you know, he gets his own experience, he gets his own sustain, he can armor towers. I mean,
he always has an impact.
Yeah.
And a lot of other 5 heroes just don't have that, especially in the laning phase.
Right. So getting that additional impact, and whilst you do say that, it does seem like it's quite polarizing when you have a Lich played correctly and incorrectly. Could you shed a little insight, Peter, as to what like Lich's kind of checklist is going to be? I mean, you yourself have said that, you know, stats don't tell you everything. Bad teams can pick the same hero. Lich, I mean, we've seen Cloud9, they tried to draft it. They were one of the few to chase the Chinese with it and could not make it work. What does a bad Lich look like in comparison to a good?
A bad Lich or a good Lich?
Is that a tough question?
It's definitely a tough question.
Just using the abilities in the right way.
Might be more based off the team and how they built around
the opponents, I would say, because the ice armor is what's going to make him good in the late game. So if they're up against a lot of physical damage, now they actually pick Sven against it. So now Lich is actually quite good for them.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of bad Lich games where the Lich moves around a lot and he chooses the wrong lane to be in. It's, you know, you want to set him up against somebody to slow them down. You know, if you're worried about.
He's also an enabler in a sense, right? What do you put with the Lich? There are certain heroes that can be very effective. You put a Centaur with a Lich and give him armor, you know, he's pretty much untouchable there.
You can pick a weaker laner. We've seen Morphlings
exactly
paired up with that Lich.
Doom has been picked with Lich as well a lot. Is also why VP is banning it as well in the second phase there.
Oh. You've got VP Sven. Talked about that beforehand, and Beastmaster's going to be coming in from LG.
That could work as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Like if he gets a couple of levels to level up the boars, then he can be very annoying.
That is very strong for sure. This is a hero that nobody really plays except for LGD, right?
Not often picked into Nightstalker, but if you build a Vlad's first and you become this like 5-man pushing hero, you can almost counter what Nightstalker does for your team.
I actually remember how like OG back in the day doing like in Frankfurt Major and stuff like that, they actually felt that Beastmaster was kind of the counter's Nightstalker because he did give you some kind of vision, right? And you had the boars to push out the lane, you got your book, you can like rat a bit. Nightstalker doesn't like that with summons.
There's a Sven and a CM though to help deal with that Necro book.
Yeah, that's true.
And you can force towers with him as well with his passive aura. It makes the tower pushes.
It's a pretty vague matchup, I think.
So you guys are a fan of the pick?
I think it could work, but it's not something that I would pick for my team.
See what they have planned here, because I think the hero is very versatile overall, and I think it's underappreciated at the moment.
That's looking like a Pasha Omni Knight in the off lane.
Yeah. Could be an aggro tri-lane, perhaps, to counter out the Lich idea, maybe, and then they put the Omni Knight against the Beastmaster or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be a tough lane for him, but Omni Knight, you know, with a little bit of sustain from the heal, could potentially manage the harassment from Lich's Frost Nova in the laning phase.
I think they probably don't mind that much putting Omni Knight against just Lich Beastmaster. He's gonna be fine there.
He's gonna farm at least, though.
But now there's a Troll, which is pretty decent in lane overall, so the aggro tri-lane might not be the best idea.
They are gearing up to group up and push against this Nightstalker, I think. I think that's something that Virtus.pro is lacking a bit, is the team fight. Crystal Maiden offers a little bit, Nightstalker next to none. Sven, he has a hard time getting into fights until he gets a Blink Dagger and a BKB. But even when he does get that BKB, he's still going to be dealing with that roar from Beastmaster.
And surely that's something Virtus.pro would have been aware of. By drafting it first, they knew that that would give the freedom to LGD to build towards that. They knew that was coming.
They knew that Omni-Night was coming?
Well, no, they knew that the LGD would try and build to counter that Nightstock. You've been
True.
About.
Yeah, so Virtus.pro trying to get some more team fights so they can actually defend their towers. With an Omni-Night.
You got Casey and Slacks now.
They need some kind of powerful mid-hero here, right? They need...
Nice.
Yeah.
Casey and Slacks on Virtus.pro here.
Yeah, they're representing. I think Casey pulled off the facial hair better, right?
Slacks is looking a little slim.
He lost all the weight, didn't he?
He's looking good.
He's looking fine. Who could cosplay as Sven? That's the real question.
Oh.
Talent team. I think Peter, you could rock a Sven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more like a fly, kind of.
Yeah, that's more.
Oh yeah, you're right. Let's get Fly
kind of thing.
I'm a little skinny, I think.
We'll get you down the gym. Give Blitz 6 months. He'll be there as well.
Jeez, Nightstalker's ripped.
It's true.
Yeah, him and his. Blue buddy Sven. Jim
there is a recurring blue theme, and we have, as with all the drafts, that's what they were like. Day9's keeping it on topic too much. Jump in and talk some nonsense.
You want to talk StarCraft?
Sure, man.
Medusa banned from Virtus.pro. I like that. Medusa's one of the hard counters to Sven because you can cast Stone Gaze even during his BKB when he's looking to connect the majority of his damage. He's got to turn and run away instead of fighting. Necrophos, the last pick.
It fits well with the other heroes, as we said before, that they really want to push and push the tower, so now they actually have some sustain and heal.
What do you think VP's looking at?
Yeah, this is the big question.
The DP would be good for them, I think, but it's banned out. Queen of Pins banned as well.
Puck?
I think Puck is a little bit on the weak side for their lineup.
You want more firepower?
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely want something stronger. I could see...
Is the fact...
Invoker is not banned. No, Invoker could be interesting. They have some setups. Yeah. I could see maybe Storm Spirit being good, but it might be a little bit.
OD?
Storm.
They have like Beast ulti, and they have Kunkka X as well. I don't know.
I think Storm looks good, but the problem is if it becomes a bit too slow. But they do have Repel. They have like Omni-Night Heal.
They
have CM Aura.
CM Aura. I think it's
nighttime Storm would be good.
Lina.
All right. I mean, that's a classic with
She hasn't been picked so much lately.
Yeah.
Compared to before. She was very popular during the... Virtus.pro kind of ended up in a way there where like they had to try to counter LED's lineup instead.
They're going to be reacting a lot in this game. Those team fights are going to be out on top.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's been an absolute pleasure, guys. We're going to go ahead and continue to top up our tan as we go ahead and jump into another fantastic game here at TI7. Your casters are waiting in the wings.
10 seconds remaining.
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. Welcome to what promises to be a real barn burner of a showdown. Lumi, we've got LGD taking on VP. VP, the last Western hope remaining in the upper bracket. They've got a very fearsome opponent here.
Do you have to pay copyright to use that line?
No, that's just my homage to AC. I miss him, man. I miss his hype. You know, it's the best I can do.
Well, I got to tell you, I think out of all of teams coming out from China, I personally think that LGD is the strongest one.
Really?
Yes. You know, 6-8 months ago when I was casting LGD on these online games, they were just kind of muscling people down just off the raw skill of Ame and maybe, or Somnus as he's tagged up in this game. But in the last 2 to 3 months, I felt like they have a complete package. Yao has been literal opponent pretty much every final evolution. You got the raw skills, you got the draft, and now they are ready to take down TI, I think.
Yeah, looking at this LGD team, you know, like the old storyline for Yao, you go back to TI3, LGD got bounced by Liquid. That was a huge upset at the time. And then Xiao8 left. Xiao8 moved on to Newbee. He won a TI without any of his old teammates, and so the question became, like, were they holding him back? Did Xiao8 just need to get away from not just Yao, but everyone else on that team, Sylar, who was with him at the time? Now it seems like maybe we've come full circle, and Yao has finally fully stepped in that role as a captain, as a drafter, as a leader, and has taken LGD very far. But that said, they've got a fearsome opponent here, and VP want to get this party started, and guess who they find? The Jinx is in, and Yao down for the count.
Giving up first blood to no one. That is not a good sign here for your mid player. Every time you see your support give up first blood, you're the mid, you're like, dang it. Why'd you gotta be there? But that will give Somnus, or I guess for the remainder of cast, I would refer him as maybe. He's better known for that tag. Or do you think we should?
No, we can call him.
Maybe. All right. Thank you for giving me the permission, Ellie. I appreciate that.
I have his agent. So
all right. Cool. Yeah, that does secure him the rune, but still, big, heavy win here for Virtus.pro.
Yeah. Early first blood for them. And now, I think while we wait for these lanes to unfold, we look at VP's lineup. So much of this game is going to be dictated by Lil on the Night Stalker and enabled by Solo on the Crystal Maiden. I know the panel mentioned, PPD said it's not a good hero right now. Do you think it can be a good hero this game, or is it going to be a liability, all game long against what LGD bring to bear?
Are you talking about the Omni Knight?
The Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden. I think she will be fine. She's going to be mostly staying the lane. One of her strongest or weakest point is that she's so slow, and this patch is really about contesting the bounty runes. But she's going to let the Night Stalker to do most of the bounty picking. So
she's here, do you think, mainly for the aura to give a little bit of extra experience?
Her allies, all 4 of them, takes advantage of the allies extremely well, especially with Lina on the mid lane spamming away, as well as Omni Knight. Definitely needs a mana to keep himself gassed up on the top lane.
Often when we see the Omni, it is with some super carry that really takes advantage of the repel. Like, in theory, they do have that with maybe the Sven, maybe the Lina. However, there is some lockdown to go through that, whether it's the Night Stalker ultimate, the Necrophos, Reaper Sight stun, or potentially, just looking at some troll bashes. So
bottom lane?
Not automatic that will be a good lockdown. But 11 does get caught out here in the bottom lane. Good pick to start things off for VP. They get 2-0 early. They're also pulling during this time. So this bottom lane seems clearly won, at least for now. Yao staying there for the moment. Curious to see if he makes a rotation as he's being bullied a bit in the river. The board's going to lend him a bit of an assist as Lil makes his journey towards the middle lane, running away from that board now, wrapping back in. So they're leaving the Lich bottom. And I want to ask you, do you like the Lich staying here? Do you think he could be more effective or useful elsewhere?
Well, not if he's giving up kills like that, right? I think the idea here is what exactly IG did yesterday. Remember they ran the Sand King Lich in the off lane? They want to control this lane and just solely win, but instead they're just giving kills after kills after kills. Crystal Maiden.
No more mana here on VP, so they won't be able to get a follow-up, but it's now 2 deaths in the lane. It's a 3rd kill on this bottom half of the map, and you really have to wonder, are they going to make an adjustment? Yao TP's in again. He's going to deny that range creep, so content to at least try and slow the sun down, but
I think LGD is just getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. Lich as a laner gets really, really strong at level 2 and 3. Not as strong at level 1. It felt like they give away a little bit too much when they don't have any ability to fight. You take Sacrifice or 1, you're a glorified range creep. Just stay. And unfortunately, they got punished pretty hard.
That does mean Alone is on his own, moving in again, looking to punish the Lich.
Yeah, and this is where Lich gets stronger in the lane, right? You put the Frost armor on 011, and he's got 7 armor with the, of course, the attack slow applied to them when you do attack him. So he should be absolutely fine. And still, this lane is not winning for LGD, but eventually it will win.
So how about the other lanes? In the mid lane, no one. Duke it out with Maybe here. For a while, Maybe widely considered to be by far the best mid in China. Nowadays, I think some would say SCCC can challenge him for that crown, but certainly one of the premier mids. And doing well early on against no one. A slight edge in CS. He's getting a little help from Victoria. They are moving in while simultaneously in the bottom lane, the Frost Armor saving the day. Can they get this no one kill? The Lina's low, about to fall. Crucial that LGD gets this. Not dead yet. Oh. And no one makes it out.
Wow. I think maybe used his Ghost Route a little bit too early. I think he could have gotten an extra attack or two, not taking into account of the ghosts, the Fairy Fires that the Lina activated. So slight mistake there by Maybe, but still having the lane advantage. Great gang from the Kunkka, giving their mid a little bit of advantage there.
Now the last lane that we haven't really looked at is Pasha on this off-lane Omni Knight, who for now is getting his experience. Already level 4. They haven't been able to force him out of the lane, although they are going to try with the turret now. He's relatively low, has the level 2 heal, still the pursuit. They're going to be looking for some timely bashes. So he gets pulled back by an X, but the creep wave comes in, and Pasha will be absolutely fine. So the early laning stage definitely belongs to VP, and now the Wolf Howl's nighttime kicks in, and Lil starts to get aggressive. All those kills, Lumi, they're coming in daytime, but now VP can ramp up the aggression.
one of the downside of this defensive tri-lane for Virtus.pro is that they're not getting that much level. You have 3 kills on the lane, and your Night Stalker is still level 2. And that's just kind of a byproduct of Crystal Maiden nowadays. She used to be a very efficient jungler. And Lich, yeah. Of course, more so than Lich, the CM. But now it looks like the Night Stalker will be roaming to the mid lane to perhaps set up a kill. And maybe is relatively low.
Yeah, this Ghost Shroud up, has a few stick charges available as well. So VP not going to be able to commit for that kill. You in fact see 4 LGD heroes in the vicinity, just ready for a potential dive while also trying to farm the woods. One thing about this Night Stalker is the presence of the Beastmaster. I think very important to talk about. It might not be the easiest Night Stalker game. There's always vision if the Beastmaster position's right. So VP can't just count and bank on being able to dive towers with impunity. There could well be a punish and anticipation from the LGD side.
I do want to point out this ward that Virtus.pro lay out in the very beginning of the game, overseeing the Ancients. That's something that Lich offlanes would like to do, especially with the Beastmaster in the game. And of course, when you have a Sven, if you do know that there is going to be a stack, you can't easily steal it after a good fight. So I think that's definitely something that Virtus.pro will be looking towards to do.
11 feeding his Hawk into the waiting arms of Solo, who is now just dual laning as the Night Stalker continues his journey around the world, heads towards the top lane. Didn't really see an opening there. In fact, the Lich also making the rotation. I think he was hiding in fog, waiting for that potential Night Stalker dive, and they're going to go again on the bottom lane. 11 could be in trouble here with the Frostbite coming out. He doesn't have the plus armor, the attack speed slow not there, and down he will go. Brutal start indeed. VP up 4 kills. Great start for them. They're not really that far ahead, all things considered, Lumi. LGD still farming well and otherwise keeping the game relatively close. But I guess the question is, how do LGD get back in this game? What is their strategy moving forward?
LGD needs a lot of levels on their heroes before they do a lot. I mean, maybe he is level 6, so he could start rotating around and set up some kills, but not before he gets ganked here. 3-man rotation.
Not where he wants to be. Laguna comes out, stick up pump, but it was after the Ghost Drop. He could be in danger. Then the Torrent comes through. The ult from the Necro, they get the kill. CM down. At least a small trade, but the Lil looking for more. Wants some revenge. It's a double for no one. It could be a triple. Lil wanting to chase, but no one. Doesn't want to commit with those quick respawns coming through. Much bigger victory here. VP grabbing cores, only giving up supports, continuing to extend their lead. 6-1 now.
Remember when the question was proposed at the panel, what is a bad Lich game? You're watching it right now. Lich is supposed to give you the lane advantage. You're not supposed to fall 6-1 behind. You're not supposed to be losing out on so much gold. He was picked for this off lane, they didn't win off the lane. And now he's kind of rotating around, and that's not the reason why you pick Lich. Moving forward in the mid game, he's really going to be lost in terms of what he can do. Smoke gang going up top.
Yeah, you pick the Lich, you'd love to have passive lanes, but Ame getting trapped out. The Troll eats the heal bomb, mauled down. Virtus.pro continue to gain steam here, revving up the plow. They are in full control now, but soon this nighttime will end. And we'll see if LGD can start to get some momentum back their way. Ramsey's left alone bottom. There is soon going to be a Primal Roar available. LGD might be able to make a move to actually baiting this one. 11 doesn't have his level 6 yet, though. He's just going to give up a free kill. No, maybe not. Victoria, big save from him. The Torrent comes through, and now the slow. Just looking to retreat, though, as Lil's on the chase. Doesn't have the mana. He gets baited in. Now from the side comes maybe with the flank. The ult's cooling down 1 second. He won't get the bonus death time on the Night Stalker, but they do salvage the fight. And now Beastmaster level 6. LGD even bringing the Troll in for that engagement. He might be looking to push off.
They're going to steal this big stack. Ame, I believe that was a 3 to 4 big stack here, and they just cleaned it up. That was supposed to be a Sven, so that engagement, not only did Ramses not get the kill that he intended to go for, it also lost pretty big economically to LGD. I think that was a pretty good comeback here.
And look at the transition from LGD. They get the kill, and they're just going to group up the Beastmaster and the Troll together and force the fight. They're diving onto Solo, but reinforcements are arriving. Pasha wants to take this. He's got the heal. That's going to bring the Troll low. Now Ame needs to back away. Where's the follow-up? Still that Primal Roar available, but nobody on VP low enough to continue this aggression. So a good job by Pasha of blunting the onslaught, and now VP going to settle down a little bit. LGD forced to back away. This is the time where their lineup starts to ramp up in the push department, Lumi, but don't have a point in that Troll ult just yet. No battle trance, so perhaps not quite ready to go for it.
No, I think they definitely need a little bit more levels before they could actually group up for a concentrated push. I'm also worried moving forward in this mid game. I feel like Navi Pasha's Omni Knight is just going to be way too big. He got too much in that laning stage. Maybe walking into a gank squad, it looks like he's going to be okay.
3 heroes from LGD looking to dive. Still no ultimate on the Lich. We have often seen the Chain Frost come out. 2 heroes stunned by Ramsey's. Good connection to start. Down the hill to follow. Chasing the back. The Lina comes through. Clutches the kill. And now 11 in danger. Continues his retreat, but the onslaught is there. DP storming forward. The roar has to be committed just to get back safely. And still the stun's going to take him. Solo isn't even needed for this kill. No one scores. Another Virtus.pro are on fire early.
Meanwhile, Night Stalker successfully TPs out from a gank up top. Yeah, they are winning pretty much every single lane, every single engagement. And LGD is a lineup that I think needs to get a little bit more done in laning stage. I don't think you could just be like, okay, we're going to scale better in late game. LGD does not have that kind of lineup against Alina and his fan.
It is, you know, to emphasize the point you were making before the action broke out earlier, like you pick Lich, you'd love to have a very passive laning stage. Just sit back, win through the war of attrition, through constant sacrifices, but they fought a lot early, and those were not favorable engagements. It was before the Lich got his level advantage, before the sacrifices kicked in, and then VP have been able to snowball it since. So I suppose a small silver lining for LGD is that VP has not been able to stack much. Still no Ancient stack on either camp as of yet.
LGD smoked next to the shrine, spotted out by a well-placed Observer Ward by Virtus.pro.
Feeling the pressure to make something happen with this Necrophos. Did go for that early Veil. Obviously armor will be essential against the Sven.
Yeah, LGD just gives up the gank. They kind of know that maybe they got spotted.
Even a Radiant scan coming in. It's not actually going to detect Victoria, but this might free up the push bottom anyway. With 11's army of boars stacking up, perhaps LGD will commit. Sneaking in from the side, Victoria gets down a key deep ward. So far, so good for VP, though. They have mostly thwarted these ganks now, letting the darkness fall and closing in on natural nighttime. They look to defend this tier 1. Still no towers claimed. LGD, their lineup was predicated on taking at least 1 tower by now.
Or at least doing a ton of damage, which they have on the bottom side. But I think LGD definitely not happy with how their early game going. I think, critically speaking, look at Victoria's level. He's level 5. He's trying to smoke around with his team and set up kills, but without the Ghost Ship, I don't think they have enough damage to really kind of put people low enough for that Reaper side. Maybe has really even given up ganking with the team. He says, look, I need to get level 12. I'm going to just farm up. And you guys worry about yourself.
Thing is, they're so reliant on the Reaper site to complete kills, and you've got an Omni Knight to worry about with a level 3 repel. So the uptime is quite high, and very likely, you know, while you might get the stun, you're unlikely to be able to dish out the damage needed for the kill.
Yeah, LD, I gave you that little look when they picked Necrophos into the Omni Knight. Generally, Omni Knight's seen as one of the better heroes to pick against the Necros.
Unless you crush the lanes really hard.
Which they didn't. So, you know, LGD is in a lot of trouble. Mid lane looks like the rotation is coming in. Are they going to make that dive? Or maybe?
Maybe trying to tank up now as he works his way back towards the hood. Still Lil eyeing his prey, but rather reinforced hide will have to choose for if he wants to get that kill. But while this is all going on, Pasha just getting some precious me time top. He takes the tower down uncontested. At this rate, we might just see like a straight Midas or Radiance coming out from Pasha. He's just getting all the farm in the world.
And there's no stopping him, at least not right now. Like, the only person that could really kill him is a dual gank of the Beastmaster Roar as well as the Reaper side.
Oh yeah.
But
easy GPM talent. Why not with the start he's had?
So what do you think he's going to go for? He's got the Midas queued up. Yeah, he's going for a...
I definitely think you go Midas. When you're already this highly leveled, like, you don't...
So what about the next item, though? Like, okay, Greaves, good choice.
They do know LGD's 5-man is really strong in the mid-game, right? Once you get the key items, like I imagine Necro's going to try to complete a pipe. Do see maybe queuing that up now. Beastmaster, we'll see. For now, appears to be a Solar Crest. But they're likely to go for that 5-man push. They're likely to try to take Roche. So you do want at least something item-wise from Omni that lets you take fights. And, I mean, Mech certainly fits the bill there. Actually, looks like he wants to change out for a 4-staff.
Okay.
But yeah, just something to help the team. Like, you can go back for something greedier later. But
sure. 4-staff seen as one of the best counter to Beastmaster Roar. You know, you spend a long cooldown ultimate for a single target hero. Boom, push him away, and you're fine.
Can LGD finally make a smoke work for them? It's tough to do it at night. They are going to try. One showing himself mid for now. Did opt for the Yule Scepter on the Lina. LGD move in. Arcane Rune here, maybe. Gonna snag it, VP. Immediately looking to back away, and Victoria unable to get the initiation. So again, VP correctly anticipating these LGD movements. That's the third failed smoke for them. They have just had LGD's number all game long.
That was a very curious time to make that smoke. And Koda thought 11's gonna get initiated, and it's gonna completely blown up. 5 VP heroes on the chase, Little flying forward, giving vision.
Pushing up the daisies now as VP starts to take this tower down. Tier 1 under siege. No frost armor on it even. Looks like that Lich is afraid to even get near the tower for the time being. So, in fact, the one hero who sticks around could be punished now. The Necrophos going out. Good stun coming through from the Centaur. Lil with the micro skills, and now the Chain Frost committed, but the Omni's there to keep them alive.
Chain Frost?
TP's in. Still the Chain Frost is bouncing. Keeps on bouncing. Still no kills. They need more damage. They want Pasha. They will get him. Can they find more on the retreat? Solo, dangerously low. The hero plays from out. Try and keep his team in this game, but Centaur Stomp is available. Two times in a row. Lil with the huge plays going for that early Helm of the Dominator build on the Night Stalker.
That was a very poor timing to do the LGD smoke gank, in my opinion, because they did it during nighttime. Like, Night Stalker sees you before you see them.
And they did it blind. Like, sometimes we'll see teams smoke at night, but they at least have a ward, or they have some sort of vision advantage to set up for an easy kill.
They had one deep into the jungle, into the Radiant jungle, but I don't think that one saw any hero at that time. But finally, LGD with a slight momentary lead after that fight will take at least a tier 1 tower.
VP probably not in position to trade just yet as Ame cracks open the Mask of Madness. Raw attack speed so far for him. Grab the Yasha as well. It's the least important tower for their strategy though, as they really are a lot about the Roshan, but the Troll, the Beastmaster, heroes that can use the Aegis quite well potentially, like the Necrophos, who offers a lot on a second life.
Ramses, by the way, finishing a 4-stack Ancients, being stacked up by that little Centaur. Nice Stalker's friend.
Already grabbed the Oblivion Staff, I believe Echo Saber. Not soon, but either way, LGD working on this tower now, quickly chewing it down. VP don't want to contest just yet. They are waiting for their next round of items. They want to take a fight where LGD aren't already set up at a tower, so they're going to retreat for the time being.
This last minute and a half for LGD has been really good. They desperately need that gold going to some of these key heroes. 11 finishing that Solar Crest allows him to tank quite a bit. I wonder if he's going to go for a Blink BKB or Blink build this game.
No one could be in danger here. The Eul's there though. It's available. Quick Eul's, but the Chain Frost locked in from distance. Roar comes through.
Give him the Reaper.
Gotta love the commitment from Yao there, and they do score the long duration.
Look at his respawn time, 66 seconds.
Yeah, that's big, and that is the thing about this LGD draft is even from a deficit, they're just so strong in the mid game. But here comes Lil again, hunting Victoria. Oh, Victoria down once more. Lil continues to make plays around the map. 3-1-6 on the Night Stalker. They're doing it solo now.
So I do want to ask your opinion about the Night Stalker Helm of the Dominator build. Not something that we see too often, but the Centaur has been pretty effective so far.
Quite instrumental. We'll talk about it in a moment, but for now, LGD getting run over in the mid lane. A rain of fights coming down as Solo continues to dish out the damage. Even through the Ghost Shroud, they'll slay Ame and maybe both cores down for the count. They didn't have the Beastmaster there. Of course, the Kunkka had only just respawned and they didn't have the boat available. Costly mistake from LGD, underestimating VP's willingness to take the fight.
Yeah, there's no way that Troll Warlord could be in that kind of forward position without having a BKB. Look at how awkward it was as he got kind of pushed into the right side. If he had BKB there, maybe he could sit his ground and fight, but they just got melted.
Yeah, he queues it up now. He's definitely going to need it as this game moves along. But
he needs both BKB and Diffusal Blade to actually counteract against Guardian Angel. That will be a big threat against them as well. So just a ton of items that LGD need. Unfortunately, they are just too poor.
Yeah, they need a ton of items as the game moves along. And, you know, even if you get that BKB, Lina is a very hard hitter with right clicks, assuming she goes for the damage talent.
You have Warcry to back you up.
You have to spend right clicks, so. Other thing I think to keep in mind is they have multiple targets that you really want to roar. Like, those are the two big ones. Maybe you could even make an argument for the Omni Knight so he can't save his teammates. But LGD, they're not frazzled by this bad turn of events. They're still going to try to go for the Roach. They've lost one already. Victoria down. Now Ame's in the pit, but he rushes out, wants to take the fight. Now it's the Chain Frost. He won't get it off, though. VP swarming to the point of attack. It's a Zerg rush from them. Locking out Ame, picking him off. Aegis instantly will be burnt and likely dies again. Stormbolt's cooled down, goes for the whirling axis. Surrounded and pounded. VP make it 3 plus an Aegis down. They are fearless here on the big stage.
Yeah, they gave away the Roshan, but they just took it right back very quickly and now invading into the enemy jungle. Do we have a second to talk about that Helm of the Dominator? Because Little has been microing out of his mind. Known as one of the best Visage players in the world. I guess this is Vicere's light as he's sending in the Centaur, stomping people and extending chain stuns, as well as allowing the Omni Knight to actually have a good healable target in the front line to do that big bomb damage.
It can also soak up, a Chain Frost bounce and potentially just drag it away from your team. So
that Centaur also has stacked 4 Ancient Camps for his Sven. So
yeah, so you can basically do what you want to do at nighttime as a Night Stalker, and that's probably the biggest reason. Stay active, constantly pressure, while also still ensuring your economy is robust. So I think that's the most important aspect of it, and then the bonus is whatever it brings to you in an actual fight.
Sure. The 10 attack speed also actually is quite nice for Night Stalker. Does get in quite a bit of right click, especially when he is in a 1v1 situation for support in jungle or something like that.
Still prowling about here as LGD starting to feel quite scared. It's a lineup that's meant to group up, take towers early, grab an Aegis, and use that to force objectives, but Lumi, they've gotten only 2 towers, and for their purposes, the least important 2, these 2 bottom tier 1s. It's not stopped VP from farming at all. VP's farming the northern half of the map without fear. LGD, if anything, the lineup that wants to be map controlling and playing from ahead is currently playing from a sizable disadvantage. 17-4, down 9k gold. How do they get back in this game?
Well, Reaper Scythe is a hell of a spell. When the game goes longer, the respawn timer kind of adds more and more in terms of how effective it is. But I think they're getting closer and closer to the point where VP needs to go up the hill, dive a little bit too deep, and make a big mistake. For now, looks like the 2 teams will trade a tower. LGD does get the mid-tier 1, but here comes the backstab.
They want to fight. They're bringing in 5. The tower's low, but in goes Ramsey's head full of steam. Gets up the stuns. Ame on the run, and from the rear comes Solo with the zoning. Ultimate meets the frost as he brings down 3 with the help of his team. Now on to Somnus, and maybe no calls to be accepted by this Necrophos. He will drop as well, the lone survivor to tell the tale of sadness. The plow.
We're going to watch that one more time. You see in the front line, Sven just goes in, and on the back line, great rotation coming in. And they just cut off everybody. Crystal hit an ultimate. And like you said, it was a zoning one, and there was nowhere to go for LGD. They don't get a single player. And now tier 3 is being sieged on.
This is what we all knew VP was capable of. This was the reason why we saw swagger and confidence from Virtus.pro at past events. Some have knocked them for being overly confident, even cocky at times. As mentioned at the summit, going for the, pick a different hero every game, never play a hero twice.
Hey, they won that
strategy. And they ended up winning the tournament, and perhaps it made them a bit stronger. Now they come into TI and on the big stage, on the verge of finally taking a game off of one of these top Chinese dogs as LGD find themselves on the ropes.
Yeah, so far I think LGD has not really shown up and played Dota just yet. They had resemblance of showing up and play Dota. They made some good moves, but ultimately, I think that they didn't execute the Dota that they want to play. The draft to me is not the draft that they intended to show right now.
I mean, biggest thing, is it just that they didn't get enough mileage out of the Lich for you?
Not just as Lich, but a laning stage as a whole, right? Like, Lich is a big part of it, obviously, but I think Beastmaster is supposed to do more in this stage of the game. Maybe supposed to be getting a Reaper Scythe kill left and right. How many Reaper Scythe kill have we seen? 1, 2?
I think just the 1.
I mean, they have 4 kills, so we could, count it up really quickly.
It's not more than 4.
Yeah. So, and of course, I've not felt the presence of this Troll Warlord. I mean, he's hit a tower a couple of times, he's gotten the Roche, but he's just not a big threat. He's gone for the Blink Dagger, which...
He still doesn't have the BKB, and the thing is, you mentioned he's not a big threat, like, he has to get a BKB. They have so many ways to deal with them otherwise. The blind from the Night Stalker with Crippling Fear, tons of slow chain stun galore with the Sven, the Lina, not to mention just the Omni Knight constantly nuking you down with the Purification. Like, he's not tanky enough to get away without a BKB, even if it's not a game-winning item.
Without a BKB, I don't think you kill anyone, not even the Crystal Maiden. Like, Crystal Maiden could just Frostbite and run away.
Here they go, moving in, the boat comes through, Ramsey's BKB, and now the fight, they're fighting around the shrine here. Do they commit forward? They want the Necrophos, throwing in the Laguna, the chain frost to counter, the torrents there as well, but it Big Daddy Sven in the house, forcing Yo on his heels. He runs back into that red sword of doom, and it seems it's destiny for VP to take this game. One of the first times we've seen a team GG out on the main stage before losing a second lane of Rax. LGD just got whopped.
I think Virtus.pro did everything correct. They won that bottom lane. 9posh got way too much in his lane. Of course, Alina got the ganks that she needed mid, so she won there as well. Winning every single lane, winning every single engagement.
And they won the VP way. They won playing with incredible confidence, great mid-game teamfight execution, pushing the early advantage as much as possible. So for LGD, like biggest thing to change, it feels like gotta have a stronger laning stage for them going into that next game.
I think their draft swine is one of those situations where you had a good game plan, you weren't able to execute it, so the LGD coach, you know, give him a slap on the back, be like, play better.
Maybe you don't even need the coach's input. You can already see Yao putting his arm around his teammates saying, like, guys, we got this, we got to put it back together, let's calm down. It's a best of 3. We can adapt and bounce back. And this LGD team has done that. You know, one of their most recent results coming into this tournament was a 3-2 victory against LGD FY, so they know how to win a longer series.
Yep. Like you mentioned, coming into the series, can Yao be that man, you know? It used to be Xiaowei, he used to live in the shadow of Xiaowei, but now can he step up and be the leader for his team? He's doing that right now, but let's see if the results will show it.
Well, no better test for him than the one that VP have put him to. They lead the best of 3 1-0. We'll get some more analysis and break it down with the panel.
But we do have the Rasmus. That's an old school music joke.
You're a lot out of breath.
I'm really unfit.
That was like a...
It was quite a run.
That was you running.
That was me at full pace.
That was a slow, like, saunter out of breath.
You could have seen me. I was
unfit.
Challenging Usain Bolt at that point. It was quite a run.
That was you running.
That was me at full pace.
That was a slow, like,
I'm going to start with you.
that was saunter out of breath.
You could have seen me. I was a game challenging Usain Bolt at that point. It was quite a run. I'm trying to put into perspective as to how that was me at full pace.
That was a slow,
I'm going to start with you. Saunter out of breath. You could have seen me. I was a game challenging Usain Bolt.
I think this type of lineup that you're facing is a combination of Solvenias, the type of heroes that you fast and game phase. I think this incorrect type of lineup that you lane wrong, lane wrong, Solvenias, and the type of heroes that you fast and game phase. Kind of what happened here. And Snowball will put it because this is what correct main approach that she has been wrong, he's getting mad at he never finished the night phase, and I have like, feels like 2 minutes long. He's never out of mana.
So by just grabbing like a CM, that's 2 minutes long. That's never out of mana. This is exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah, that was a little
so by just grabbing like a CM, that's 2 minutes long. That's never out of mana. This is exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah, that was a little generation from the CM aura, so that allowed Lil to really have a great game, and he was so farmed. He had a medallion, Helm of the Dominator. He's running around with a Centaur creep following him, so he was free to. A lot of times, when Nightstalker will cast Void on someone to slow them and catch up to them, they'll just TP out. But he would do that, and then the Centaur would be right behind him in case so they couldn't TP out. So. That was cool to see. He was dominating.
I just think that this Maiden actually, it's just worked this game because they were facing Lich and Kunkka. I think if they would pick it again and be up against maybe a Nightstalker themselves or some other hero that's like to move around a lot, it would be a lot harder.
We'll talk more about the Maiden and other things in just a moment, but actually we do have to check in with Kevin. Want to make sure he has ample time to discuss it. It certainly isn't his maiden voyage over at the Analysts.
It is not, and I'm glad you guys brought up the Helm of the Dominator. That was a thing that I actually really enjoyed when the item first came out. I kind of theory-crafted supports using it, but lately we've been seeing cores. Items been nerfed a bit, hasn't been purchased much. And Lil used it very well this game. Grabbed a Centaur Conqueror, was using it to scout. The other thing that they used really well with it was comboing it with the Omni Knight, in that it would be a upfront melee tanker kind of thing that could disable, and very often they would put heals on it just to guarantee damage without putting somebody on their team in danger. Really like that usage. Also provides some attack speed, some HP regen, all useful things that you can actually use. Like Peter said, it's also very good for ensuring that you can actually gank heroes, because it gives you 2 stuns, which guarantees that your opponent can't escape. So this big, heavy dominance across the map that Night Stalker has can be paired with an extremely fast other creep. So it's not just him that it's fast, it's also the creep itself, which combos really well together. Sometimes you can use it kind of like a Pokemon if you really want to. You can fight other pets, things like that. I imagine if you really needed to, he could have stolen one of his opponent's pets, maybe a Necro 3, something like that. And the other cool thing is that even if it's during daytime, you've still got the Centaur that can stun for 2 seconds. It's still really fast and can catch up, and helps your team win the game. And Lil, excuse me, had a really good performance this game, and I love the Helm of the Dominator usage.
Thank you so much. I mean, how often do we see a Helm of the Dominator kind of
not that often on
show its
supports.
face?
Definitely not on supports, and even on cores, it's been an item that's really phased out.
Yeah. So I mean, I imagine there's risk reward attached to it then.
I think that item actually, I mean, as shown here, it seems like Night Stalkers might be very good on that hero, honestly. It's pretty innovative, to be honest, because like he has this downtime during daytime, like Purge said, and well, this creep enables, the whole downtime thing.
It's not really downtime. It's kind of
when you add a creep into your arsenal, it's the skill cap or the amount of things that you can do with that creep are up to how good the player is. And Lil, one of the most mechanically skilled players in Dota, like
Enchantress,
saying,
seen him on that.
Constantly scouting.
Visage is playing
you're using this Helmet Dominator, this extension of yourself to gather information and figure out where your opponents are, and also be a useful tool in team fights.
And that's, of course, just why that looks so damn convincing. And I think just a moment away from the game itself that we did just witness such a convincing win from Virtus.pro. And now the real question is, upper bracket game, you lose like that. What kind of conversation could you possibly be having here, Misery? Is it just a question of, guys, it didn't happen, let's play 2 games?
Well, they probably need to get ready to play some more fast-paced Dota. Yeah. Maybe choose a different floor position. Kunkka might be a bit too slow for these guys. Change it up. Now they kind of understand what they're up against here. Of course, VP has different ways of playing, but I think they need to be ready for another round of in-your-face type heroes.
I think they came up pretty flat-footed. That Beastmaster was just feeding relentlessly.
No axes at 15 minutes?
Well, I don't even think that was, that was weird, but that wasn't even the problem. I think he died so many times in lane when he should have been playing more responsibly. He allowed Lil and Solo on the CM to get a bunch of farm and experience by killing him over and over, when if he played a little bit safer, those supports wouldn't be so farmed and the game wouldn't be so difficult for his team.
I actually think that getting these 4 points in the passive is a way for them to come back into the game, because they get picked off because they're splitting up a bit, and by getting that, they can actually force towers without giving up too much space for VP when they're grouping up, but they were a lot stronger than them, and they managed to kill them, even though they were 5. So
they might have maybe they should have considered just playing a bit more passive, like Peter said, like just chill a bit more, let the CM and then Night Stalker lurk around but not catch anything and just stay back, be more content. But it might be something with the main stage, first game,
exactly.
Not really used to it.
It's time to wake up. It's game 2.
Yeah. Get ready.
You get your 1 game, you get to lose, and that's it.
I mean, that's that one shot, one opportunity. You've got to go ahead and
just give us an awful quote, reference, song shout out.
That was not what I was going for.
Then why did you say it?
I was going through my cliches. You got one shot, backs against the wall, they're against the ropes. I was going through them all. Let me do them.
I'm just waiting for Mom's spaghetti at any point.
Yeah, there was vomit on his sweater, his LGD-Gaming sweater.
Yeah,
but
well,
we're going to get a copyright infringement letter from M&M's people. I apologize, Valve. Anyway, we should probably start getting ready for that draft because it is on the way. And I do want to just ask you a big question as you shake your head.
You're just a tough one.
Don't worry, I think you're going to get rid of me very soon.
Bring back Day 9.
He's on his way. Don't panic. It's just he doesn't like the sunlight, so they sent the man with a tan to do the stuff outside. So Peter, I think the first question is, VP, you've said it as well, Misery, everyone's well aware, as are LGD, they're going to be coming in your face. They're going to be attacking you in your face.
Oh my God.
This is the end of my career.
Yo, can I?
They're going to be attacking you, full frontal. Okay, you know what I'm saying. That's what's going to be happening.
I am just...
Okay.
I'm just not comfortable. Yeah, they're gonna come. They're gonna come at you.
Yes, come at you. There he is. And this is why we got him on the panel. Just grabbed him from the crowd.
I need some North Americans on this panel with me immediately.
For sure, man. I could do that. Okay, so my question to you now, Peter, is just simply: you know they're going to be aggressive. You know they're going to be attacking you. Right on. That's how you guys say it. Right on. How do you respond?
Yeah, you got to play faster, right? You got to pick faster heroes.
So it starts in the draft.
Yeah,
they can't just pick like Lich and Kunkka.
I also would not pick Beastmaster again.
Yeah. It's like basically changed the draft entirely.
It's just really heroes that aren't playing fast. Like the Lich, he can be on the lane, but he can't move really. And then they have the NS like running around and just ganking you. So.
Yeah, I think the whole mentality of you know, playing main stage TI has to change a bit from them. I think the Lich can be fine. I think even the Kunkka can be fine too. But they have to kind of make sure that they don't have too many of those type of heroes, because Kunkka, Lich, and Beastmaster are kind of the same sit back and wait type of heroes, and you know, you just enable this Crystal Maiden to do whatever he wants, Nice Talker to do whatever he wants. There's just no pressure anywhere. They're just all sitting back and waiting, and you can't do that against VP.
Yeah, you could focus on your own game plan a bit, but when you're playing against a team as good as Virtus.pro, you also need to be a little bit worried about what they're trying to do. You can't just play on your side of the map.
It doesn't work like that. I mean, why can VP get away with it?
Well, they attack their opponents. They attack their opponents had this strategy in mind where they were going to sit back and put Lich in a lane and just farm for 10 minutes. And Lil was like, I'm just going to roam everywhere and grab kills left and right.
And I'm just going to be like,
the best defense, right?
Attack is the best defense. And let's go ahead and jump straight on in. Game 2, LGD are against the ropes. It's time to kick it off with draft number 2.
LGD versus Virtus.pro. Game 2.
The crowd finds their seats. They sold you the whole seat, but you may very well only need the edge of it, as we're going to be seeing if Virtus.pro can finish this one off in a 2-0 fashion. They've got their snacks, they've got everything they need, and now it's time to see if they can get the heroes this time in the booths. We've got to see what VP do bring in. It's going to be the Void this time, going up against the Nyx. Two common faces, common occurrences so far.
Are they allowed to eat in the booth?
I was talking about the crowd. The crowd have their snacks, and the players have their heroes. It was kind of something I was going for. It wasn't great.
Oh, I thought you said the players had snacks, like a little juice box.
Dude, I think you should totally be allowed that. You know, like a cheeky Skittle when you get a creep kill or something, or any other sweet.
Those cheese crackers with peanut butter in the middle.
What's your go-to gaming snack, Pierre?
Ooh, gaming snack?
I'm converted to like nuts, unsalted nuts, cheeky handful of almonds.
Unsalted. Wow, you're so health conscious, man.
That's right.
You could barely walk here.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of salt when I'm playing Dota, so.
Absolutely. I know what that lies about.
Ooh, Ogre Magi.
Solo Ogre Magi.
He's back.
Yeah, this is one of Solo's best heroes. It really just shows how skilled of a player he is.
Because.
No cover.
I was about to try and go, really? Tell me why.
Yeah, that was a little passive-aggressive. But no, Solo's an awesome player. Just Ogre is not a hero that takes a lot of skill to play. Although Solo plays it differently. He walks around with like 3 to 4 salves at a time, and he's just he's a mobile fountain for his teammates.
Maybe a branch.
Yeah, he doesn't need, like Ogre has a ton of base regen. He only needs maybe like a clarity, a branch. I don't know. That seems a little too much.
Yeah.
Maybe a smoke. Yeah. Go for a courier or something in the early game. But you just get level 7, you max Bloodlust, and you just buff your teammates the rest of the game.
So is that sense? So is Solo going to be spending the majority of this game just being a Bloodlust vendor?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, how VP plays Ogre is usually phased around mid lane. Like they usually play dual lane mid with. They used to do Sniper. I don't know if Sniper is a hero these days, but they always
Sniper Void.
Sniper Void. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not? We might see a Sniper. Who knows?
Sniper's okay versus Coddle, I think.
But Ogre is very good with the Void here. We've been talking about that the Void really lacks damage before, and now he actually gets the Bloodlust, so he gets the extra damage in the Chrono.
Now, I know Jack isn't here, but I have got some kind of Chinese Dota info for you. LGD and all Chinese teams refer to the Ogre Magi as blue fat. That's how it translates.
Blue fat.
So they've drafted blue fat.
I guess we're not doing Jack's Corner for this segment, are we?
I could go for a run, but we saw what happened last time.
We should just bring Jack's Corner back for the non-China games. I think it should be like a staple.
He's fantastic, dude. I'm only there to kind of say go and stop. He's fantastic.
You had your own flavor to it. You did a great job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's have a look then. Kotl and Nyx.
We haven't seen a lot of Nyx Assassin. It's actually been kind of passed up a little bit more than I thought it would. And
same question I was thinking.
When it has been picked, it's been doing very well. That was Day 9 is just beside himself about the 80% win rate of Nyx Assassin. He brings it up every single break.
Yeah. It's been banned as well a lot of games against teams that usually picks him. Or if it's teams that wants to pick this Puck or Cop mid, and they ban the Nyx, so he can't come there to just mana burn them.
Yeah, the level one mana burn in mid, acting as like kind of how we'll probably see Solo play this game.
Actually very smart. It's a way to make yourself useful early on without...
Yeah, that's where Nyx struggles the most, especially as a support. It's, you know, what does he do from levels 1 to 6?
Yeah.
So big question now. We haven't actually talked about the bans too much, but if you look at that most recent ban from LGD, is that just pure respect to Lil?
10 seconds remaining.
Is that Enchantress? Am I making? Are my eyes deceiving me?
So it could be. It could be a little. It's probably a little bit of both, as is most everything in Dota.
Yeah.
A lot of different variables and moving pieces you got to look out for. But what it kind of tells to me is that they might want the Nyx and Caudle to be their support duo.
Okay.
And neither of these heroes can deal with an Enchantress creep roaming into a lane. So you ban out that Ench and you don't have to worry about that, and you can still use these two heroes as your supports and pick up your 3 cores with your last 3 picks.
And VP have struck the fear of God into them from the previous...
Have VP played offlane Ench, or was it only EG?
That was, I think it's only EG that has played offlane Ench.
Okay.
That being said, I think they have played it before, just not at this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't put it past them. They're one of the most versatile teams when it comes to hero pool.
By the way, Keeper of the Light is not really picked up much either. It's pretty much only Liquid who plays it, right? And this is pretty interesting that they choose it in first 2. Kind of out of nowhere here.
I mean, we've seen what GH can do with it, right? Okay, I mean, we've seen the impact a Kotal can have. Is it just?
Can be
is it a unique case?
It's more about the team as well. That the team plays very good around it. They let GH get the space as well, because without farm, Kotal is not that good. So
I like it against Void. It's, you know, blind, especially like Void Ogre. You see, we talk about Bloodlust being, you know, increasing attack speed and allowing teams to do more physical damage. Blinding Light's going to be great for that, because no matter how fast you're attacking, you're going to be missing a bunch with that Blinding Light. And you can also use some elements of split push with Caudle, which is great to avoid team fights and find the right team fights when you're up against a Void who has this Chronosphere, which is a huge team fight.
Void's also a hero that can't really kill creeps that easily. Like, he's right-clicking creeps down, whereas Caudle just kind of blasts them away, so...
Yeah, if you can get Void to show in lane, you'll know exactly where he is. You can either gank him or stay away from him.
And I'm sure you've been asked this question 1,000 times, but...
Oh, wow.
Never mind. Change of plan, change of topic. Chen shows his face.
Is that the second Chen pick? I think he was picked once during the group stage and then he lost.
Yeah, definitely.
So a 0% win rate.
VP is a team that's been playing good with Chen before, so...
So you're a Chen player. I'm a much more mediocre Chen player.
I mean, right now, it's kind of the same thing as Ench, like they banned it. They have Colin and then Nyx probably as supports. So then, in that sense, Chen is very good against these heroes.
So I agree. I think Chen is going to have a great laning phase, but picking Chen into Caudle and Earthshaker, that's kind of scary, isn't it?
I think it's more that you just have to make sure that you don't just push blindly into the tower to make them being able to nuke down the creeps. You have to go around the towers to find pickoffs or kills before.
So Chen works really well with Zanking as well, because we're probably going to see the Chen run to the Zanking, and Zanking is going to kill his Caustic and push in the lane constantly, and they're going to be able to dive and apply a lot of pressure, and they don't really need to help out the Void that much. Maybe Ogre is going to start there, give him a head start against Shaker, and then start running between mid and the safe lane. They're going to collapse.
How would you suggest LGD deal with a lane that's being constantly pushed by Zanking and then having Chen creeps diving?
It's always a bit tricky, I think, but I would suggest you start there with your 2 supports and you shut down the Zanking so he can't actually push in the lane in the beginning, and then when Chen comes, you start pushing out the wave. Your carry could also be pretty important here, like maybe you want a ranged guy that you can eventually leave alone, maybe a Necrophos again, maybe a Weaver.
Something to stay off the melee creeps.
Kind of, yes. Something that will be hard to kill for the Chen Zanking. And then probably end up having like a true carry from mid lane, like your actual win condition.
Ooh, Leshrac. That's a core Lesh.
That's a maybe Lesh, right? Or is it like a mid Lesh?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I think that here would definitely struggle with the Chen Zanking lane.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be easier for them to protect him mid than it is to protect him in the safe lane because of the Zanking. So,
especially with Nyx kind of floating around mid and backing him up. One thing that I would suggest for LGD is, starting with the supports in the safe lane to help with the sanking. Caudle can just blast the wave over and over and keep that wave pushed out. Yeah. So as long as, sanking is going to get his farm for sure, but you're not at risk of dying to the Chen, and that's like the big weakness in LGD's draft right now is their supports aren't capable of dealing with that Chen creep. So they just need to eliminate any opportunities for Lil to set up those early game ganks. And then as the game progresses, and they get levels and they start getting items, I think Chen will start to fall off.
I agree. I also think the issue with Chen in general is that he comes with his creep and then you kind of just run away from that creep and then he sits there.
He takes advantage of that.
He kind of just sits there and he doesn't really achieve anything. He doesn't get any experience. So when he starts attacking a creep, like if he starts farming jungle, then you can contest him, and he's kind of like, he doesn't really have a catch. He's hard to pull off, I think, these days. But
his
okay, they're attacking a hero you know and love. What's happening here? Defend him.
Well, there is a reason why I haven't played it in a long time as well, and I actually love the hero, but I feel he's a bit too weak, and it's mostly because of the ultimate right now as well, that it's been nerfed a lot. So it's 160 or 180 seconds on the first level, 160.
It's really
and then it's like too long.
It's
way too long.
Anymore. You might not even want to skill it, to be honest. I don't even know if it's worth it.
Probably.
But
so what rounds this out then? What's the cherry on top of this? Well,
maybe we're gonna see Sniper actually. I don't think it's that bad.
No one hero. I like it. Sniper up against Troll. Yeah. Stay far away. It's pretty good against Leshrac too. That headshot interaction like really messes him up. Those little mini stuns. Or they don't actually stun right now. They just kind of. What are they like? It's like
slow 100%.
A dazed effect. Is that what you call it?
They just slow 100%. I think they just
So you can still move. You can still cast. You can't move.
Yeah.
Oh, a Venom.
All right.
Or the Venomancer. It's gonna be a right-click Venomancer for sure.
That's also a pretty good pick, I'd say.
I like it. Lots of vision. Leshrac has he's pretty immobile, especially when he wants to be running around on top of you with his 2 AoE ground spells. And he will not be able to do that with Venom.
Guys, I'm hearing vibes from you that you thinking we might be seeing Virtus.pro continue on the main stage.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Positivity then surrounding Virtus.pro, at least here outside Seattle. It's beautiful. Sun is rising even further into the sky, and we're having a fantastic time here. I don't quite understand how the sun works. Let's go head over to your casters, though, and we'll jump into another game of the Dotes.
Lumi in game 1, our panel didn't believe in the Crystal Maiden, didn't stop VP then. Now they pick Chen. Some questions, some heads being scratched. Will it stop them this time? These guys are the masters of the hero challenge. They seem to win with everything. They did it at the summit. They're busting out not quite different picks every single game, but they're certainly not afraid to pull something out.
It's different heroes, but it's same play style. They're going to go at you fast and hard. And I think that's going to be the name of the game, right? Chen, something that the panel touched on is the fact that you could grab creep and just send it to heroes like Keeper of the Light, Nyx Assassin. What are they going to do when there's a Centaur running at you? Let's not forget that Leshrac mid is going to be Maybe's hero, and he's normally very good on the hero, but what does he do when a Centaur runs behind him in setup gank? I feel like this Chen, even though perhaps it's not the best hero in the current meta, very, very good in this game.
Could be the dream game for 11, though. It's already, 3 melee heroes. You've got the Chen army as well, so Echo Slams aplenty could abound if he can get a good start. We did see an Earthshaker go off yesterday and just dominate from the off lane for XXS, but that was against an Ember Spirit. This time, going to be facing up against a Void and an Ogre, both of whom are a lot better at trading blows with the Shaker early. So unless he gets help, I'm not sure he's going to have that explosive start.
And it looks like he's going to get scouted by warding into the enemy jungle as well.
So too will the Donkey. Always a risky business type of game when you're up against Lil and you're a courier. So I'm not sure if we'll see him try to snipe it as the Chen, more commonly on some of his other more traditional roaming supports, the melee bruisers.
Forgive me as I talk a little bit about the Somnus or maybe Leshrac. They have played it 3 times in the group stage, 100% win rate on the hero. Here's the thing, they always play it with a save. Twice with the Oracle, 1 time with the Chronosphere on his ally. And the idea is to allow maybe to just go in and just not worry and just dish out as much damage as possible. Always goes for the Bloodstone first to extend his damage and as well as survivability. This game, though, not only does he have to deal with its early game Chen roams, but also a ton of burst damage coming out from Virtus.pro. It's definitely one of their comfort heroes. I just don't know whether this is the game to do it.
And we're going to see the Venomancer plop down in mid. So normally when the Venos run nowadays, it's as a core and as a safe lane core. Probably Arteezy on EG, the player that most fans are familiar with running the hero. But they're going to mix it up. They're going to put him against the Lesh, so it is a 2v2 showdown here, at least early. VP already applying pressure top. They're going to make the move here on the Keeper of the Light, trying to punish him out. He doesn't have the extra moves, but he could be in danger. One more auto attack.
Creeps it out!
They
Not like this.
Yao! Oh, Yao is not going to be happy with them, I'll tell you that one.
Well, you can talk to your teammates, but the creeps don't respawn well. Back in the mid lane, Venomous Gales flies through against Maybe. He's taking a ton of damage. Very low base armor all the way on. We're going to work now under the tower, but it's not going to be enough. Deny coming out from Victoria. Still a win here for VP, but not getting the experience from that kill.
Yeah, good save there, but it shows you a weakness of the Lesh. He is extremely squishy. And Nyx did not have a point in the stun. He went for the mana burn early just to harass, and as a result, had no way to blunt that VP aggression. So great shot calling, identifying that there was an opening where normally, if a Nyx had saved the skill point or potentially just grabbed the stun, there wouldn't be.
The silver lining out here for LGD is the fact that the Shaker is getting a 1v1 matchup. Like you mentioned, Void is still going to win that matchup. Just trades better, but you know, as an offlane Shaker, all you care about is, you know, a couple of last hits.
If not win it, you at least shouldn't lose it as bad as Keeper, because you know, you get hit by the enchant totem, you can time walk off some of the damage. You have, you know, you're just better at trading in general as well with the bash.
Yep. Notice that he doesn't have a single point of fissure just yet. Just using the enchant totem early on just gives you so much more of an edge. If it's a true 1v1, then you can just kind of last it and deny.
They'll need him to come up big, because the rest of the lanes are struggling. The first blood happening early top. Ame, only 6-2 here, not exactly farming up a storm. So at the same time, Ramsey's not doing particularly well, but of course, Ame is getting help, whereas, at least for now, looks like Ramses has lost his. VP are just going to stick in the 2v2 setup top. Wonder if the Chen is going to make a move at some point. Like, do you see Lil leaving this top lane, or do you just keep on constantly pressuring the Keeper of the Light early?
If he's leaving the top lane, he's probably going to go mid for a gank, but I think if he's, you know, calling a place home, it's probably going to be the top lane for now. You have a very easy camp to access any big creeps you might need, and you're putting a ton of pressure on this Troll Warlord as well as the Keeper of the Light.
Trading the experience, at least for now, with Pasha. Not farming the jungle, just constantly parked and showing himself top. Seems they're content with slowing Ame down, as opposed to worrying too much about trying to get the kills. No one continues to hold mid, already 17 CS for him, and now we will see the move. Solo's gonna, at least initially, rotate off of the lane, perhaps considers a different setup here. 11 might be the hero that he looks to zone out. Now the Earthshaker could be in trouble as Solo comes in. He's going to start things off with the Ignite. They use the stun. If they get a single bash, 11 actually no TP. They don't need to hold any stuns. They might be able to kill him off here. The Time Walk's still on cooldown for 5 seconds time. He does have the boots advantage and rings around the trees. Not often you see a Shaker get away, but somehow the Stretch Armstrong stun. Time walking forward, they're going to need that bash to get this kill. 11 keeps on juking, but Ramsey's cutting him off.
The bash!
Finally gets it and drills him. Did not think he would be in range there for the Fire Blast, but just barely clipped him.
I wonder if he would have survived if he just like walked straight home, you know? Like he did do quite a bit of jukes in the jungle, although...
I think probably, yeah.
I mean, Ramsey was doing a very excellent job, like body blocking as he's hitting, walking in front of him, so it would have been tough either way. Good gank here from Solo, and he takes away the rune as well. So very good.
Haste rune grabbed, and you know, something you touched on, these melee bruisers, generally the main hero's snagging runes, and Solo has been doing that. Grabs the haste, he's grabbed 2 bounties, also finding the kills. He got a double damage rune earlier, so constantly pressuring them is
they're gonna gank Lil in the jungle.
Taking over this LGD jungle, but it might be an overextension by him. The double stun comes through. Lil does not have a TP scroll either, so maybe running him down. The Edict works its magic, and LGD get back on the board, finally getting a kill here and trying to turn these lanes around.
Very good ward to actually scout out the rotation of your jungle. Normally you don't put this, the other one, deeper into the jungle, because you know Chen is going to be taking that path a lot of times, and they're actually going to be able to pick up a kill. So earlier you were comparing the Venomancer to something that you know EG has been playing a lot, but the mid Veno builds it quite differently. Maxes the Gale here as you fire off, and there's just so much harass coming in. But looks like the harass will get turned the other direction as the Nyx assassin rotates in.
Yeah, not a single point in the Plague Wards yet.
Yep. This is a kill build. You know, you just You go Gale, you get your ult at 6, and then once you land the Gale, you're just gonna get a kill. You get so much right-click damage with the Poison Sting as well. But immediate smoke from LGD from the mid lane after shrining up, I think they're baiting them in, or perhaps just a bad smoke, it seems.
Looks like no one is rushing the Midas here. Already grabbed the Gloves of Haste, so let's play a bit more of a proper carry Veno. Is, as you mentioned, really just trying to be the big damage dealer for his hero in these upcoming fights. So LGD sensing something's not right. Yao is going to TP out. Pasha was hunting for him, but evades the Scorpion, gets away to safety. Meanwhile, a lot of key ultimates about to come online. Echo Slam very close for 11. We see Ramses now acquiring the Chronosphere. The chase is on top as VP dive behind the tower. The double big bird strat goes in. Ame getting burrowed initially, but the tornadoes are on cooldown, and now the turnaround comes. They want to catch him out, but Pasha somehow jukes the stun. They're going to need a batch here, and they do get it at the buzzer. Ame securing the kill.
Meanwhile, as we saw on the big screen, Chronosphere permitted for the Earthshaker kill. Trying to defend himself, but still not level 6 just yet, and Shaker also goes down. So fairly similar start for VP as game 1. Might not be getting as much out of the lane stage, but LGD definitely very far behind right now.
So interesting choice by Lil here. You know, one thing that we have seen with a lot of the recent Chen picks is 11 goes in on Ramses, keeps on hitting him with the totem. The fissure comes out. He's just not got the level 6 yet. Otherwise, I think that's actually a kill, but just a bit preemptive with the initiation. But yeah, the Chen is going Midas as well. So, you know, where the Chen picks in theory fall off a little bit, or even a lot later on, Lil is going to try to stay relevant. And, you know, some of the recent buffs this hero has gotten, Lumen, you can talk about them more. A lot of them are around this late game. Yeah, especially with the talents.
Well, we're going to see an initiation going on maybe on the mid lane here. They Pale will miss, and as a result, Somnus is going to die. He's going to try to take down no one with him, but not enough damage. Victoria
wrapping around. He sees 2 low HP heroes. Solo gets out as well. Nobody dying. They just need that bit of follow-up. Would have loved to see 11 there, but sadly his...
Mid lane Gale happening again. Victoria pops a spike and just beats a TP out. This mid Veno is so threatening whenever he just lands a Gale on you.
Forcing him out of the lane. Meanwhile, Pasha up top does get hit by the axes. Ame looking for the bash, still not getting it. Will he continue pursuit on Pasha? Does burrow away to safety as Ramses worms his way through the trees. The Echo Slam finally online, and they do bring Maybe down for this. No Radiant Vision of this rotation, but Ramses senses something's not right. Time walks back to safety. He should be out of there. They'll steal a small collection of creeps. But so meanwhile, VP are making their own move as they smoke up. The Chen is going to join here with the Ogre. And they're going to look to make this committed dive into the enemy woods.
Oh, they're going to see this troll.
Ame in danger, perhaps. The whirling melee axes are on cooldown. He might need that bit of evasion here to get out safely, and now getting slowed down, taking some decent nuke damage, gets the axes off again, but won't make it up to the high ground. Lil nukes him down.
Can they catch anyone on the way back? Fissure trying to block people off. They just went for some Chen creeps. Don't feel like they kill any hero.
LGD are just feeling very immobile right now.
Yep.
They seem a bit slow to react. They're, with the Veno Gale coming out, often heroes can't get away. Meanwhile, VP, while they have some clunky heroes on paper, are making them feel rather nimble in practice.
Gale hits on the mid lane again, and maybe just uses a very defensive stun to just get the Veno off of him. He's
going to be losing these raindrops soon.
Yeah.
Now the rotation comes in. VP looking for the flank.
They just don't stop.
They're bringing 2 cores to the mid lane, and the ward gets dropped down. That is going to cancel the salve, and now, while Ame wants to chase no one, they're looking to cinch the news from the rear.
It's coming.
Solo's coming in with the help of the creep army. Going to connect here, maybe he tries to juke, but they get off the slow. Now the follow-up clap can come through, potentially. Stays out just out of range. Now the Hadouken does.
Okay, raindrop does block it.
Does block it. Needs to get to the shrine quickly. There's going to be another one pulling down in a few seconds, but Lumi, they had 2 cores sitting mid during that time just to try and dodge the gank. They bring 11 towards top. LGD are just all over the place with these lanes, and they are getting punished for it in terms of farm.
Yeah, LGD just feels like a plumber in a bad pipe in the bathroom. It's just like there's so many leaks, and they're just going everywhere to put out flames, and it's just not.
What kind of plumbing experiences have you had?
I'm a bad plumber.
You're seriously bad. Yeah. You've got flames coming out everywhere. I don't think it's quite that bad for LGD yet, but it might get there at this rate.
Maybe he does have a haste rune. He definitely wants to get a solo kill, but the spidey senses of no one he dodges away. Now the conversation after the game 1 was that, from the panel was that, you know, they need to play faster. LGD, do you think they have adapted?
It definitely hasn't worked out that way in practice. I don't think Keeper the Light is that type of hero, but mid lane, Victoria looking to finally set up something, and they will get this key Venno kill, taking him down mid. Went for that Midas, so a bit squishier than Venno might be at this stage, and does get punished for it, but that said, he has already started using the Midas. The Chen Midas about to be picked up here as well, so even if VP are giving up deaths here and there, could still find some openings as Yao lurks behind the tower. They're trying to farm up 11's Blink Dagger. It's a critical juncture for LGD. Close to the Blink, tons of AoE parked behind this tower. Do VP dare commit? Solo's gonna wrap around it into the waiting arms of Yao, who's revving up the blast and following that through with the Enchant Totem. He finishes it emphatically with a dunk.
Good vision. They had this ward, and they just, you know, saw the Ogre Magi walking up on his own, and was able to pick up the kill. Very nicely done.
How much pressure do you feel LGD are under, Lumi? There is a double Midas already completed.
Yeah, for sure. A ton of pressure to answer your question. And, you know, they can't really get out of the map as easily because there are Chen creeps everywhere. Venom wards are scouting out ganks left and right. And you can make the argument that Virtus.pro are scaling better to the late game as well, especially with that double Midas. That double Midas, especially with Venomancer's level 10 plus 30% experience talent, is going to put him to level 25 so very quickly. Ame forced to TP out. Burrow Strike won't be here on time.
Hesitated for just a second. He gets the bash, but not enough damage pumped out there. Pasha scoring the kill in his own blink. Only 700 gold off. They are going to send Victoria roaming this way. Perhaps he can find no one who's trying to farm up from the safety of the high ground, but maybe looks to close the gap. It's another Victoria special coming in with the help of the Pulse Nova. They score the kill. Desperately needed momentum here from LGD. All of it coming from the Victoria engine.
Yeah, you know, Day 9 has been really on the case of the, what is it, 80% win rate on Nyx Assassin?
It was like, yeah, 79.8 something.
And this is a game where we're seeing why he's actually doing so well. Think of a level 4, or sorry, a 4 position Sand King.
Ramses, he's been scouted out here. The Blink's available. No Echo Slam on 11.
Yeah. So comparing it to a 4 position Sand King to a 4 position Nyx, right? Even if you have a good laning stage with a Sand King, you still need to farm for that Blink Dagger. And that means you're just off the map for like, 5-6 minutes doing nothing for your team. But the difference is here, Nyx Assassin, as soon as he turns 6, he just gets to walk around the map and start setting up kills. And as they say that here, Victoria invised up again. He's just waiting for 9posh to walk away from the tower vision.
Can just look to carapace one of those caustic hits, potentially get this kill. So Pasha lurks back at the tower, suspicious that something is not right because Leshrac has died enough that if he's sitting there, he likely does have help.
There's no way that...
By the way, this ward LGD have top has been instrumental in stemming the bleeding. It has scouted at least 4 or 5 VP movements top.
That's what gave them the Ogre kill earlier. They saw the Ogre walking around.
It just dodged the Void gank initially. It's since dodged any sort of, follow-up sticking around. Solo kind of rambled up that way. Lil was doing the same. That ward right now is the 6th man for LGD.
Right. I mean, you normally don't ward there as a Dire. It's such a defensive ward, but in this game, LGD knows that they're running at you non-stop, and that ward is probably one of the best in business to kind of stay alive. And again, Victoria, as soon as that Invis is ready to go, he's going to probably pop it and just be on the map again. Smoke Gang coming out this time here from LGD.
It's maybe again. They just keep on trying to punish the Leshrac. Constantly being pursued in the mid lane. And Chronos there with the help of the double damage, and Ramses can probably do the solo Gale coming through. Poison Nova committed 11 there looking for the trade, but Ramses just walks it off. Now Victoria rumbling in, wants to get onto no one here. They're going to need a stun. He connects on one, but Lil looking to salvage this fight. Follow up from Pasha as they engage forward. Ame going to go down. It's just one to the next here. Ramses jumping in. He is not going to be pushed away by a simple carapace. Now Solo giving a bit of clubbing action. 11 though, backing away, still has the Echo Slam. He's already used the Blink defensively, and then the bash comes through. The Fissure from low ground. Dodge away! Ramses pulling out the jukes, breaking ankles as he time walks over the Nyx stun, scores the kill. They just never had that crucial opening for 11 to turn the fight, Lumi. Too chaotic, too much of, 3v1, 2v1, 1v1 type engagements. He just couldn't find a good Echo Slam.
Yeah, Shaker is really good as a hero when the slows are, when the fights, are slow and methodical. And This is the opposite of that. You know, it's just VP running at you. You don't have time to set up. And one of the conversations that the panel was also having is that Keeper of the Light is a hero that needs a little bit of time and a lot of farm to come online. Yao is getting no room to get that farm. Moving forward, this bathroom is really looking like it's on fire.
It's on fire. There's leaks everywhere.
Yeah, it's just not looking good for LGD right now.
What is the strategy at this point for LGD? Like, how do you see their overall game plan? Are they a 5-man pushing lineup? Are they a turtle farm lineup? Are they trying to sneak a Roshan? Like, what are some of the key points as far as how they get back in the game strategy-wise? They're not actually down really at all in the net worth department, but it does feel like all the momentum is VP's right now.
Right, they're not down like economically wise right now, but double Midas is one thing. The heroes that scale so well in Virtus.pro is another. But to answer your question, LGD, they are definitely a slowdown and farm. Dodge ganks, get off pickoffs on your own with your Shaker as well as Nyx Assassin. Get that Bloodstone online on Leshrac. Leshrac with the Bloodstone, once you get going, you get a ton of kills. He can be a big factor in these kind of mid and late game team fights.
Better to have the deaths now before the Bloodstone comes out, and maybe...
That's one way to think of it.
Is close.
Yeah.
Now that said, Leshrac is not the escape artist that many other Bloodstone carriers are, like Storm Spirit, for example.
Right, but and here's the thing, it's something I brought up earlier and what we just witnessed in the last fight,
right?
That no save. No Oracle in this lineup as we do see the initiation into the jungle. Nyx Assassin does get off the nice spike against 3, but will go down. And that invites the push on the mid lane. The tower is going to get killed pretty easily.
Low on mana here on Ramses, though, so it doesn't seem to matter. He is unfazed as he muscles down the tier 1 mid.
Yep.
The Midas is slowly kicking in for VP. More so in experience than in gold, at least for now, but still waiting to see when that next offensive will come from LGD. They just constantly seem to be reacting to VP's movements, warding defensively, getting ganked under their towers, just biding their time as finally we'll see some recall action here.
I like this.
Yao can bring in 11, and this could be an opening.
Yeah, Blink Echo Slam to start the fight, but
Pasha would be a big kill. He shows himself with Sandstorm. Could be the opening 11, lunging in.
Oh, the hesitation. 11 didn't want to use his Echo Slam, but
I think he wanted to go for the fissure, like the enchant totem fissure kill,
right,
and save the Echo for a follow-up.
This is no time to save, man.
Greed or hesitation, whatever it was.
Yeah, just
awesome
go.
There.
Well, easy for us to say, but maybe he felt like he needed to take the risk. I do want to point out the nice bit of synergy here. The panel does mention the Bloodlust helping the Faceless Void quite a bit early on. Just with simply the Mask of Madness as well as Bloodlust, he fights really well. And Chen has also gotten a Frost Ogre creep. Could put the Frost armor to take away the disadvantage of that Mask of Madness as well. He becomes a kind of a pretty sick carry at this point, just with the help of his allies. Pretty nice.
This siege is risky business for LGD. There is so much counter initiation available for VP. Pasha lurking in the trees with the blink, Epicenter at the ready, not to mention the Void that you talked about, and the potential bonus damage he could bring to bear. So we will see LGD get nervous, they back away. Pasha being off the map is doing wonders for VP this game in terms of scaring the bejesus out of LGD.
So Chen is close to finishing the Aghanim Scepter really soon. I didn't think we were going to see an Axe Chen at TI, but
we're going to see a lot more than that at this rate.
We're going to see, big creeps being dominated. What's your favorite one here that you think will help out VP?
I mean, the plus HP is always huge.
Yeah, plus HP is great.
From the Rock Golem.
I wonder if we're going to see some of the newer ones.
What's your personal favorite?
Oh, I like my Black Dragon. Got a rain fire over kids.
Setting up on the bottom lane. They want to make the go on Pasha at the same time that Lil is trying to TP out. He gets caught. The Sand King might die as well. Very low. 11. Not quite able to finish him off. And did commit the Echo for that.
Yep. I'm not sure whether they changed Sun Echo into Illuminate into Fissure. If you had all of that, it should be a kill, but I did not see how that fight broke out.
I believe he interrupted a little bit with the Burrow straight away, but in any case, not able to finish him off. Good news for LGD, though. They get that first Bloodstone charge for Maybe, and now Maybe can take this tier 1 down as well. But the TP reaction coming in from Pasha. Wants to try and hold the line here.
Is he going to let that channel Epicenter?
Thinking about it. Don't think he can solo kill Maybe, though, at 1800 health. He'll certainly need backup as VP start to posture near the Roshan pit. TP coming in to the south side from that void, and no one gets scouted out here. Actually, Victoria as well. He is forced to Carapace to push away from 11. Time on forward. He catches out 2. They need the follow-up damage. Bring in the Poison Nova. It will start quickly bringing down the Nyx Assassin. Tries for the stun. Down he goes. Decisive play from Ramses there. TP grab 2.
Ramses has a double damage rune. That really made short work of 2 heroes with a chrono. Very nicely done. Just before that kill, I was gonna say, look, this is exactly the pacing LGD wants to have. You know, just a very slow game. You set up a gank Shaker, you set up another with the Nyx, and then you just love your Bloodstone Leshrac to be there to soak up all of those kills. But VP answers back very quickly. And we're getting to a point where all of these kind of farming items that VP has purchased is about to, you know, sink in. The Ramses Lincolns is about to be finished, so he will really start to hit Arvins to build damage without worry. The Midas has been running for a long time now. Hurricane Pike being finished on no one. And of course, the Aghanim Scepter I talked about on Chen is very, very close to being finished. I think VP will give 5 more minutes or so, and then pressure is back on.
Yeah, they're definitely going to hit a huge power spike with that round of items that you talked about. And LGD tried to prevent them from getting to that point. They move in with the Echo Slam in 1 second. They break the smoke. They used to start the fight. Huge takedown if they can get it. Get pushed away. But what a force! Pasha almost finishes off 3. Ends up dying, but a little bit on Ace's voice. Victoria is low. Brought down. So much poison damage. Also, maybe now getting put out. They finally get the Echo. Force Gaming pulls them out again. LGD have to run.
No one playing out of his mind that initial Force Staff was his, pushing the Void away from a certain depth. That was a perfect chain sign coming out from LGD. I think Victoria perhaps hesitated just a slight second, and again, got just punished for it. The secondary Force Staff, just as good.
God, that Epicenter was huge as well. Breaks up the chain of initiation, triple hero stun, then they get the Venomancer, damage ticking in the whole while, and nobody can fight at that point. Like, once VP just dropped that stuff, Lumi, that was a fight without Poison Nova, a fight without Chronosphere, and I would say VP still won that fight.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to watch it one more time. The smoke breaks from, and then they react so quickly. Venomancer pushes them away. Look at the hesitation on Nyx, and then the Sand King comes in. Good thing, I guess, silver lining here is that the Leshrac did die relatively early into the fight, giving the rest of the team a big heal with his Bloodstone. Meanwhile, in the woods here, Solo, driving Yao away as the Roshan. Gonna get claimed here by Virtus.pro.
VP, the numbers might say they're only slightly ahead, but the momentum has been consistently theirs. At 23 minutes, towers are falling. They went for the greedy double Midas. They've made it work for them as they first ensured that they were winning these lanes before they grabbed it, and now their team fight just continues to ramp up heading later into the game. Lil has his Aghanim Scepter online, so those bigger creeps are available to buff up the army, to buff up the 5-man. You've got the Bloodlust.
Sand King links in mid lane, Burrow Strike. They got the Venom on the back line. 11 in a lot of trouble. No Force Staff to get him out of there. He's going to spend his go. He thinks he'll die. He's going to farm a little bit more. Buys a recipe before he dies. All right, not too bad here for Shaker.
You say not too bad. I say another death.
Oh.
LGD constantly on the back foot, and Ramses looking for more. Here come the bashes. There goes the kill. Again, VP, every gank is a success. Now they TP in. Ramses bottom, with the Aegis, he's unafraid, and they can't even take this tower. 3 heroes from VP marshalling the defense. Victoria will grab a bounty run, he's stalking Pasha, but really seemed like he wants to go for a kill. And who do you go on as an Nyx? Lil's got an Aghanim Scepter. The Ogre's naturally extremely tanky. There's just not any easy pickoffs at this stage, Lemmy.
I don't think there are pickoffs anymore because the way that VP is going to play now is the Chen game. We're going to group up and send 5 at you. Nyx Assassin, very good when you're kind of finding 1 or 2 in the jungle. You set up a gank for your team, but that is not the playstyle that Virtus.pro will have for the remainder of the game.
So with this Aegis, if you're in VP's shoes, any sense of urgency, any particular objectives that your eyes are on? Or?
You wait for your Chronosphere to be back online. You either go for a smoke or a frontal push. Either way is fine. I think Virtus.pro is ahead enough where they could do a frontal push and LGD cannot repel. Of course, if you just get a smoke gank and it works, that would also be great.
Big opportunity for LGD. They actually wait. They let VP get back to their tower. They see Ramses. They know what's behind him, or at least have an idea of it. They're looking for this flank, but they've been hesitant this game. We saw it earlier. with 11 not dropping the echo immediately. We're even seeing it now where they try to find that perfect opening, and well, they do. Chen going down early in the fight, but at the same time a 3-hero burrow. Pasha can come back with the epi into the chrono. Still 30 seconds though, so Ramses won't have it yet. Gets the bashes, scores the kill, Shaker down. LGD now on the run, and this is where things can get ugly as Pasha continues to try to find that opening. Still waiting, gets the burrow, that's 2, about to be a 3rd, the bashes come through. VP routing LGD. Indecision is the name of the game for them.
They have to be decisive, they have to see the Void, they have to go in and kill the Void. There's just no other way. This Void is dealing so much damage. And it's hard. He
has an Aegis.
Yeah, he has an Aegis. He has the Chen Hand of God. He has defensive force staff on his team. There's so many saves on the side of Virtus.pro. And unfortunately, LGD can't say the same for their own heroes. And it's like you mentioned earlier, you know, it's 1K goal lead, 2K goal lead. But to me, this game is, for LGD, they're so far behind.
It's rapidly getting out of hand. And then you just look at some of the matchups heading later. Like, we'll take another look at this fight first. See how it unfolded, where they committed everything for a Chen, got caught by a quick 3-hero burrow, second time that Pasha has managed to counter-initiate and interrupt LGD. Again, they're fighting in between a Shrine and a Tier 2, and a Tier 1 in the mid lane. So there's so many ways for VP to cut them off and rejoin this fight, even if they weren't already in position. And you just see the patience of Pasha, waiting not just for that first kill or the second kill, but looking for the follow-ups as well. But back to the action where Victoria is in the back lines as they have caught out Old 11 in the trees. Pasha pursuing him out. The Shaker's in danger.
Oh, he's gone.
Tries to make it away, but where are you going? Where are you going, my friend? Echo Slam available. The burrow comes through. They're kiting him. They control him nicely, and they score another kill. And now Triceratops coming into play as the Ancient Thunderhides also join the squad. VP on the warpath. No signs of a slowdown.
Yeah, they're going to group up and look to finish the game. What is your defense, LGD? Shaker dead for 30 seconds, does have Echo Slam, but 30 seconds with this Void hitting your buildings. Burrow Strike coming through on the backline. They see Yao. Yao's gone.
This Void is massive with not only the Mask of Madness, the Bloodlust, he's also got the Frenzy from the Ancient Thunderhides, making it hit like a truck right now as he chews through the Baylor X. It feels like Ramses is already into the late game. How can LGD answer? Their base is crumbling. VP take one lane. They're looking for the second.
They could go mid. Are they going to give them the respect to the Shaker?
Back away here. Will Victoria try to pursue? Oh, it looks like they get out safely, at least for now. As a team, they stagger back.
Oh, they see maybe.
Looking for the flank, gets caught out. He's forced to throw that Yule's out defensively.
Blink. No.
Decent stuff from the Knicks. They need the Echo Slam, though. They need the Shaker, and he's in the base. Why is maybe out so far? LGD are not playing as a team. It's what got them to this point. But it won't get them any further because they're dying one by one. Now 11's turn. Caught out by Ramses. Getting pummeled by the Hammerhead Sharkman and chases forward on Yao. They keep on spamming the chat wheel. Charging after buildings. VP, head full of steam. Second lane of Rax is theirs. The series is theirs. They have slain LGD.
They made it look easy. This time, you know, they got off the fast start as they always do, and then scaled it back. Patience with double Midas.